Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Sonade and May meeting. Rei, Konan, and Sonade sat around the table in Rei's apartment, waiting for May to come from the academy. Was it smart to reveal your medical ninjutsu? Rei asked Sonade, not really caring. Sonade shrugged with a slight smile. She was in her young, normal form without any transformation. Konan told her that she trusts this May person, so she would too. The entire apartment was filled with privacy seals no ninja in Kiri would be able to bypass, so it was safe. I revealed my ability to use it. Not the extent. My chakra is looking like a low Chunin level thanks to your hiding technique too. As long as I don't use anything too advanced, I will be fine. I did it mostly so I can protect myself if I am ever attacked. We wouldn't want a complete civilian defeating ninja, now, would we? Sonade chuckled and took Rei's hand into hers, playing with his fingers with a slight self-indulgent smile. Fair enough, Tsu. Rei nodded, making Sonade blush at the affectionate nickname. I also wouldn't want to freeload. She trailed off only to have her shoulder swatted by Konan. You are one of us. Just accept it. Konan reproachfully stated, making Sonade lower her head, showing her understanding, and Konan pecked her cheek for that. Good girl. Sonade internally squealed. It was so embarrassing. She was the strongest kunoichi of Konoha. And here, she was being verbally juggled by two kids younger than her. But, she wanted to feel Rei's and Konan's affection. She wanted them to tease her. Sonade abruptly raised her head in a realization as she stared at Rei and Konan in utter shock at the idea of her having these feelings. Not once in her life did she actually feel like this. Konan tilted her head when she noticed Sonade's state and distraught. I love you. Sonade blurted out. Damn, I love you. She blinked, not really knowing how to react. Rei put his finger on her lips with a smirk, silencing her. Sonade looked at him and her eyes morphed into acceptance. Wanting to be near them and outright loving them without even knowing why, that was a very big jump and it would need a long time for Sonade to fully accept it. But for now, she wouldn't deceive herself. Her lips stretched into a gentle bashful smile. Seeing it, Rei leaned forward and fully kissed Sonade on her lips, startling her. Her hands quickly shot to Rei's shoulders, but she didn't want to push. Her hands became powerless as they laid on his shoulders while he played with her tongue, and Sonade just gave in. Her arms snaked around Rei's mouth and pulled him closer. Rei's hands took hold of Sonade's cheeks and the two made out for minutes while Konan watched with an amused smile. She supported her chin with her hands, elbows on the table as she enjoyed the happy tingling on her lips. She could feel the sweet taste of Sonade on them as well as the familiar taste of Rei, and it was a very peculiar feeling. She was only a bit rueful that it was such a delicate feeling she barely perceived it. Rei and Sonade separated as Sonade had a bright satisfied face with a dreamy smile. That was nice. She giggled with a content sigh. It was the first real kiss she received. Glad to hear that, Tsu. Rei chuckled and licked his lips. You are sweet. Sonade gulped at that simple compliment. She couldn't help but feel herself getting hot as her mouth filled with saliva and her eyes intently stared at Rei. She bit her lower lip to not blurt out the first thing on her mind. Cute too. Konan snickered, making Sonade blush even more, her face now nearing scarlet. Mo. Sonade let out a whiny sound and averted her eyes to the side as she pouted while petulantly crossing her arms on her chest and sullenly sniffing. Konan and Rei secretly high-fived under the table with smug smirks as they exchanged subtle knowing looks. I am just a little sorry that you will have to wear that transformation technique. Rei refocused on Sonade and sighed, making Sonade gently shake her head. No. It's all right. Using it to appear old while I am young is much better than using it to appear young when you are actually old. Both Konan and Rei smiled at her. They had to admit she had a point. It must have been hell to travel the land of water with a body nearing 2 centuries of age. Well, after I finish the seal for our bond stabilization, you will be able to spend time in our dimension. Rei said, and Sonade perked up. She really loved the nature energy-filled place. It felt oddly calming to her. Her senju senses were all tingling. Just then the door opened and in walked May. She ran and embraced Rei while greeting Konan, but her eyes stopped at Sonade. Both stared at each other quietly, and Rei was getting awkward as the atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. The sparks could be almost seen flying between them. Hi. They both exclaimed at once. May looked at Konan, her expression openly asking who the blonde woman was. She knew she would probably get someone to look after her when Konan and Rei were away. Even Konan told her as much, and they expected it to be some Kiri diehard loyalist aka dipshit, so she was getting mentally ready for it. She is Tsuna Yotsuba, Rei's second wife. Conan playfully quipped with a devilish smile, and Rei froze. He could feel May's hold around his waist getting tighter and tighter as May's head snapped to Tsunade, and her look was getting stormier and stormier by the second. She was visibly pouting as she glared at Tsunade, who enjoyed the spectacle immensely and taunted May with a winning smile. The girl was adorable, indeed. She felt they would get along smashingly. Don't tease her, Conan. Rei ruffled May's hair with twitching lips and stood up as he tried to restrain himself from grinning. I am going to cook something up. He was about to step through the door into the kitchen when he heard May stomp her foot on the floor with a huff. He turned around and saw May intently looking at him, one hand pointing her index finger directly at him while the other was pressed on her hip as she gnashed her teeth at him. I will become your wife too. Count on it. May loudly exclaimed with a determined look as both Tsunade and Conan snickered into their palms. Rei knew that look. It was the horrible, horrible look of a woman that made her mind and won't budge. He better ran to the kitchen after he gave her a helpless shrug. He was only glad there was no date bayo in that statement. He would let the girls talk among themselves and get to know each other. Especially Sonade and May, as these two would spend a lot of time with each other. He only hoped Sonade would be a better idol for her than Conan. One Conan-like person was enough in his life. He really didn't crave more of that personality. And who knows, maybe Sonade would talk May out of it. He thought. Oh, he had no idea how far from the truth that was. Tsunade would be a very positive influence, all right. Chapter 52, Sealing the Bond 1. The seal for finalizing the bond was finished. Rei went all out with it, and it became a full-body array that had various seal matrices. Quite frankly, anyone without his nature attunement talent would be killed by the seal. Without the nature energy acting as a stabilizer during the sealing, the matrices would just mash together and clash, making for a very slow and very painful death. Well, it could be good for executions too. Even though it would be a waste of ink. Both Tsunade and Conan laid naked on the grass in Rei's dimension. Conan was calm and peaceful, completely fine with whatever Rei would do to her. Tsunade though. Calm down, Tsu-chan. Rei cooed at the quivering woman as his brush caressed her skin. He could see her getting wet but opted to go round and completely ignore that conversation for now. Cal, calm down. Tsunade's shaky frightened eyes looked queasily at Rei. He was painting a killing number of seals on her body, and it did not make her feel calm or safe. She was no master, barely knowing intermediate stuff that she had to learn for her own seal, but she was aware of how close to death she currently was. Shoo. Rei put his free hand on her head. Yes. It made her feel good and protected, all right. But, he was basically using only one hand and focusing on something other than the deadly ink splotches on her body. Reassured, she was not. Rei smiled to himself. It was a good idea to do Tsunade first. She was definitely like a child in the chair of the dentist for the first time. After an entire hour of painting on her body, Rei was finally done. It's finished. Rei sighed tiredly, but the amusement was obvious in his eyes as Tsunade heaved a long sigh of relief. Her entire body was covered in black ink seals. You can move, Tsu. Rei told the unmoving woman as multiple times she had to turn around and lie on her belly. The seals were imprinted with a small katan jutsu into her skin the instant they were painted for a lesser error margin. This way, they didn't need to wait for the ink to dry. Rei moved to Conan. Hey, beautiful dot. Hey yourself. Conan pouted. You took an hour to do Tsunade so you could ogle and feel up her chest, right? Rei smiled and pinched her sullen cheek, making her look at him in exasperation. Of course, I did. He shamelessly exclaimed, making Tsunade's eyes bulge at him. Pervert. She mumbled quietly to herself, yet a small smile formed on her face as deep down, she was excited Rei found her desirable. She lowered her head in an attempt to hide her smile, but her entire demeanor was suddenly brighter, so it didn't do much. Rei's lips twitched upwards as he leaned closer to Conan's ear. Good girl. He whispered and patted her head, making her body shudder just from hearing these words. To her, hearing it felt like having an orgasm, and she was quite addicted to it already. There was a reason why she always repeated to May to be a good girl. Rei knew she did it to ease Tsunade up, so he played along. He really didn't have time to ogle her. She was gorgeous. No, she was way past gorgeous. Her chest wasn't as big as it always seemed in anime, but for her small size, it was quite contrasting. It didn't help that her breasts were all perked up and kept their form perfectly. As he said, he really didn't have time to peek, admire them. Honest. Rei started painting the seals on Conan, who was shamelessly shuddering and enjoying it. Tsunade was looking at the elated expression of Conan through the entire process with an open mouth and a perfect shape of O, since the first orgasm Conan had from it. These two are worse than Jiraiya. She mentally screamed, but her hand snaked to her slit long ago. An hour later, Ray finally finished as he wiped the sweat from his eyebrow. As he refocused on the normal world instead of seals, he instantly heard a hot panting and turned around in curiosity. He saw Sonade playing with herself on the grass, her eyes glazed over and her body covered in a sheen of sweat. He could see that she was no longer just wet, but her inner thighs were drenched in her juices and he sweat dropped. Who the hell is the pervert in this relationship? He resisted the urge to mumble it out loud as he looked at Conan and deadpanned. She was pretty much in the same state, except she was not trying to hide it and her eyes were invitingly and hungrily stare at him. Ray sighed, but didn't resist. For hours, Sonade looked in awe as Ray and Conan moaned in ecstasy. The trio created a natural bath. They gouged out some earth, covered the hole by 2-inch thick mokutan planks, and filled it with katan-heated water made by Suten Jutsu. They relaxed there, the girls laying their heads on Ray's shoulders. Conan was mewling as her fingers danced up and down Ray's shaft underwater. It was just fleeting, not serious as both were spent, but she loved touching, and since May moved in, their activity suffered. Ray was still giving some much-needed attention to Sonade as his hand was snaked across her back, around her hip, and reached to her pussy. He massaged it, occasionally slipped his fingers inside as he used Raiden or Suten to drive her to pleasure-induced madness. He didn't use nature energy, as when he tried that for the first time, it instantly clashed with her Senju heritage and Sonade couldn't move for 10 minutes as her mind reeled from the sheer euphoria. Ray knew that using that would break her eventually, no matter how careful he was. Despite everything, he didn't have sex with Sonade. She didn't ask for it, so he didn't push. Both girls were still covered in the black seals and looked as if they were used by a tattoo artist for his new exhibition. I am, surprised this, didn't make you pee put, out. Sonade said as he noticed him looking over her seal-filled skin while she felt his fingers inside her, pumping her folds with Suten chakra. She cummed. She thanked God that she piqued her interest in medical ninjutsu, as that was the only reason she could even talk instead of curling into a ball and shivering. Long ago she numbed her nerve endings. Unfortunately or fortunately, she couldn't decide, it didn't help half as much as she hoped. I am a seal master, dear. You covered in seals. It makes me horny, Sue. He purred into her ear, making her go rigid only to loosen up a second later with a long euphoric moan. Weird fetishes aside, Ray withdrew his fingers from Sonade's pussy, making her whimper and look at him pleadingly, to which he chuckled. He also stopped groping Conan and instantly felt an intense stare at the back of his head, but ignored it even though he felt her grip on his member tighten. They were relaxed and happy, drowning in pleasure for hours on end, so now it was time to pay attention. Girls, I have to explain what the seals do. You can't go out looking like that. He smirked at them as they showed completely identical pouts. Raising his hands, he ruffled their hairs simultaneously, making Sonade curl up and sink to the water up to her nose and release bubbles from her mouth in embarrassment, while Conan straightened up and proudly pushed her chest forward, enjoying the touch, shamelessly asking for more with her eyes. Knowing he had their full attention, Ray pulled his hand away from Conan's head and the tip of his finger pressed tenderly into Conan's upper abdomen, under her chest. She giggled as it tickled her but held her body straight. Ray trailed the finger down, along with an intricate seal matrix. This, he circled one of the 3 seals in the seal matrix, is a storage seal. He knew Sonade wanted to ask, but he just pushed her head a bit more downwards with his hand on her head, making her mouth still underwater. She understood. No interruptions. It will make you capable of storing things into our dimension. Ray smiled. Deep underground is a place that is basically the same as a storage seal. Each of us has a set space. To be honest, I doubt you would actually manage to fill it all up. He shrugged helplessly as he even tried to store 5 lakes worth of water, but it was still not full and he just gave up and released the water. The advantage is that it is on your body, so you can use it anytime without taking out a scroll. The safety through makes this storage seal be capable only store things and things only. The inbuilt storage seal only works for non-living objects as any storage seal. It could get dangerous otherwise. For withdrawal, there is another seal. Storage seals were never on the body. It was dangerous. If they malfunction, they could shred the poor idiot with a space continuum. Alas, he had the advantage of having his own dimension, so he could and did just that. Even if he had to separate the storing and withdrawing function. Without any harm nor threat to his precious girls. Here, his fingers dragged itself to Conan's right lower belly, making her gasp and shiver from the touch. Is a self-storage seal. Ray smiled genially. It allows you to store yourself without the need for a key entrance seal. But only yourself, and each of you has a designated place where you will appear, so we won't transfer into each other by some mistake. Additionally, even if you hold or hug somebody, he won't be affected nor transferred by the self-storing. Anyway, he smirked. The next part was his favorite, as it basically made it utterly impossible to kill his precious girls. It is instantaneous. Meaning, anytime you have to retreat from a fight due to whatever reason, you can just store yourself. Sonade's eyes widened as she realized just how bullshit that was. No longer was there a fear of being overwhelmed. She could go all in and then just poof away. Her eyes glinted in depression but also gained a steely resolve and determination. She was weak. Weaker than both Conan and Ray. Her only worth was medical knowledge, and even that was becoming somewhat obsolete due to the bullshit seals Ray was pulling out of his sleeve. She decided to better herself. To become S-rank not due to her medical knowledge but due to her destructibility. Ray smiled as he saw the change in Sonade's eyes and his finger fleetingly caressed Conan's skin as it went to the left side. Next is Chapter 53, Sealing the Bond 2. Ray smiled as he saw the change in Sonade's eyes and his finger fleetingly caressed Conan's skin as it went to the left side. Next is this little nifty seal. He pressed his finger deeper into Conan's smooth belly, making her moan as he smiled at his handiwork. This seal was his true masterpiece, and it took the entirety of her left side of her stomach and half of her lower back. It was complicated as heck with many fail-safes, but Ray would never neglect something like that and endanger Conan or Sonade. This is a multipurpose withdrawal seal. Multi-W for short. This thing works simply despite being anything but. Firstly, it can withdraw things from your storage area in the dimension. It is key to your personal storage. You can withdraw it in the range of 10 meters around you. Conan. Ray looked at her as her eyes sparkled at hearing about this seal. She had millions of paper slices with seals, and it was getting tedious to store them or even create Ray's special storage seals. Just 5 clones of her were for storage seal, making duty around the clock as the number of her explosive tags increased. She only thanked God and cursed him at the same time that only Ray's storage seals were able to store other seals thanks to the special inbuilt stasis seals that kept them stabilized inside. With this little improvement, she could hold all of her seals inside of one big seal storage in their dimension and use it effectively for battle. It was marvelous. And then she could still keep some storage seals on her papers for more long-ranged surprises. And then Ray leaned in and gently took Conan's lips as he saw her already entering her own world. This quickly got the girl's mind back on track with a visible blush. You won't need my storage seals anymore. I am actually thinking of removing the stasis seal, as even without it, my design is superior to the normal one and can't be plagiarized unless someone knows English, as the intent imbuement would fail. That seal would have a nice market value. Anyway, back to the topic. I will teach both of you special seals that can connect with your multi-W seal and act as long-range withdrawal. You won't need to keep all these storage seals, Conan. The multi-W seal is very adjustable, and when you are withdrawing, there are various mentally selected parameters. You can withdraw 1 slice of paper or even 1,000,000, near you, or anywhere in the 10 meters radius. It took a long time to get that right. With the special Connect seal, you can do the same for long-ranged withdrawals of your papers. Ray told the excited girl. Conan hated organizing her seals, all right. It was a chore. But with this, it was made almost elementary. Storage seals worked on intent. As long as she mentally wanted to withdraw this or that much, it would be done with a push of her chakra. Since the seal would be on her body. She giggled. Hours would be saved by not having to organize her storage seals. Hours that could be used to show Ray her appreciation. But the real masterpiece of multi-W seal is its self-withdrawal function. I made this seal solely with you, Conan, he kissed her temple, in mind. Let's call the outward multipurpose withdrawal seal, the one that is only connecting to the one on your body, a multi-W link. Ray saw the amused look in the eyes of his girls and slightly scowled. The terminology doesn't matter. You will learn how to make only the multi-W link. Not multi-W itself. I am sure you will forget its name before the end of this month, but it will help me to clarify it and explain what they do better if I differentiate them. The girls obediently nodded and stayed wisely silent, but couldn't help but giggle. They would forget the name almost instantly. Ray gave them a nonplussed look but sighed and continued. So, let's assume you will have several pieces of paper with this multi-W link seal. You won't be only able to withdraw your paper through it but also yourself if you are in the dimension. The problem is it is not instantaneous, so it is not as good in battle as it could be. But it can be used just as well. Ray shrugged. For Sonade, a simplified version would be that it works like non-instantaneous Hiraishin of your Uncle Tobirama. Her eyes went wide. That was a dangerous thing. I will be able to teleport myself to my papers. Conan concluded giddily. If I leave one with you, I will be able to always reach you in seconds. And her Yandere side showed up. Ray chuckled. No need for that. The girls looked at him curiously. The multi-W seals on our bodies function as a kind of beacon and multi-W link seal for each other. You can always transfer into the dimension and from there to each person with the bond seal. The self-storing also leaves a multi-W link seal in the place where you store yourself, so you can always use that place to reappear there. You thought about it a lot, didn't you? Sonade quipped as she pushed her upper body up from the water. Years. Ray admitted. I never had a good foundation for it, but this bond seal is almost perfect. And that does what exactly? It only stabilizes our souls, and most importantly, every seal matrix in the bond seal is made to be on the same level as the bond seal. You now have a seal not on your body but on your soul. Even if you position the representation of the seal on your hand and it is chopped off, it wouldn't matter, as the soul itself is the canvas for my seal. That's why it was a good foundation. Our souls are interconnected on some level, and it was very easy and simple to add these dimension-related seals, as that dimension is connected to my soul. I am basically a medium for your seals that connect yourselves with my dimension. Won't that disturb you? Tsunade asked worriedly, making Ray shake his head. I don't even feel it. Think of it as a tunnel through a mountain. It is there, but is a mountain bothered by it? You have a safe passage. No mishap can occur. And I am not bothered by it in any way. It is the ultimate win-win situation. Tsunade nodded, relieved. The bond seal stabilized our souls. That didn't do much. Except we would have a natural resistance against genjutsu. Which with our perfect chakra control is actually a very high one. Things that affect the soul like Yamanaka techniques. I personally wouldn't have the guts to try it on one of us. Wouldn't want to become a mental cripple. Ray smirked, making the girls giggle. Tsunade looked at her naked reflection on the surface of the water and frowned. She didn't care before, as she was just feeling too good, but... What about? Her hand was gently pressed on her forehead. Her diamond-less forehead. Your chakra storage. Ray nodded and put his free hand on Tsunade's chest, right over the seals on her, above her heart. I moved it here. Suddenly she could feel something in her heart that made her breath hitch. I must say, Ray gave Tsunade a proud smile that made her calm down and feel butterflies in her belly. That seal is your best creation. No medical ninjutsu would compare to the seal made up with your intermediate sealing knowledge. I dare say, you would be a prodigy in seals if you actually had an interest in them. Tsunade snorted and averted her eyes. She hated seals. It was just too, sigh. But she couldn't deny that the praise flattered her. Her beet-red face certainly proved that. You created storage for chakra, so you can use that for your creation rebirth. By the way, that technique is forbidden for you. Ray glared at her and sternly continued. If you want to use it, you will improve it so it won't take any life force from you, understood? Hi. Tsunade lowered her head, making Ray nod to himself. At least she knew her shortcomings. Ray was done with explanation, so he pressed his finger on their respective pre-selected places where they wanted to be marked. Conan wanted it on the left side of her lower abdomen, while Tsunade wanted it on her right upper arm. The second he put chakra into the full-body seal, it shrunk, and in these places, a tattoo of black rose was left. The same tattoo Ray had on the upper part of his right hand. The girls looked at him in understanding when they saw their tattoos, making him smirk. Yes, I already tried the seal on myself. What? You didn't really think I would use you as guinea pigs, did you? He asked them as if he was questioning if they were retarded or not. Before they could blush, he decided to change the topic. Back to the Een seal. Sure, it is only Een chakra storage, but I should be able to tweak it for normal chakra and nature energy. Why would you do that? Tsunade tilted her head but immediately understood how idiotic that question sounded. Sure, bigger reserves, but somehow I doubt that's your reason. Ray's face twisted into a menacing smirk, making Conan's heart flutter as she rested her head on his shoulder now that he didn't pay attention to her. Did you ever wonder how it would feel to be like Kinkaku and Ginkaku, just on a bigger, let's say, full bijou scale? Tsunade instantly paled. Author note, I really couldn't help myself and add this note. And if I added it the normal way, most would just skip it, laughing face. I want you to listen to my rant, damn it. Did you actually notice that every freaking jutsu of Konoha with a big significance was actually either poached from Uzumaki, was a bloodline of a very select few, or was made by Tobirama? Or stolen by Uchiha? But that's completely irrelevant, as even then these little shits couldn't actually use anything else than Sharingan and Katan in the series. No matter how glorified jutsu thieves they were. For that kind of reputation, their repertoires of jutsu was depressingly small. Anyway, back to Tobirama. The guy made Hiraishin, meaning seal master. The guy made Edo Tensei, meaning seal fucking master. The guy made shadow clones, and wasn't that the most OP shit of Narutoverse? I mean, when someone says Narutoverse, these are the first thing that pops up in my mind, to know about you. And that is basically the sum up of Narutoverse 3 most OP skills. Every freaking op shit was made by him, and he is completely forgotten by Naruto fans. Plus the guy was a prodigy at Sutten, the best user in the entire world, and Konoha doesn't even have any famous Sutten users beside him, shame on them. He made an academy. He made Uchiha into a prestigious police force, even if it would come to bite Konoha in the ass later. Imho, if he gave the position to Hyuga, they would be happy and so much more loyal for it. But Uchihas wanted more, and more, and more. And when the momentary problems came, it was let's coup. Every freaking story is a glorified gospel to Minato for his Hiraishin when it actually is not his jutsu. He only improved upon the foundation. Yes, he made it battle-ready but he did not invent it. He already had a pre-made jutsu that he made more usable. It is admirable that he was able to do it. But did it beat Edo Tensei or Shadow Clones? Nua. The guy didn't even do that much for Konoha except killing a few thousand at one battlefield. What could he manage to do during the few months of his reign? Nothing. That's what. Yet, always. Minato, Minato, Minato. Seriously, what did that guy ever accomplish other than fucking Naruto's life up and bagging Kushina? Sure, he was a Hokage. He had his own accomplishments but celebrating his name due to Hiraishin. Well duh. If not Minato, then it is Hashirama for his prowess and Mokutan. God, that guy was a dense idiot rivaling Naruto himself. He actually gave away Bijou thinking it would bring peace. No matter the battle prowess, if your head is empty it is useless. And then there is good grandfather Hiruzen, that guy just useless and can't compare to any of the other Hokages. He is good at being a cockroach and his merit was surviving till old age. But notable jutsu of importance. Pft. Any contribution to the village's OP-ness? Double pft. What he did was being proverbially dickled by Danzo the entirety of his reign and completely fucked up Konoha beyond repair. Academy sucked. Jonin instructors sucked, IT is the truth, just look at them. Kakashi the prime example. Civilians sucked. Clans sucked, I swear, every clan had at least one major problem there, Uchiha and Hyuga at the forefront. It was pathetic. He just made Itachi slaughter his clan because he couldn't bother sending out his own ANBU and kill off the idiots who wanted to rebel, leaving innocents alive. Don't go at me with that revenge bullcrap. He could prove their crimes. He could install Itachi as a patriarch and give the entire burden of calming his clan to him. He could do numerous things that would work. He was a freaking dictator. But no, he just had to go for full extermination because it would obviously help his kind grandfatherly persona, right? And that was just the matter with Uchihas. Then there are Hyuga kidnapping and many more, but who cares about those, right? Uchihas are mainstream, idiots. Author's rant done, peace out. Chapter 54, Massage. Ray moaned as he felt Tsunade gently press her finger into his naked back and start to do circular movements, kneading his muscles with her medical chakra. All around were privacy seals so she could stay in her real form. They were in their training ground 66 and watched as Konan was giving May lessons on Doton. The girl instantly spotted the tattoo on Konan and Tsunade and was sullen for 3 days straight. She had no idea what it was, only that it signified they were married. Ray smiled as he remembered that but instantly released a heated pant as he felt Tsunade's fingers push into his upper back, slowly sinking her entire palm into it. Her hand was glowing green and the chakra she pushed into him was nothing like Sudden One. It relaxed, loosened, and tensed his muscles continuously and randomly. It felt like being in a very gentle jacuzzi. Tsunade was good. Her medical knowledge certainly hell. Ray again released a loud yelp as his eyes widened and a long pleasant sigh left his lips. Tsunade grinned as she finally found one of his pressure points. One that would make his body into warm goo. She was straddling him, sitting on his lower back with her legs around his waist as he laid on the ground with his back bare. She was loving every second of this. She just couldn't get enough of his reactions. Of his moans. The fact that it was her that made him moan like that was driving her over the edge more than any sexual activity ever could. She was mentally getting off. It made her embarrassed. Proud of herself. Smug. Excited. Satisfied. And so much more, that her emotion-filled mind just registered it as unadulterated mental pleasure. Wouldn't it be better if you taught me Doton? Tsunade asked offhandedly as she kneaded the muscles on his shoulders. Ray smiled lazily, enjoying her care for a bit before answering. Nah. Konan is better. That's surprising. Tsunade admitted. What is? Ray asked as he felt Tsunade's arms relocate to his upper arms and squeeze his biceps, making them loosen up. I always thought you were the ninjutsu expert of the team. No offense, but Konan doesn't strike me as someone using anything but her paper. Tsunade hummed. Ray smiled at that. He realized Tsunade didn't yet know. Konan's papers are a Kekiai Toda. He dropped a bomb that made Tsunade stop her hands for a second before they restarted their activity on the sides of his upper torso, pulling, stretching his muscles with devoted care. Ray knew Tsunade was intently listening and waiting for him to continue, so he did. She has Doton, Futon, and Sutan affinities. Ray elaborated. To be honest, she is much better at Doton and Futon than me because she always uses it with her paper. She is natural at it while I am better at Sutan. She never learned Katan nor Raiden, so I can't really brag that I am better at them than her. He chuckled and another moan tore from his throat as Tsunade's hand softly reached the nape of his neck, sending shivers through his spine. She hummed, more interested in feeling Rei's body under her self-pulse and quiver from her care than listening to Conan's prowess. I see. You should, probably take some lessons in Doton from Conan. Rei said and had to pause several times as the intensity of her medical chakra increased at very specific places. Why? Tsunade huffed, relocating, sliding her crotch on Rei's back until she sat on his posterior and her hands started to massage his lower back. She put her entire palms on his back and with a slight force, pushed upwards across his back. As she reached his shoulders, she did the same thing in reverse, pushing her palms downwards all the while her medical chakra seeped into his muscles, sending a tingling sensation down his entire back. I am not ninjutsu person. Yes, Rei admitted and moaned as he felt her fingers pleasantly dug deeper the second he said it. But you have Doton and Suten. You are Senju. He stopped to release another moan. You want me to get good at Mokutan? Tsunade finished for him in a matter-of-fact tone, fleetingly dragging her nails across his back, caringly scratching it while activating several pressure points. Yes. Rei told her and felt her medical chakra go through his back, all the way to his heart and lungs as it gently purged any stress from them. I wanted to improve my creation rebirth. Tsunade sighed but then nodded and followed. But fine. I will learn it. Her hands were on his hips now and she was repeatedly swapping between goading tickling and very soft scratching, slowly driving him mad from how pleasant it felt. You can. Rei told her. How? She hummed. She had a few ideas but if Rei knew. Kagaya. He breathed out as he could feel Tsunade delicately kneading his back above his shoulder blades. Well, their bone creation is a mystery but. We are in Mizu no Kuni. There are a lot of them. I can get you one. Rei told her. Tsunade bit her lips. He was proposing human experimentation. She was quite averse to it but. Rei could feel her hands momentarily falter but then they gained resolve as their massaging intensified. Okay. Tsunade resolved herself. If it made her stronger, she would do it. But please, make sure it is a man around 40. I don't want to dissect a woman, child, or elderly. Don't worry. He released a needy breath. They are savages with male-dominant society who still think the best sex is when a couple of them gangbang their females. Rei finished in disgust. Tsunade pursed her lips. Now any guilt she could have felt for dissecting them left her. Why does nobody do anything with that? She asked softly, pressing her fingers firmly under Rei's shoulder blades, trailing its shape. Because their women are no better. Rei sighed. They are a closet society and their women grew up there. They start to get raped very young. Well, it sounds and looks like gang rape but really, as Mizukage explained it to me, for them it is a tradition and they are supposedly proud of it. Do you actually believe that? Tsunade snorted. I don't know, weirder things are happening than women of a certain clan thinking that the louder she protests and the more men she can handle through the night and actually get pregnant, the higher her status in the clan. Rei shrugged and actually hissed as the abrupt movement dragged Tsunade's medical chakra through his back too fast. Shit, I almost creamed myself. He blushed. Tsunade smirked mischievously and Rei started to know hell while being in the seventh heaven simultaneously. She started to drag her chakra quickly across his back with her fingers coursing through it and Rei had to bite his lower lip to not moan like a. That must be a sad life. Tsunade uncaringly hummed. By now, she was doing it just to get the conversation flowing. She didn't care anymore. But she wanted to see if Rei would manage to answer her in his current state. Rei sent his Raiten chakra to his nerve endings, dulling them slightly, making the pleasure less intense. With a relieved sigh, he almost giggled at the sullen pout of Tsunade. But so is being kunoichi. Rei rolled his eyes, making Tsunade blink. Fair enough. I see. As we were raised to be such, they are also raised in their own beliefs. Yup. Well, then. Tsunade said and Rei thought the massage was over but then he felt Tsunade lean her upper body on him, her breasts melting into his upper back as her well-toned belly pressed to his lower back. And his world melted. Tsunade's entire body was excluding medical chakra, making Rei moan desperately as Tsunade moaned on top of him. She felt every single sensation and due to Rei's Raiten, she felt it more as she came the second her jutsu started. In the end, they both panted as Tsunade laid powerlessly on the top of Rei's back. For the remainder of the afternoon, they watched May and Conan play with Doton, unwilling to move. Chapter 55, Teaching May to Throw Away Her Fears. May and Rei were in Rei's dimension. In the middle was a big wooden house made from Mokutan. These days, they started feeling quite cramped in the two-bedroom flat so Rei decided that they would use it only as a cover and instead live inside his dimension. It was not like anyone could get through the security seals in his apartment, and if anybody came, he had prepared an alert seal. They couldn't keep this from May as she lived with them, so the secret was out and May was taken to Rei's dimension and even witnessed the Mokutan of Rei and Conan as they raised the house. For now, May had a secrecy seal on the upper part of her mouth. She was all huffy about them keeping this from her and actually had her first childish fit. Rei even had to promise her to take her as his wife to make her stop being angry. Out-talked by a kid. Rei depressedly thought. Well, at least he managed to argue that she would first have to be 14. Rei was feeling quite betrayed too. Both Sonade and Conan joined little May and verbally ganged up on him. He was literally pushed into a corner and couldn't run. Yes, like that. He exclaimed as he watched May produce a small fire-through-fire chakra alone. The feat was very hard and very draining, but it would help her immensely later on in Katan Jutsu. She finally managed it after a week of continuous practice. Rei hugged her tightly and May melted into his hug. Patting her head with a slight smile, Rei spoke. Now. I think it is high time to teach you about your futon. May froze in his embrace. Futon. She remembered vividly how she melted her best friend. The screams, the blood, the melting flesh. She tightly closed her eyes to keep the images away. Rei, seeing it, squatted in front of her, and pressed his lips on her forehead, sending a calming pulse of Sutan chakra through her brain. He pulled away and smiled at her. It's fine, May. He ruffled her hair. Futon is your strongest but most brutal offensive. It will take time for you to get used to it. Will you try, please? For me. May was conflicted. She was scared and didn't want to use that thing again. But Rei asked it out of her. She timidly nodded, still trembling. Rei knew she had trauma and her biggest fear was her futon bloodline, but he had to get her out of it. He spent months on getting her to regard him as someone trusted. Someone she felt safe with. It was time to push and make her accept her powers. He took the upper part of her hand to his palm and gently turned it upwards, her palm facing the sky as he raised it closer to her mouth. You know what to do. He whispered to her. May was scared witless. He wanted her to try it while he held her. She shook her head in fright, her eyes tightly closed in refusal as she was afraid she would hurt him, but his Sutan chakra calmed her. She opened her eyes and her heart froze. She was bathed in flames. Bright blue flames danced all around the clearing, Rei, herself, but other than a pleasant chill, she felt nothing. The flames also harmlessly flickered, as if lazily all around the clearing. Rei smiled at her awestruck expression as she looked around. This was the first time he showed her his Katan/Sutan/nature mix and he felt proud he made the kid all sparky. This is my mix of Sutan and Katan. He told her slowly and May's eyes widened even more as she intently listened to Rei. It is not Kekkei like yours. He told her, making her slowly nod. But it is similar. As you see, I can completely control it. He pointed at a tree behind her and May turned around only to see a tree slowly freeze, becoming completely white until it shattered into smaller parts. These smaller parts then became smaller and smaller, until only snowy dust remained of the massive tree. You can also gain such control. All it needs is a practice. He told the still gaping May as she realized just how dangerous these flames were. So, will you practice with me? He coaxed her and May nodded, somewhat excited. Rei ruffled her hair again. Good girl. He smiled at her, making her blush, and their practice of futon started. 3 weeks passed and May was sparring with Rei. Her advancement with her futon was almost as fast as Conan's with her paper, and by now, May could create a somewhat thin mist of acidic mist. She was far away from real boiling mist, but it was a start. Rei didn't make her actually master her Katan, Sutan, and Doton. He only taught her the basics and some of his own exercises that were incredibly hard but would teach her how to properly manipulate her elemental chakra. She would instinctively pick up on her natures as she used her Kekkei, so it was pointless to teach her more. But his tutelage already showed as she spewed mist at him when he came closer. He let her hit as always, to make her stop being afraid of melting him. Rei observed that May had utter disregard for anything that was not Rei, Conan, and slowly but steadily Sonade was getting on that list. When he first brought an animal, she melted it with her acidic mist and didn't even twitch. But when she was to use it on Rei, she was all shaky and stuff. He couldn't have that. More output, May. He admonished her as his hand grabbed her by the neck and lifted her from the ground. Her legs dangled as she choked. It was quite a familiar sight these days, as constricting her neck and preventing her from spitting more mist is the first thing an enemy would do. Rei didn't coddle her and did it too with brutal precision. It showed her swiftly how weak and powerless she was when her neck was held. And while May had more often than not had to go to Sonade to treat a palm-sized bruise on her neck, she slowly learned to not panic and, more importantly, to not lose control and burn her neck from inside. Rei had to save her quite a few times when he did it the first time. Fortunately, he had the foresight and pumped a lot of Sutan and Katan chakra through her neck, offsetting her own bloodline as he grabbed her neck and she lost control. Otherwise, she would melt straight through it from inside. Her Kekkei Genkai was a dangerous thing. While she had unconscious control and protection, once she panicked. Rei's tactic was simple. He did it so many times, always in a different way, always startling her, making her lose control. As they practiced, he started putting in less and less of his own chakra to offset her own when she lost control, and May was starting to consciously do what he did with her own chakra. It worked for the last 3 days, not even once did she burn the inside of her own neck even though he didn't safeguard her anymore. As his hand held her neck, he had to let her go as her right hand slashed at his wrist with a kunai. Good. Rei praised her and his hand quickly struck the kunai, making her drop it while his second hand again violently grabbed her neck while her body was still midair. May hated this exercise with passion, but she knew exactly what Rei wanted from her. He wanted her to let out her maximum output of Futon right into his face as he held her neck. She knew she could do it days ago when she mastered protecting her insides from the mist. Deep down, she was still afraid of hurting Rei though. Closing her eyes as she choked, she decided to believe in Rei and let out her Futon. Rei suddenly found himself covered in a white translucent mist that irritated his skin slightly before he raised the output of Sutan chakra in it, negating the mist. He let May go, making her fall to the ground and start coughing as she gulped the air greedily. He squatted near her and ruffled her hair. "That's my girl. Keep it up. Don't be afraid of your own power. Master it." May raised her head, her eyes exhausted from all the choking she was put through today. But she was happy. Her mind was free. She bathed Rei in her mist and he didn't melt. Her childish mind completely lost all fear for her Futon, and Rei couldn't help but praise himself. A brutal method it may be, but the girl learned to guard one of her most vital weaknesses and stopped being such a wimp about her bloodline. A win-win in my books. He grinned at her. "So, up for ramen?" May instantly jumped up and embraced his waist, making him laugh. "Sure you are. You glutton." He took her into his arms and left towards the house. Chapter 56, Sonade and Hot Springs. Rei and Conan were in the land of hot springs, heading to a mission in Iwa of all places. They were requested by a noble of the land of noodles to save his daughter who was kidnapped. Well, they knew it was a trap the second they were told what was their task. Even the Mizukage knew, as the initial screening showed plainly some fishy movements from the client, but Rei accepted anyway. He was really in a need of a vacation. They arrived at the capital of the land of hot springs in hours by flying and instantly found the best hot spring, booking entire mixed baths for themselves. Sonade swiftly arrived through Rei's personal dimension and their vacation started. Right now, Rei, Conan, and Sonade were chilling in the hot water together. Sonade was drinking sake. She enjoyed it as previously she drank to forget her crappy life, but now she could properly savor it. Her life was fulfilling, happy, satisfying. Even she herself was surprised when it took her an entire hour to finish one bottle of sake as she savored every drop of it. Conan was folding origami with her hands, taking her time to make every fold perfect, and then she let them float on the water surface. She loved doing this as it always made her relaxed. By now, there were more than 5 of her flower origami. She made sure to take great care in their creation, and it took her at least 10 minutes for one. She had nowhere to hurry. Rei just looked at the naked beauty sitting near him as their faces were openly showing their contentment. He enjoyed the state of emptiness his head was in. Usually, he always thought about new seals, jutsu, or things like that. But now, he could turn off. All that mattered was savoring the curves of his 2 women and relaxing in the hot water. Sigh, this is exactly how S-rank mission should be like. He mumbled in satisfaction, making Sonade chuckle. The corner of Conan's lips twitched upward and she stood up, slowly walking towards Sonade. She sat near her and fully smirked at the inquisitive look Sonade threw her. She took Sonade's hand as she was about to grab a second bottle of sake and leaned closer to her ear. "Don't. It won't feel as good." Conan put her hand on the bottle and prevented Sonade from taking it. Wadash, Sonade blushed and looked at Conan with a slightly spooked expression. "You are trying to get drunk to get the courage to sleep with Rei, right?" Conan quietly whispered, giving her a knowing look. Sonade blushed crimson red but didn't deny it, so Conan continued. "Go, girl." She slightly nudged her and nudged her again until Sonade grumbled but listened. Rei was watching the girls whisper to each other and was wondering what that was about. Then, suddenly, Sonade stood up and he saw her walking closer to him. "What's up, Sue?" he asked her with a smile. Sonade blushed and sat on her knees in front of him. He sat waist-deep in the water and Sonade was also waist-deep as she was sitting on her knees. Rei blinked and watched as her shaky hand reached towards his crotch. He didn't try to stop her. They had a few teasings already, so this was nothing new. Sonade grabbed his member and started to slowly jerk him off. Her expression was priceless as she didn't know if she should feel excited, embarrassed, ashamed, or elated at the feel of his dick in her hand. Ray watched her expression, looking directly into her eyes as he enjoyed the good feeling between his legs for minutes to come. Ray grunted as he could feel himself about to come. Tsunade was moving her hand up and down slowly, teasingly, but she held him firmly in her grasp. It didn't take long until he released his cum into the water, making Tsunade's blush intensify. She didn't act embarrassedly though. She openly smiled at him. "Sit there." She gestured to the edge of the pond and Ray obeyed. As he sat down, his member was out of the water, still stiff, and Tsunade again kneeled in front of him, bending forward as her breasts started to be dragged down by the gravity and took his penis into her warm mouth. This was the first time she was giving him a blowjob and Ray could tell she was quite clumsy at it. Definitely not the legendary sucker yet. Ray joked as he moaned from her slim tongue dancing around his shaft. He arched his head slightly forward so he would see her face as his hands took hold of Tsunade's head and he started to slowly and gently move her back and forth. She immediately understood what she was doing wrong and started to bob her head by herself while releasing wet slurping sounds as her eyes looked upward at Ray's expression. It was slowly getting better and better until he could feel that Tsunade found out just what spot exactly he liked most and started to make a conscious effort to shower it with care. Her tongue was wetting his cock, caressing it all the way up and down his entire shaft while Tsunade kept the head of his cock in her throat as she massaged it by constricting and loosening her muscles via gulping. Ray cummed with a loud moan. His seed spurted right into her mouth and he could see her wide but delighted eyes as the cum started leaking from it. Tsunade tried to clench her lips around his cock to not let the white liquid escape while gulping his cum greedily and still bobbing her head up and down. He could feel the wetness of his seeds and her saliva as she refused to let him out of her mouth. Ray was unable to do anything else but moan heatedly as he stroked Tsunade's hair. Conan watched for half-hour as Tsunade, with enamored expression and eyes narrowed in glee, sucked Ray off, devotedly feeding on his cum. She could understand. Their bond made it taste heavenly and she often did the same in the morning. Ray's pleasure was a pleasant bonus too. Conan watched as Tsunade stood up from the water, insecurely looking at Ray, her eyes begging him to take the action. Ray did and pulled Tsunade into his lap, her feet straddling him as he sat on the edge of the pond as they made out. Conan heard Tsunade grunt as Ray finally slipped inside of the blonde and smirked. Took her long enough. She mockingly thought as she watched Tsunade's ecstatic face. Ray had his hands on Tsunade's waist as he pushed her down while she pushed herself up. "I love your breasts," he told her bluntly and took her left nipple into his mouth, making her moan while her cheek reddened even more than they already were. Her right breast was bouncing up and down as she rocked her body on his cock, squeezing him in her warm folds. Ray could feel Tsunade start to use her medical chakra inside her pussy and felt intense pleasure in his cock. He instantly cummed into her, making her release a few hitched, shuddering breaths as she for the first time in her life felt cum flooding her pussy. While she was in that state, Ray didn't stop pushing her body up and down his shaft and even added his Raten chakra through his hands. It started coursing to the nerve endings in her hips, making her straighten up and arch her back backward. Ray didn't want to slip out of her so he quickly leaned forward and his hand snaked around her torso, hugging her body close to him. Her big breasts were squished on his chest as his mouth pressed on hers and ravaged it. Tsunade's mind finally cleared and she embraced Ray too, sending her medical chakra to his body through her skin. Both were moaning into the other's ear as Ray too sent his Raten chakra to her back, flaring every nerve ending in her spine, down her belly until it finally reached her pussy where it made her let out a high-pitched squeal as her juices violently squirted at Ray's crotch while his dick was still in her, filling her up with his seed. They both shuddered in each other's hands with their heads in the crook of each other's neck. It was incredible. Tsunade ground out, still shaking uncontrollably due to the multiple orgasms her body was put through. Heh. Ray didn't manage to let out more as he still relished the afterglow. They held each other for 5 minutes straight, just cuddling up as Tsunade enjoyed the feeling of Ray inside of her while Ray also enjoyed Tsunade's warmth. They suddenly pulled slightly apart, both at the same time, and looked into each other's eyes. Second round. They chorused at the same time, blinked at each other, and then chuckled. Needless to say, Tsunade was quickly put on her back as their lovemaking continued while Conan watched, drinking Tsunade's sake while playing with herself, getting off on Tsunade's heated panting or her ecstatic moans, as she quietly cheered Tsunade on. She didn't intrude. This moment belonged to Tsunade and she would gladly watch and imprint every second to her memory. Her mind was giddy despite being muddled from orgasming several times due to using her water chakra on herself. She almost couldn't wait to remind Tsunade of this moment. This was great material for future teasing. Chapter 57, Border Outpost. They spent 2 days in the hotel in the capital of the land of hot springs. Their first day was spent in their booked pond as Ray pounded Tsunade. Simply, they enjoyed each other to the fullest and Tsunade could now embarrassedly say, Ray took her every first and she enjoyed all of it. The second day, Conan joined in and it made Tsunade so much more embarrassed as she had her pussy eaten out by Conan while Ray pounded the blue-haired vixen from behind. Tsunade also had her first serving of Konan as she returned the favor as she too was being pounded from behind. But her favorite was when she and Konan cared for Rei's cock with their tongues, both at the same time from different sides. Tsunade didn't know why, but something about her tongue caressing Rei's member while also licking Konan's tongue made her almost orgasmic. She didn't even need to rub herself much to come. At the end of their little vacation, she was so embarrassed, she wanted to cry. But she would never regret even a second of it. Thankfully for her, their time was up and the trio was on their way to the borders of the Land of Fire. Tsunade wanted to visit Konoha. It had been a long time and since she couldn't really go with Rei and Konan to their mission. It was dangerous for her to be seen fighting alongside someone with Kirihitai 8. She didn't really care, but Rei had forbidden it, so she had to sullenly listen. Her wish to visit Konoha, she regretted it the second she uttered it. She hasn't even parted with Rei yet and she already missed him. She was dragging her feet, trying to slow their pace down until Rei swept her up on his back and started to piggyback her. At first, she was disgruntled, but then she melted into his back and leaned her head into the crook of his neck, and dozed off. For Tsunade Senju, life was good. Nah. Da, Tsunade. Ha. Tsunade woke up with a drool coming out of her mouth and sleepy eyes. We are almost at the outpost. Rei informed her, making her grumble and mentally curse the border control. A few miles away, the diligent people of the border outpost suddenly felt a chill run through their spines and decided to not obstruct any moody women today. Did you adjust your reserves? Rei asked Tsunade, who shook her head, burrowing her face into his shoulder. Then do it. He told her firmly. Tsunade sullenly groaned but listened and focused, and her chakra level started dropping as nature energy enwrapped them. She stopped when she reached Kaga level reserves. I say, my chakra is rising like crazy as of late. Tsunade sighed, but it was not in unhappiness. She was very happy at having more chakra. It was just annoying to keep up with the changes. Since the bond seal, right? Rei hummed. Yeah. Tsunade acknowledged, but the question was plainly obvious in her tone. Well, the bond seal stabilized our souls and their connection. Rei chuckled. Your chakra is trying to catch up to mine as I have the most of us three. Konan's increased too, but you had way less than us, so yours is rising at a visible rate. Not so visible to me. Tsunade pouted. Rei had to admit he felt slight pity for her. Her chakra control was superb even before they bonded. Now. That's because of the supreme chakra control talent you received after bonding with me. Your already superb chakra control was boosted even more, you just can't perceive the changes in the level of your chakra without consciously checking because you can control it all without any problems. It is natural for you. They walked for another hour after Tsunade dismounted Rei, and as they reached the outpost, they saw a long line of merchants lined up, waiting for their turn to pass through. Rei groaned, but Tsunade wasn't even fazed as she grabbed both Konan's and Rei's hand, cheerfully dragging them a bit to the side along the long line while the people lining up stared at them with hostility. As they were halfway through, one round fat merchant shrieked at them as his face twisted in rage. Hey! You! Who do you think you are? Tsunade looked at him coldly, but the man didn't stop his tirade. Even I, the great San Wakung, have to line up. What's the meaning of this? Peasants. He tried to appear threatening, but Tsunade instead opted to ignore him, but then he had to open his mouth again. Boy. If you leave the ladies with me for a night, I am willing to be generous and overlook this matter. I advise you to be wise. I am an important person. A noble from the Land of Fire. You offended me and here I am willing to let you go for such a small favor. Rei released his killing intent, about to jump at the guy with his sword, but Tsunade was faster. She appeared in front of the noble and the world slowed for him. All he could see was a massive fist approaching his head as his mouth started ever so slowly opening before. The people around watched with horrified gazes as the cocky noble from the Land of Fire literally exploded into a bloody soup as Tsunade's fist impacted him. The blood splashed onto the ground and the nearby trees that creaked from the shockwave the punch generated as the ground cracked from the sheer pressure. The convoy of that guy just helplessly stared at the smudge of red on the ground that was left of their previous master with their mouths wide open. It was then that 3 genins and 1 very young jonin landed near Tsunade and looked horrified at their client. Or what was left of him. One hot-blooded 13-years-old genin with blonde hair rolled up his sleeve and glared at Tsunade while the 2 others were terrified of her. The idiot was about to jump at her when her cold look landed on him. Try it, squirt, and you will be next. She stated seriously. Her good mood was utterly destroyed, so she smashed the man who was responsible. These kids. Konoha or not, she would kill them with extreme prejudice too if they tried to piss her off. The jonin tensed and was about to prepare for a fight. He looked 16, merely a fresh graduate or even an academy student during the war. It looked like he didn't recognize Tsunade. Tsunade was about to smash when. Tsu, calm down. Rei's voice halted Tsunade in her tracks. Wait for a second, Rei. Tsunade sighed. She would have to knock some sense into these. Rei was right, no need for killing them. She raised her fist, but just then, one ANBU appeared between them, one behind the team, and another behind Tsunade. In each border outpost is stationed 100 samurais from the daimyo's army. Then there is one ANBU squad and 10 chunin with 20 genins. That was a standard setup for outposts. Then there were ninja-only outposts, but those were a different matter entirely, as they didn't serve as a passage for civilians. The poor ANBU who tried to sneak up on Tsunade didn't have a nice day. He didn't even register as he was grabbed by his neck and flung at the guy in between her and the jonin. The jonin wanted to spring up and jump at Tsunade but was promptly stopped by the ANBU behind him as he grabbed his collar, making his leap stop midair as the guy flopped onto the ground with his back. Hard. The ANBU quickly raised his hand in an appeasing manner and the 3 genins around him gaped. Lady Tsunade. He slightly bowed his head, making Tsunade snort. Looks like at least someone from Konoha still remembers me. She huffed and crossed her hands on her chest. We are sorry for any inconvenience. The ANBU watched his groaning subordinates on the ground and thanked God she didn't use enough force to kill them. He was merely a chunin during the war, but he clearly saw how she flung Sunanin after Sunanin into each other, making bloody mangled corpses out of them. He saw war, but when he watched Tsunade fight, it ceased to be a war. It was carnage. A bloody spectacle. How could he forget? How could he forget the hero who saved them in the desert hell of poison? But, the blonde hothead pointed at Tsunade, peeved with the treatment the ANBU gave her. But she killed our client. She killed a noble. It was at that time the chunin arrived and stared at the busted blonde in front of them, all instantly recognizing who it was. There was no newbie among them and every one of them saw her at least once during their lifetimes. The genin though, these gasped as they heard someone killed a noble. That was a capital offense. So. Tsunade mockingly looked at the blonde genin. Her childishness surfaced. So. The genins gaped at her attitude while even the chunins were baffled, but the ANBU just wryly smiled. He knew that Tsunade was unreasonable, but this, he had no idea how to proceed. Let me tell you one very important thing that Konoha's Hokage and his elders like to forget very, very often, even though they are fully aware of it. Tsunade leaned forward, her hands on her hips. When I am called Princess Tsunade, it is not just a matter of speech, squirt. Senju just never really cared for titles. She lectured the bewildered kid with a condescending tone. Yup, that's the sober version of canon Tsunade, alright. Rei stared at the change in Tsunade with raised eyebrows while Conan snickered into her palm. Tsunade didn't care about his reaction though and spun on her heel, walking back to Rei and Conan, who were having fun watching the spectacle. The duo was just now noticed by other ninjas. They of course didn't have their Hitai-8 on themselves, rather, it was safely stashed in the storage seal. And even their chakra appeared to be only civilian level. Sinai entered the country with 2 companions. Would you? She momentarily turned to the sensible ANBU and after he nodded she marched off, dragging Rei and Conan with her as the ninja and the people around gaped. That was Senju Tsunade. The girl from the genin team looked at her jonin sensei. Seems like it. He grimaced. The girl looked at the disappearing back of the violent blonde woman and did guts pose. So cool. That day, one girl gained her eternal idol. Chapter 58, Number 9. Tsunade left Rei and Conan in the closest town to Konoha and they decided to fly the remainder of the way. As they were getting ready to set off, Rei flashed his nature sensing in order to be sure nobody would spot them and quickly put his hand on Conan's shoulder, stopping her. There is a group of very suspicious people north of US. He told her. Okay. Conan raised her eyebrow, not knowing why should that bother them, but Rei had other plans. Come, Conan. This is once in a lifetime opportunity. Rei exclaimed enthusiastically as he grabbed Conan's hand. He didn't think his luck would be this good. To casually stroll on a mission and even stumble on this event. They both hopped through the trees until they were almost near the group of suspicious people. Crouching down, they watched from foliage as a group of ninja dragged a small exhausted girl. The girl had her hands tied together and under her eyes were big black circles. I am going to get her out, you finish the ninjas. He whispered to Conan and gave her a kiss on her cheek before disappearing. Rei appeared in the middle of the ninjas and grabbed the red-haired girl by her waist as he cut the rope. He instantly jumped back, away from them. Who are you? One of them screamed but didn't manage to finish. Conan completely surprised the group as it was dark. She enhanced her papers with Doton but didn't make them stay white. The paper changed to brown and in the dark, it was almost invisible. As it flew at the group of 5 ninjas, 3 were hit whereas the other 2 actually could use other senses than sight to locate the papers. These 3 people were hit with the paper. One's ribcage completely caved in as the paper impacted him, killing him instantly. Another had a crushed head as the paper hit him in the forehead, and unfortunately for the guy, a tree was behind him, so his head exploded due to the pressure the paper put it through as it pushed it against the tree trunk before completely felling the tree with a loud thud. It was a quick death. The third was the unlucky one. He managed to jump away slightly, but in midair, his foot was hit, snapping it due to the force. He howled in pain as it shattered the bones in his foot and half of his shin. The guy couldn't fight anymore and just rolled on the ground from pain. The two who survived started to become afraid as they saw their comrades felled almost instantly and looked around. Neither Ray nor Conan could be seen anymore. Ray landed on the branch Conan was sitting at and put the girl down. Conan noted, the girl looked at the screaming men with sullen anger, enjoying his misery while pouting at her still bound hands. It was almost cute, she thought. Well, let's end it then. Ray shrugged and pointed his finger at one man who was looking for them. Rayton, chain lightning. From his finger blue, sparkling lightning connected his finger with the men as the jutsu colored the dark forest with a blue hue while lightning cracks reverberated through it. The man was also a Rayton user. He was actually very good at Rayton and quickly countered the lightning with his own Rayton chakra, only strengthening the jutsu as it rebounded behind him, to his unsuspecting comrade, frying him completely before snapping in the direction of the last man in the clearing. The one with a shattered foot, also killing him. The men snapped back as the shouts of his fellow jonin filled the clearing and saw that the jutsu he deflected hit his friend. His eyes widened. He thought the enemy appeared behind him. Shit. Alas, his back and momentary distraction were too big of an invitation as a sudden bullet drilled through his chest. Well, that would be a job well done. He sighed and looked at the redhead who timidly watched him with caution in her exhausted eyes. Before the girl managed to blink, Ray grabbed her by the collar and leaped down from the tree branch followed by Conan. The girl's heart started beating like crazy, but it took time for her mind to reboot, and when it did, she found her feet on the ground, the men who saved her smiling at her gently. She tried to smile back, but she was too exhausted and her body collapsed, falling asleep. Ray caught the falling body of the girl and put her onto the ground. So, what's the point of saving her? Conan asked, coldly staring at the redhead. She is not some kind of replacement for Ringo, is she? Ray rolled his eyes. Nope. This girl is special. He took the hem of the girl's shirt and raised it. Are you going to molest the Miss Special then? Conan asked with an amused voice. Of course not. Ray exasperatedly answered as he put his palm on the girl's bare stomach. A seal appeared. Here we go, Kyubi Jinchuriki. Ray giddily smiled and half turned to Conan, who was hit with a realization. Watch the surroundings and wake me up when somebody approaches us. I would loathe anyone seeing what I am gonna do. Conan understandingly nodded and Ray turned back to the girl, putting a paper with a seal on her belly directly above her seal as he put his hand on the paper and closed his eyes. He appeared before a big golden cage and smirked. Heh, so this is Kushina's mindscape. Kinda like Naruto's. He looked around and saw Kushina's form floating on the water surface a few meters away, out cold. His gaze turned back to the cage, making him smirk. Wow. Mito definitely nailed it. He exclaimed as he saw the big boulder and the fox literally nailed by massive spikes to it, chained with chakra chains with many seal tags. As a seal master he knew. This seal would not weaken. It was a masterpiece, to be honest. Created solely to keep the fox in captivity. Ray walked behind the bars as if he owned the place, approaching the fox that was curiously looking at him. Hello, Foxy. He smiled. Hey, human. I am going to kill you. Kurama's chakra lunged at Ray, intent to kill clearly visible in it, while Ray only smiled as the chakra vanished the second it came close to him. Kurama's eyes widened but then threateningly narrowed. He roared and sent blast after blast at Ray, violently struggling against its bindings in the impotent, mind-numbing rage it felt. Nop. He pleasantly told the fox as he was finished with his objective. He took hold of the seal functions and tightened the leash. Kurama was completely bound to the builder, unable to even exert his massive chakra. Well, here I thought this would be an intellectual debacle, debate. Alas, I gotta go. And with that, he disappeared from the seal. How long was I gone? He asked Conan as he swiped the paper from Kushina's belly, a smug smile on his face. Half an hour. What did you do? Her seal flared with red chakra as your seal absorbed it. Conan asked. I am storing some of our nine-tailed friend's chakra for future references. I would do it with Sanbai and Rokubi back in Kiri, but they always have at least one ANBU around. I know I will have the best opportunity later, but finding this girl so far from her village, without guards. He. He let out a creepy laugh which made Conan deadpan. Well, a kid is getting closer while some man is being hidden but follows the kid. She stated. Ah, already. Ray nodded and sat near Kushina as he dragged her shirt down. No need to give these two ideas, right? Ray was sure at least one of them would like that. Another 20 minutes when a blonde teenager burst from the foliage, flying directly at Ray only to find his face pressed into the ground as Ray's hand kept it there. Punk, nobody ever taught you it is impolite to just jump at people. Who is your teacher? Some sexual offender? Ray passively asked and could hear someone stumble in the foliage. This was not yet the Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. This was a teenager. A hasty one at that. I am going to loosen my grip, be a good boy, and don't perv at me too much, K. He could hear a muffled muttering as the boy's head was pressed to the ground and chuckled. The second he let the boy go, he jumped back, landing in a crouch as he unsheathed his tanto. Who are you? The boy asked but Ray ignored him. Will the pervy sage come down alone or is such a strenuous activity too much for you, Jiraiya? Sensei. Minato was startled as his sensei appeared next to him, his eyes narrowed at Ray. He thought he was hidden well. How did this kid? Jiraiya was about to jump at the kid when he saw something very disturbing. Thousands of futon papers came floating from all around, felling trees in their path. He stopped in his tracks, knowing this was a very dangerous situation as his eyes trailed to Conan while narrowing. He wasn't afraid for himself. But the two teenagers of Konoha. They would not survive it. What do you want? He sighed. I just wanted to know. Minato-kun, is this a mission, or did you really run from the village for her? Ray jabbed his finger at Kushina. This was all fishy. If it was a proper mission for reclaiming a Jinchuriki, they would send an entire team of Jonin. Not a Genin. Chunin. Whatever he with his lonesome self was. Just the fact that the losers who kidnapped the girl were supposed to be Jonin from Kumo yet fell like flies. Something was fishy here. The idiots were walking. Not running away. Not rushing to deliver an important package. They were having a goddamn stroll. That is classified. Jiraiya bit out and Ray laughed. Yes, that is clearly a positive answer if I ever heard one. He slapped his knee happily. Kid, just don't go out with your, I didn't help you in the academy because I thought you are a strong tripe, K. It is a pathetic excuse. Ray snorted, making Minato blush and open his mouth only to close it. Oh, Ray had no doubt the kid loved Kushina. The fervor he put into his attack as he saw her body lying in front of Ray. He loved the girl, all right. But it was also obviously a recent thing as his hormones started working and she started to look less like a tomboy. During academy, he most likely just didn't care. Well, I just wanted to know if Konoha would stoop so low as to manipulate a lonely girl into marrying a ninja who wanted her. Well, you being here completely alone is a clear answer. If you really rushed out of the village to save her, it would be grounds for defection. It would fuck up his career somewhat fierce as the kid was an orphan. Sure, Jiraiya could mitigate it but becoming Hokage would be hard if not impossible after that. There was too much politics involved to pick someone who had reckless in his records. Before they could answer, the chakra ran out and Ray dissolved into the water while Conan into papers, leaving two gaping men and one unconscious tomato lying on the floor. So, you probably noticed I am not going for Kushina. Reason 1, plot. Yup. It's that simple. Reason 2, I just do not like her character. Her adult character looks, dunno, never really liked it. And that's not talking about her personality. Reason 3, had no inspiration as to what to do with her. I wasn't about to write about MC and another woman. Too much work. Now, it might look like MC left her in the clutches of manipulative people and he did. He owed the girl nothing. But in this story, even if it is not important, Minato loves Kushina and Kushina will fall in love with him regardless of him saving her. Period. Chapter 59, Sonade visiting Konoha. Sonade walked through the gates of Konoha but surprisingly, she didn't feel at home at all. She felt annoyed. The faces of her grandfather and granduncle were the only thing that somewhat soothed her reluctance as she approached the booth with the guards. When she came closer to it, she instantly saw two men sweetly sleeping and her annoyance was again there, rearing its ugly head. With a twitching eyebrow, she banged her papers on the table, making it shake enough to wake up the two shinobi. They jumped up, prepared for a fight until their sleepy eyes spotted a frowning Sonade. What the hell are you two doing? She asked darkly, drumming her finger onto her papers. I don't have all day. She added with a threatening scowl. The guards looked sheepish and took her papers, their eyes bulging out the second they read her name. While the guards were busy with her papers, she noticed an ANBU departing from behind the booth, most likely heading to inform the Hokage about her arrival. Nevertheless, Sonade didn't go to greet her sensei. No, she first went to the Senju compound where she spent hours on end to relocate the entire library, treasury, and anything of use to Rei's dimension or her storage. She cleaned it all. She wasn't feeling generous towards Konoha. Sure, it might have been a village created by her grandfather and even could be called her clan's heritage, but, with the current leadership of the village and the Senju clan's extinct status, Sonade really didn't feel any attachment toward the village. As she looked at the bare walls and furniture-free rooms of the houses in the Senju compound, Sonade nodded in self-satisfaction at her handiwork. No scroll was left unturned, and even if the village broke through the seals securing the compound, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Sonade found quite a few marks that somebody indeed did try to get inside the compound in her absence. This, however, only strengthened her belief that the future of her clan no longer lies with Konoha. Maybe I should do the same with the Uchiha compound just secretly. She briefly thought but dismissed the idea as she doubted these egoistical pyromaniacs would have anything useful stashed away. But now, her reason for returning to Konoha was finished and she couldn't help but feel awkward. This place was once her home. Something she wouldn't mind dying for. But now it was but a painful reminder of her clan that died for the village. Sure, maybe her ancestors would want her to protect it to pay her respect to them. She was even playing with the idea of destroying it as it was the reason for their demise. For better or worse, Rei disabused that notion quite quickly though. In the end, Tsunade decided to go the third, neutral route and just stop caring about it. She had a new home and the dead will stay dead no matter what befalls Konoha. At the end of the day, she was about to exit her compound and sullenly walk towards the Hokage Tower when she saw an ANBU waiting for her in front of it. What? She asked in irritation, her hands instantly crossing on her chest. The council is calling for you, Lady Tsunade. The ANBU bowed and disappeared. So? She muttered to herself as she looked at the empty spot where the ANBU stood just a second ago. Tell me, ANBU-san, why should I care what some old inept idiots want? Do I look that free to you? She told towards the air with untold amusement in her tone, knowing full well nobody listened. Being summoned. Why should that be her problem? She was the head of the Senju clan. She can be summoned only by Hokage, and even then the old monkey must be polite about it. The council? Ha! No chance. Tsunade shrugged and decided that it was a great day for some shopping. It was an evening already, 6 hours later, when Tsunade leisurely walked into the council room as her eyes slowly trailed over the forms of very annoyed clan heads, dozing off civilians, Hiruzen smoking his 10th pipe with a twitching eyebrow, the elders looking at her with a murderous glare, and Danzo, being Danzo. Tsunade, where were you? Hiruzen asked as she reached the Senju seat and flopped into it, instantly supporting her head with her arm. Home, shopping, a new restaurant called Ichiraku, damn they have incredible ramen. Tsunade, with the corner of her eye, noted that only the Akamichi clan had appreciated the comment and quickly tried to discreetly make some sort of note. She continued. In the park, on the Senju training grounds, trying to find out what changed, and then I was asked for autographs. It took time to get out of that. Tsunade dismissively waved her free hand around as she drawled. Anyway, I thought the civilian council should have been abolished after the war. What are they doing here? Tsunade uncaringly pointed at the sleepy civilians with her thumb. The civilians looked at her with spooked eyes while the clan heads just smirked. As they were to get involved, Danzo interrupted. We are here for a different matter, Tsuna before he could finish the killing intent of Tsunade flooded the place and he stopped himself to reword it. Senju-san. Tsunade grunted and gestured a get on with it with her hand. We think it is time for you to come back to the village and marry. Koharu stated. And is that something a woman whose husband supposedly hung himself should be telling me? Tsunade quipped in annoyance with an apparent smirk on her face, making Koharu blanch as even Hiruzen flinched slightly. That was a low blow if he saw one. Anyone with half a brain knows he had external help, councilwoman Koharu. Tsunade added, making the civilians give Koharu suspicious stares. Damn, Conan is really a bad influence. Tsunade thinned her lips to at least somehow hide the smirk. Just then she was pulled out of her thoughts by the elder Hamura. Senju-san, you are the last breedable Senju. It is your duty to Konoha to make sure my clan is never going to be a part of it ever again. She chuckled, startling all clan heads, and even Danzo widened his eyes slightly at that despite knowing why she fought it so much. Hiruzen, on the other hand, looked at Tsunade with pity. He had to praise her though. Her transformation was really impressive. Even he was unable to see through it. He thought she would choose a look closer to her age. Contrary to his thoughts, this was her real look. Her prime, 22 years old body. I had a lot of time to think, you see. Tsunade sighed as she continued talking, but her tone turned cold. There is no one with Senju blood in Konoha but me. And you want me to marry? Well, that's obvious. That's why you are integrated into CRA. Uchiha clan head sneered at her as if she was stupid, making her chuckle at the idiot. I pity your simple-mindedness. Stupidity runs in your blood, huh? She mocked as if talking to a child, making the men bristle. She didn't give him time to counterattack though. Turning to her sensei, Her eyes narrowed. Senju was the most intermarried clan of Konoha. Almost every clan had a Senju married to it at one point or the other. It was then that the minds of the clan heads clicked. Their eyes snapped to Tsunade as they widened. I meant it when I said there is literally nobody with Senju blood in Konoha. Tsunade seriously told them, observing Hiruzen intently. 10 years. That's how long it took for this to happen. The Senju, the intermarried Senju, and even any kid with Senju blood. Plus civilians. All gone. In 10 years. Do I need to ask how exactly that came to be? She then turned towards the Uchiha clan head who was now staring at her with wide eyes. What about you, Uchiha? If Senju took a decade while being spread through the entirety of Konoha and had members in every clan, how long would it take for your inbred clan that is concentrated in a single spot to be culled out? A day. In the middle of her sentence, her eyes clashed with Hiruzen's. The room was silent at that. Clan heads feared extinction more than death itself, but none were foolish enough to think that a complete blood purge could be natural. Their looks got wary as they watched the stare-off between Tsunade and Hiruzen. In the end, Hiruzen slumped down and sighed. We noticed the unnatural death rates and accidents of the Senju clan. But, the culprit was never found. He told Tsunade, who barked out a sarcastic laugh at him. So you did know. And it didn't occur to you to inform us about it. You let Senju die out. Tsunade chuckled as she said that and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. You know what, don't answer. I am out of this shithole. She said and stood up, leaving the chambers. An ANBU tried to intercept her path, but Tsunade was way past the point of coddling anyone and directly smashed the ANBU through 3 walls, utterly breaking his body. After that, no other ANBU stopped her. Nor did the counselors or the Hokage, who were awkwardly staring at her disappearing back. Chapter 60, Confrontation. Tsunade was walking out of Konoha for an hour already. She was not there even for a day and her mood was already fucked up. She was so angry, she decided to take a bit of a stroll through the forests her grandfather created to cool her head. She wasn't really angry that Sarutobi didn't stop her clan from going extinct. She was mad he allowed her brother to go out of the village even after knowing that somebody was hunting for Senju for a decade. She didn't really think her sensei would know about the Senju purge. She wanted to believe in him. Believe that he would inform the clan if it was true. But Conan and Rei had a very plausible and chilling hypothesis. They both told her it is only their guess, but she wanted to make sure. It was very suspicious, indeed. When she told the counselors that she was sightseeing, she meant more of research in the hospital, kind of sightseeing. Yes. Rei was right. There was nobody with Senju blood left in the Konoha. At all. Every descendant was killed. To the last child. She knew Senju were dead. But it didn't mean extinct. There was still that minuscule chance their blood in the village would awaken again. But now, she could only shake her head. First Konoha let her clan die and then wanted her to be a baby factory for their loyal ninjas to enjoy themselves. She really didn't know what to be more disappointed about. Worse yet, it was obvious that Senju Hunter was somebody from Konoha, as there was no way an outsider would get enough intel to pinpoint every Senju. The only way to do that was blood tests, and that meant the one responsible for her clan's demise is on the council and was in the room when she spoke the truth about the real state of her clan. Tsunade was only sure it was not the Hokage, as the man was basically worshipping the ground her granduncle walked on. He would rather kill himself than do this. She would suspect the Uchiha work, but she doubted he had enough brain cells left to do something as elaborate as this. In the end, it was pointless to think about it. Tsunade wasn't even that interested in who, and she could imagine multiple why. As for revenge, what would that accomplish? Her heart demanded her to return to Rei's side rather than plot a pointless witch hunt in Konoha. It was just not worth the effort. As she was walking away from Konoha on her own 2 feet, suddenly 10 ninja in white masks surrounded her. By now, Tsunade was aware they were following her for minutes. Since Rei started teaching her how to control nature energy, her sensory abilities improved tremendously. She could have just teleported away, but she was too interested in what they wanted. One of the ninjas stepped forward and spoke in a monotonous voice that lacked emotions. Tsunade-sama. Please return and join CRA or we will be forced to make you participate forcefully. Tsunade was a bit disturbed how dead the men sounded, but in the end, she derisively snorted. She had just about enough for one day of bullshit. Bending forward, her fist smashed into the ground. In Konoha, Hiruzen was sighing in sadness at the way his student departed. He looked through the window at his village and couldn't help but wonder if he did something wrong. Just then a huge cloud of dust rose a bit away from the village up to the sky. He recognized it. How could he not when he saw it just on a smaller scale almost daily? Tsunade. His heart almost jumped out of his throat as he quickly grabbed his armor and ran out of his office, towards the place. The impact of the punch smashed the ground in a radius of 100 meters, making it break. Thanks to her sensory abilities, Sonade knew 9 of the men jumped up before the impact and only 1 of the 10 was affected by it. Ironically, it was the idiot that spoke, as that action proved to be distracting enough for him to not react on time. The kinetic force she spread through the ground was so fast and strong that it shattered his legs upon contact. She straightened up and crossed her arms. All around, only dust could be seen, and she was quite certain her opponents would use this to attack her. She was obviously correct, as 3 seconds later, 4 men with small tontos jumped at her through the dust only to find the spot she was previously on empty. They momentarily looked at each other before they heard creaking and felt themselves being squeezed. Darkness claimed them. Tsunade looked at her handiwork as the 4 men were now trapped in woody vines that spiraled around their bodies, binding them while putting tremendous pressure on them. Tsunade was aware that while Rei might not do it intentionally, his stories about various jutsu used by some people she was not even sure existed helped her incredibly with inspiration for jutsu. For example, the Suna Jinchuriki he was talking about. Tsunade was sure the Jinchuriki containing the Ichibi was a monk who was locked away his entire life, but Rei said he could use sand to wrap people in it and squeeze them to death. She had no idea where he got that information, but it was very inspiring. More woody vines sprang up from the ground due to her feeding the ground with her Mokuton chakra, and the remaining men were dragged towards her location by them like ragdolls, smashing to the ground, trees, or each other. She just walked towards a nearby trunk of a tree that fell when her punch impacted the ground and leisurely sat on it. Her eyes were looking at the bodies trapped inside thick vines, all 10 of them, as she reached towards the head of the guy with shattered legs. She took the mask of the idiot who spoke into her hands and looked at it with a frown. "I don't know who sent you, but I don't care." She spoke in a very uncaring and cold tone before the vines constricted. The root ANBU exploded into a bloody pulp as blood covered the clearing, squirting out of the gaps between the vines as they squeezed the men before promptly vanishing into the ground, leaving only smears and very mangled remains of corpses behind. Koichi was a censor. He was the so-called Eternal Chunin, aged 75. He still played ninja because he found it fun to flex his impeccable sensing skills from time to time. But right now, he was positively elated. His sensory abilities were praised even by the second Hokage, and he had indeed incredible range. But, he had to gulp as he sensed what exactly happened in front of them. "Oi. Koichi, sense something yet?" His teammate asked him, making him purse his lips, but "No. Nothing, sorry." Koichi shook his head. His eyes teared up as he felt the nostalgic pulse of Mokuton chakra. The very same he last felt from the men he respected most, Hashirama Senju. A few minutes later, they came to a clearing and saw Tsunade sit on a thick trunk, playing with a white mask in her hand. All around were bloody puddles, making the shinobi gulp as they smelt the blood in the air. Koichi was looking around, but surprisingly, no evidence of Mokuton could be found in the vicinity. "Tsunade-sama, your secret is safe with me. I am sure Hashirama-sama would be proud of you." He thought as a slight smile appeared on his face, only to change into a frown as one ANBU stepped forward with quite a condescending attitude. "Senju, what happened?" The ANBU asked her somewhat haughtily. "Uchiha, most likely, and a young one at that," Koichi noted. No sane or experienced person would confront Senju Tsunade while her mood was clearly murder-happy. While shinobi were not sanest of the sort, they compensated with experience, and now was not the time to act like a dick. "This happened," Tsunade boredly said, gesturing to the mangled corpses strewn around the clearing as she lifted her eyes to the ANBU and lazily threw the mask in her hand to him. Koichi saw the young Uchiha ANBU about to smugly catch the slowly flying mask when the mask somehow overpowered the man and flung him to the tree behind him due to the force of the throw. The tree creaked and broke as the body of the ninja powerlessly flopped to the ground alongside the now broken tree. Thankfully, the man had chakra reinforcement and armor on, so he survived. Tsunade didn't care and turned to the remaining ANBU, and Koichi shuddered at her impassionate gaze. "Tell the Hokage that if one more ninja from Konoha attacks me, you will have a new Sannin defecting," Tsunade said and stood up while patting the dust from her thighs away. "Tell him to call me only if something really important happened, like a war. I am sure Jiraiya would be able to find me if I am needed." She turned around and was about to walk away. "And if not?" The Sandame's voice sounded from behind Koichi's group, making her stop but not turn around. "Then that would mean you don't need me half as much as you think if you can't even spend resources to find me." She grunted and continued forward, heedless of Sarutobi's sad expression. Chapter 61, Versus. Hanzo. Rei and Conan were in the land of rain on a quick detour when Tsunade suddenly popped next to them. Rei raised his eyebrow at her and asked, "Done in Konoha?" "That was fast." Tsunade pouted at his sarcasm and embraced him. As she hung around his neck, she started complaining about her time in Konoha, making Rei laugh a bit. He patted the head of the sullen small blonde in his arms. Ma, it's fine," he bemusedly told her. You going to fight Hanzo? Tsunade asked as she saw a Megakure a few miles in front of them. She also noted that neither Rei nor Konan had their Hitaiate on them. AIM was isolated so not many rumors would be able to escape it, but it seemed like they were overly prepared. Yup. Rei nodded. There should be a salamander that could help you with creation rebirth. As Tsunade heard him saying they are going to face Hanzo for her, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Her expression softened as a determined look entered her eyes. I will fight too. She half expected to be rebuffed, but to her surprise, Rei only nodded. Sure. He shrugged. For Rei, Tsunade was strong enough to get out of this fight alive even without her creation rebirth. She was a lot stronger than before after their training. The trio finally arrived near the Omegakure and didn't have to wait long after they flexed their chakra. At first, 10 Jonin of AIM appeared to question them about their intentions, but before they could speak, Rei sent 10 needles formed out of Raiden chakra, killing 9 of them while the last one barely evaded and shined away. Rei didn't mimic the Chidori techniques of Sasuke. How could he? Sasuke was not born yet. It was obviously his original, right? Hell, Kakashi didn't even invent Chidori yet. Obviously, the jutsu was invented by Rei. What original of Kakashi? The kid obviously only copied it from yours truly. Muhahaha. It didn't take long for an entire army of 200 AIM nin appearing in front of them, and Rei and Konan just molded their Suten chakra while Tsunade weaved hand seals. Suten, tsunami stream. 3 voices chorused as the water all around them lifted and 5 meters high, crushing waves covered the small army rushing at them. Well, but seriously. When will the last boss appear? Rei mumbled. Hanzo in his tower frowned. He saw what happened and could only sigh. No matter how many he would send, they would be drowned by these 3 assailants. He couldn't see them well, but, obviously, 3 Suten users in a country perpetually covered in water was a dangerous combo. There was only one conclusion. He had to get involved himself, so with another sigh, he was off to face these insolent twerps. It didn't take him long. He arrived in front of the intruders quite fast but was surprised by what he saw. The blonde woman and the pale blonde kid were making out. Now he felt insulted. But he was a patient and polite man. He waited until they finished. He would give them time for their last kiss. Did he mention he was generous too? 5 minutes later. Oi. He was not that generous. Rei finally stopped licking Tsunade's mouth as he heard an annoyed voice from behind him. He turned only to see an old man with a breathing mask who was looking at them with a deadpan stare as his eyebrow twitched. Oh. Sorry, old man. We are a bit preoccupied now. Could you come later? Rei asked politely, discreetly preparing for a fight. No. Hanzo answered in deadpan, but then his eyes trailed to the blonde woman and he squinted. You, the Senju? He looked at her as if she was stupid. Didn't you receive enough of a beating the last time we met, girl? He asked her mockingly, remembering her temper from the last time. Tsunade just uncaringly shrugged, startling Hanzo. Don't care. As she said that, thick tree trunks sprang from the ground around Hanzo and their branches attacked him. He was bewildered but managed to dodge as he saw the flatlands near his village being changed to a forest. Grumbling, he took out his Kusarigama and enhanced it with Futon Chakra as he mowed tree after tree in his vicinity. He suddenly found himself a target for a big fireball and clapped his hands, calling forth a water wall. A sizzling sound resounded through the newly made forest as the fireball met water wall and vapor started being created, covering the forest in a mist. Konan used that mist to discreetly move her papers all over the forest, making sure they were unseen by Hanzo. They were fighting while trying to not use any of their signature jutsu. Rei was good at this as he revealed only his Suten, Raiden, and Kenjutsu so far, but her. She had at most her Doton and Futon jutsu, and those were quite limited. Hanzo leaped up as he felt danger, and a second later, 10 water needles impacted the place he previously stood. Heh, nice dodge. Rei's voice resounded through the mist. Hanzo was about to reply when his feet landed on a branch and, he only barely managed to jump away while coating his feet in Suten chakra to prevent damage as the branch exploded. Paper tags, now that's insulting. Hanzo commented dryly. Paper tags were the basics of basics. To use them against him. He couldn't help but praise them mentally. He landed on the ground and threw his Kusarigama to the right, making it vanish in the mist. Rei was about to unleash a Raiden jutsu as Hanzo stood in a puddle of water, but he had to dodge to the left as Kusarigama suddenly flew at him. Fuck, he can sense me. Rei was quite bewildered but didn't have time to ponder as the chain connected to the Kusarigama jerked and the blade flew at him. He blocked it with a kunai and leaped back, but the Kusarigama's chain again pulsed and the weapon just followed Rei while he blocked its slashes and weaved through the trees but was unable to shake off the scythe. You are too green. Hanzo chuckled as Rei had to use supreme effort to evade his technique, but then his eyes went wide. Shit. He exclaimed as he sidestepped a downward punch from Sonade and saw as the ground and the entire surroundings broke, creating large pieces of the earth that rose at the pressure the punch exerted onto the ground. "Ah, you did have massive strength, didn't you?" Hanzo said when he landed a bit away and instantly threw a kunai behind himself. "Sneaking. That won't dash." Boom. Away from the battlefield, Konan chuckled. Simple always works. Hanzo coughed as he felt his back slightly burned, anger flooding him. Paper tags again. He grumbled as he unsheathed his second Kusarigama and blocked a flurry of shuriken enhanced by Futon Chakra in instant only to spin on his heel and block Rei's kunai. The two men stood and tried to overpower each other. "You are good, kid." Hanzo praised but then noted the smile on Rei and read his lips. His eyes opened wide as. Boom. The real Rei, a bit away, chuckled. Third time he fell for it. He turned to Konan and high-fived while Sonade could only chuckle. Hanzo's eye was twitching as the dust cleared. He was not injured. He could block a freaking paper tag. That's academy-level stuff. Or at least, it should be. He had enough proficiency in the Suten to do so. But it was annoying as heck, his reputation was suffering. Sighing, he put his hands together, his index fingers pointing upwards. "You asked for it, brats." He started quickly weaving hand signs and ended it with crouching and powerfully pushing his right palm into the water on the ground. Suten, shredding wave. Rei and Konan cursed as they felt the chakra fluctuate and a huge amount of Suten chakra was pushed into the jutsu. Rei knew that Sonade couldn't yet sense that well through the nature energy to distinguish what jutsu was used as she focused more on Mokutan, so he jumped to her and took her in a princess carry before jumping up, where Konan already formed a platform of papers. They could only watch as the very small amount of water on the ground suddenly pulsed, and from Hanzo's position as its center, it spread in ripple-like motion to the surroundings, gathering more and more water, rising up to the level of a human chest. Despite being only that high, the wave of water was so pressurized, it literally shredded through the Mokutan trees and the forest Sonade built, started falling down. "Damn, that was a blow below the belt if I see one." Rei commented while Konan nodded as Sonade could only wryly smile. That single jutsu covered a few hundred meters radius. It was the true testament to just how much Hanzo played with them during the fight. Hanzo casually stood on the ground among the felled trees and coolly looked at the paper platform as he spun his Kusarigama lazily, not drained or tired at all. "Well," he started. "This is entertaining and all, but I can't have you rampaging around MY Village, you see. You will just have to be good kids and die." He stopped his spinning Kusarigama and stuck it into the ground as his hands started weaving hand signs. "Kuchios no Jutsu." He smashed his palm onto the ground and Rei smirked. "Finally." Rei quietly muttered. "The rest is yours, Konan." Rei enhanced his body with Raiten Chakra and jumped towards the summoned Salamander. Their goal was finally reached. Chapter 62, Rain 1. As the summoned Salamander was about to ask why he was summoned, Rei, coated in Raiten Chakra, entered its mouth. The Salamander quickly closed it due to the unexpected feeling. Rei didn't need to do much. He only jabbed Chidori through the insides of the Salamander and Hanzo gaped as the Salamander boss summon, his personal Salamander, was minced from inside by lightning jutsu and then went puff. When Konan saw Rei safely enter the Salamander summoning realm, she turned to Sonade. "Go and enter our dimension. I will be there in a second." Sonade wanted to protest but something in Konan's voice stopped her. Konan was completely serious and it was clear nothing short of total obedience would be tolerated. It was the same kind of voice her uncle Tobirama used on her when she pulled on his hair as a kind. Sonade shuddered but nodded with utmost seriousness as she used the self-storing seal on her body to pop herself away. Konan smiled as she saw Sonade disappear and turned to Hanzo who was glaring at her. "Girl. Do you know what you just did?" He coldly shouted. He tried to spark a conversation while he molded his chakra for a finishing move. Konan didn't care and just cracked a slight smile as she put her hand next to her face and pointed upwards. It was a calm and amused gesture that made Hanzo's have a bad premonition. He slightly arched his head back so he could look up without losing sight of Konan. His eyes squinted and his confusion turned into a confused one as he saw black clouds. It was the exact same black clouds that covered Omegakure all year long, showering it with rain. He pursed his lips and looked at Konan, about to mock her when his senses felt it, making his head snap back onto the sky with his eyes widened. "You didn't think I just stood back without doing anything, did you?" Hanzo heard the amused voice of the girl but couldn't bring himself to care. He had bigger problems than her. His respiration mask almost dropped on the floor as he saw it. The clouds were torn apart due to sheer wind pressure, stopping the ever-present rain for the first time in months. But it was not the sky that greeted Hanzo's sight. Far from it. He gulped as he saw 100 house-sized brown balls of rock falling from the sky as flames licked their surface, creating a fiery spectacle aimed straight at him. The wind was visibly washing over the meteorites as they pushed their way through it. Well then, I will be off. Good luck. Conan uttered in a smug tone and ported herself away. Hanzo's head snapped onto the spot Conan just disappeared from and he cursed. He didn't have time. His hand snapped into a rapid flurry of hand seals as he started raising a wall of the earth after a wall of earth to make the surface as uneven as possible in the hope to mitigate the damage this would cause his village. These meteorites were worse than normal ones. They were a ball made of Conan's Doton-hardened slices of paper. Millions of them stacked on each other to create a heavy and hard ball. Conan would never be able to use this without the multi-W seal, raised dimension for creating Mokutan trees, and her Mokutan to paper conversion. It was a lot harder than normal earth, rock, almost surpassing metal or steel in hardness. Something like this impacting earth at high velocity. For the first time in the history of the land of Aim, the heavens rained fire and earth. And then, the flaming meteorites impacted the ground, completely snapping any earth construct Hanzo was capable of making in the short 20 seconds he had. Loud booming explosions could be heard as one after the other, the meteorites landed, creating large craters due to the sheer speed they attained by falling. Shockwaves spread away from the landing place, destroying everything in their path as pieces of earth flew all around in a flurry of dangerous and fast projectiles, most of them set on fire. The clearing in front of Omegakure changed to fiery hell as more and more flaming rocks were sent all around, setting the previously created forest on fire, creating a maelstrom of an inferno that ferociously devoured the strong Mokutan trees. Fortunately for the Omegakure, it had its own sealing protections and some capable ninja as walls of earth and water raised almost instantly, in the hope to mitigate some of the damage. The ground trembled as if in pain from the impact, creating the first ever earthquake Omegakure experienced. Shinobi barely managed to stay on their feet while the unfortunate idiots who stayed on the streets, gawking at the spectacles instead of hiding inside, were sent rolling and sprawling on the ground. But even then, the shock waves came just a bit later and tore through the defensive jutsu as a knife through butter, and as weakened as they were from it, they impacted the closest part of the village to the landing place of the meteorites. The civilians on the ground were again lifted to the air as they powerlessly sailed, stopping only when their bodies crashed into some obstacles while the shinobi tried to brace themselves as the wind pressure made them slid back across the ground. The buildings creaked from the strong pressure, making the people inside weep and shake in their boots from fear of the buildings falling on their heads. It took an entire minute for the booming sounds of meteorites impacting the ground to finally cease. This minute was a nightmare for the inhabitants of the Omegakure as with every second, the earthquake got only stronger, with every second, another shockwave hit the village, with every second, the buildings groaned stronger and stronger from the pressure. It was a miracle no major damage was caused to the village and none of the fiery debris created by the impact actually reached the village. The Omegakure survived. Frightened, marked, traumatized, but survived. The clearing in front of it though, the very same clearing that now had no trees as every single one burned down, now contained a multitude of craters and dents. A stark reminder of what could have been if the meteorite shower landed a bit closer to the village. Hanzo's head suddenly popped out of the ground in the central crater, making his heart tighten as he saw the amount of destruction all around. He barely managed to use the hiding as a mole technique to bury himself deep enough to come out of this almost unscathed. But even then, the pressure of the landing of the meteorite sent vibrations through the ground and many of his bones were either cracked or broken while bruises marred his body. He was dirty, sweaty, covered in dust and earth, and angry beyond belief, but he was scared first and foremost. Hashirama Madara is another world-shaking monster crawling its way out to the world. His shaky eyes couldn't stop staring at the many wide craters. I will need stronger ninja, more ninja. I will need a better deterrent. Hanzo glumly thought. He fancied himself strong. He knew he had nothing on the real monsters in this world but these rarely paid attention to him and in this era with both Hashirama and Madara dead. With the first and second Kage's death, he thought he was finally getting back into the top 3, at least. Hanzo had no idea what the reason for this attack was as fortunately, he and his village came out of it relatively unscathed and the biggest losses were his summoned animal and a few shinobi but he couldn't deny that it happened. It was time to start strengthening the village in the earnest. Thoughts like these fearfully swirled in his head as he limped his way through the devastated land, back to his village. It was time to take the game seriously again. Determination filled his being. Determination to survive. Determination to train. To become stronger. To make Omegakure greater. Hanzo regained his long-forgotten resolve as he survived the obvious reminder of the era long past. In Rei's personal dimension, Sonade watched Conan as she teleported herself inside the dimension, taking off her raincoat with a nostalgic smile as she shook the water out of it on the porch. What happened? Sonade asked worriedly, her eyes trailing on Conan's frame, trying to find even the smallest of wounds with worry in her gaze. I am fine. Just showered Omegakure a bit. Conan dismissively waved her hand in a no-big-deal gesture. I definitely lived up to the reputation of downpour. Conan's lips stretched into an amused and knowing smirk. Sudden jutsu, huh? Tsunade accepted the explanation with a nod, not really caring all that much. But this was Hanzo they just faced. Of course, she was worried about her sister facing him alone. Let's cook something for Rei. Conan excitedly told Tsunade as she took her hands into hers and dragged her to the kitchen. Tsunade quickly forgot her questions as both girls expectantly awaited their beloved while preparing a meal, peacefully chatting away the long while as they enjoyed the warmth and comfort of each other's presence. In the end, both girls ended up covered in flour and cream after their escapades in the kitchen. Well, nobody said they actually could cook. Chapter 63, Salamander Realm 1. The body of the dead and bloody salamander boss summon appeared inside the summoning realm of salamanders. It had many cauterized holes all around its body caused by Rei's lightning jutsu that blasted it from inside out. A lot of salamanders looked at it with bewilderment clear in their eyes, never expecting the strongest salamander of the younger generation to die so brutally. But before they could react, the body exploded outwardly in a massive show of blood and gore, covering the closest ones in blood and gore while obstructing their vision. As the salamanders were still shocked by the death of the boss summon, thousands of Rei's water clones burst out of the now exploded corpse and started to attack the salamanders with abandon. Explosions filled the immediate surroundings and the battlefield started spreading further and further, the further the clones reached. But they were only a distraction. Rei covered himself up in nature energy and started sneaking around, evading the battle. The entire salamander realm was turned upside down. Fighting resounded through the cavern system as water splashes and explosions were the most frequent sounds. It was then that the oldest and most experienced battle veterans of Salamander Realm showed up and with them, water. Humongous amounts of water jutsu started drowning the clones as the caverns started to be flooded. Rei didn't care, he located his target and was on his way towards it. Axolotl salamander as big as a building was smashing two clones right and left with his body, heavily relying on its regeneration. It was a magnificent sight. Axolotl had a massive regenerative factor by itself, but when it got enhanced by nature energy, the beast became nigh unkillable unless he was struck in a vital area. Cut off his limbs or tail, heck. Destroy half of its brain or snap its spine and it could just regrow it or reconnect the nerves. Even puncturing the heart wasn't fatal. This salamander was his goal. He needed a proper gift for Tsunade, after all. The Kagaya clan is good and all and their regenerative factor is amazing, but even they can't survive with their heart or brain injured. Axolotl could. Axolotl filled with nature energy. Oh boy, Tsunade will have a field day with this guy. Rei giddily thought. He naturally didn't want his girls in harm's way, but he wasn't naive to think it would never happen. If he could help Tsunade to make a jutsu that would make her semi-mortal ever-regenerating battle monster. Why not? He was all for it. The axolotl just smashed a clone into the ground with his tail, cracking the ground, impacting the water there, sending it all around. Rei knew he had to sneak attack it. Fighting with it would attract attention and such a durable thing like the beast in front of him would have ample time to get reinforcements. He might be supremely strong, but he had no idea what salamanders could do and didn't like charging forward blindly. But then again, there was nobody who knew what salamanders were capable of. Rei doubted even Hanzo was fully aware of their strength. After all, the guy was never taught senjutsu, for one. It was then, 5 of his clones jumped at the axolotl from the sky, distracting it, and Rei instantly used his very own improved Sutton water dome to trap both him and the salamander inside. It was his own derivation of the water wall and raised a very dense and chakra-soaked water dome all around Rei. The dome was quite durable and nothing short of borderline S-rank jutsu could penetrate it, which showed at the chakra cost of creating it. But Rei knew that direct confrontation against an ever-regenerating opponent would last ages, a time he definitely didn't have, so he decided to be sneaky and for once act like a ninja. The second the wall covered both the axolotl and Rei, tens of clones were made from its walls and jumped the axolotl from every direction, distracting it with their attacks. The beast was instantly startled and started thrashing itself madly around in hopes to defeat as many clones. At least, it looked like a thrashing, but by the number of clones that were already smashed, Rei surmised it some form of salamander taijutsu. He didn't create the clones for offense though. No, he created them so he could hide amongst them. The axolotl was too focused on destroying the clones and Rei could approach it unseen. As he neared the side of the summoning beast, he smiled to himself. The axolotl indeed didn't notice the real Rei in the middle of his clones. Killing it would be so easy. Just separating the head from the body, no matter how big of a regenerative factor the beast had, it would not survive decapitation. Alas, he needed the beast alive so Tsunade can study it, and that made his task so much harder. He decided to go for it quite brutally as he stuck his chikudo up to the handle into the side of the axolotl. Before the beast could even let out a yelp of pain, however, Rei Korst finally controlled Raiden chakra through the blade, paralyzing it. From that point on, the clones jumped towards the paralyzed beast and quickly started drawing binding seals all over it. 2 minutes of a dozen clones doing the seal work and the beast was prepared to go. Rei used a specially developed stasis seal for living beings to stash it away. It was kinda anticlimactic and was a stark reminder to not be conceited even when one is almost immortal. One sneak attack. That's all that's needed to end your life. Rei's shoulders slumped relaxedly as he tried to sense the battlefield. Damn, I already lost 2/3 of my clones. Now that surprisey dash, suddenly his body tensed again and he frowned as he slowly turned his head to the right and quickly stepped to the side with his eyes widening. Not a second later, a stream of highly pressurized water cut straight through the water dome jutsu, almost hitting him as it sailed through the spot he earlier stood at, and then effortlessly cut through the other end of the water dome. Seeing that, Rei's eyes twitched as he instantly prepared for a battle. It didn't take long for his water dome to fall completely and he saw two salamanders. One was completely black with watery blue streaks on its skin and the other was dull green. These two were obviously special as he instantly recognized the difference that set them apart from other salamanders he saw so far. They both had light green eyeshadows and as Rei felt the energy around them, his frown widened. These two, new senjutsu. His expression twisted into a minuscule scowl as he realized that his chakra hiding technique through the nature energy might have backfired since the two senjutsu users clearly could pinpoint him even amongst tens of his clones. But it was not the time to ponder about that weakness. He instantly schooled his expression and smiled cheekily. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? Welcome, geezers. Rei quipped towards the ancient salamanders who eyed him warily under the guise of senility. He wasn't about to underestimate them due to that though. No answer. Rei nodded to himself. Guess you aren't the most eloquent of your species then. He exclaimed and fought the urge to smirk as he saw his words had an effect on the two beasts. Cliff Kuin, laughing face. Chapter 64, Salamander Realm 2. The two salamanders glanced at each other and the one on the right side, the black one sighed. Youngsters and their cheekiness. He said in an exasperated tone to which, the salamander on the left, the green one, shrugged. Rei wasn't sure what the shaking gesture was meant to be but it was apparently an agreement. The black salamander continued. Well then, I am Elder Salam and the esteemed salamander next to me is Elder Mander. Now that we are here, your free roaming through our caverns has come to an end, intruder. We will show you the terror of offending Salam and Mander. Prepare for your doom. The one on the left. Elder Mander just again, shrugged, or better yet shook in agreement but stayed quiet. Rei expected the fight to begin so he crouched slightly, preparing for it as he quickened the flow of his chakra and reinforced his muscles, but the two geezers just motionlessly watched him. After a minute of stare-off, Rei blinked in confusion, straightened up, and raised his eyebrow at them as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Shouldn't you? I don't know, attack me. He asked. He wanted them to do the first move as reacting would be better than charging in without knowing their way of fighting. It was then he noticed a slight smirk on Salam's maw. Oh, youngsters nowadays, so impatient. We already did our move. Kihihiha. He laughed in a senile way. Rei instantly tensed up and discreetly looked around but was unable to find anything out of ordinary. And so the duo of salamanders and Rei stared at each other in awkward silence for a few more moments. As time passed, Rei watched as the eyebrows of the beast started to twitch. Salam suddenly turned to Mander and asked in an annoyed tone. Oi, did you add layman's wet socks into the recipe? How come the intruder is still standing? That thing is more toxic than Hanzo's underwear. Mander just shook in agreement but Rei wasn't feeling good when he heard the words recipe and wet sock and Hanzo's underwear. His prospects for this battle were getting quite bleak if that's what they wanted to fight him with. He started looking around with mild disgust, his wariness increased by 10 magnitudes when his eyes widened. Shit. He started swaying on his feet and put his palm on his face, his vision blurring slightly. Only the timely input of nature energy into his system stopped him from feeling dizzy. Salamanders equals poison. He quietly grumbled to himself, feeling indignant he didn't realize it sooner. Go figure. The entire air is steeped in a special kind of undetectable poison. Thankfully he kept his eyes on the salamanders. The second they saw Rei swaying, the two senile geezers as if evaporated and bloodlust filled the cavern and Rei barely managed to push himself to the side, evading another water jet that could cleave him into two pieces. He was about to recollect himself, only for his eyes to widen as Salamander Mander suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed his tail into his body, sending him flying. Only the wall of the cavern stopped his body, making him slid down onto his ass and groan in pain. Rei didn't have time to take a breather as a water bullet, courtesy of Salam, impacted his abdomen, making him bend forward with a silent gasp, breaking a few of his ribs in the process. The poison still coursed through his body, numbing it so it was quite hard to move for him. Yet again, he wasn't given a breather as Mander appeared near him, his tail lashing onto Rei. He did the only thing he could in his battered state. He used Kawarimi and swapped places with his clone who was smashed into a watery pulp almost instantly. Rei wobbly stood up, holding his stomach in pain, and stared at the two senjutsu using salamanders. He smiled slightly, even though his smile was broken and resembled more a grimace due to pain. I must admit, you two have supreme teamwork. He wheezed out before chuckling. But the second he said that, both Salam and Mander tensed as they could feel a danger from his hunched-up, hurt form. Suddenly, Ray straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips while wincing slightly. I also admit that in hindsight, Conan was right, and storming the Salamander realm by myself might have been a stupid idea. He clicked his tongue and took a deep breath. Neither Salam nor Mander felt at ease, so they didn't leap at him to continue. Instead, both salamanders could clearly feel the danger in the air and tensed as chakra started swirling around Ray. You know what's funny? Ray offhandedly asked as he started closing and opening his fist. Nobody ever checks for chakra strings. He quipped, and the chakra swirling around him went towards the floor and condensed into a massive amount of fine threads spreading outwards, dragging themselves on the ground. These then started connecting to an even wider system of threads that was spread through the cavern by the water clones right at the start of the battle. As the previously invisible chakra threads lit up, the entire ground of the Salamander caverns looked like one big intricate web. This was Ray's trump card. Since day one, he didn't stop honing his chakra strings. It was his first usable skill, after all. But getting them combat ready, now that was quite a chore. Using the strings to defeat a Chunin was nice and all, but Ray was no longer playing in the casual league. Against Jonins, the strings were most of the time useless, and that was the actual reason why Suna was known for puppetry instead of chakra strings. Hence, Ray had to be creative. The threads started to enwrap around Ray, forming a cocoon that completely covered his figure. For Salam and Mander it resembled something akin to evolving butterfly summon. Multiple thread endings loosely hung from the cocoon, like decorative strips. Salam, the ancient but quiet voice of Mander suddenly hurriedly exclaimed with a warning undertone. Water wall, fast. Salam's eyes widened. He knew Mander was the better sensor amongst them, and the jutsu the human was about to unleash was quite powerful if it unnerved Mander so much. Salam slammed his front legs into the water-covered ground of the cavern, snapping a few chakra strings in the process as he pushed half of his chakra into them, getting assistance by Mander as they created quite similar jutsu to the water dome of Ray. 3 layers of water formed 3 domes around the cocoon. The jutsu of Salam was more geared towards preventing escape, so the inner walls were impenetrable while the outer ones were weaker. While the 2 elders busied themselves with protective layers, the salamanders finally finished dealing with Ray's clones and came to spectate their esteemed elders dealing with the intruder. All this took at most 3 seconds, and inside the water jutsu, the cocoon started changing. The strings started revolving around Ray's figure, creating a spectacle no different than Hyuga's Kaiten. Despite that, it didn't have the protective function of Kaiten. Inside, Ray smirked. Well, time to fire this party up. His chakra flared. The strings were now spinning at insane speeds, grinding against each other. All it took was a slight spark of Katan and Futon chakra, supported with nature energy. Outside, Salam and Mander watched the water of their protections. This should be enough. Salam said, but Mander didn't answer. Suddenly, his body went rigid. Salam saw and uncountable small crimson-red droplets of condensed flame shattered the 3 layers of water domes as they went through it like a knife through butter. As the string spun, the previously loosely hanging thread endings were now flying around in a swirling pattern. The second the cocoon lit up with the crimson fire, these flying endings created a whirlwind of a crimson whirlpool of fire, the sheer speed tearing apart droplets of it, showering the entire salamander realm with highly concentrated fire capable of burning even Katan itself. These crimson flames were the direct opposite of Ray's blue Sutan/Katan flames. Their potency reached and slightly surpassed even Blaze release. Their sole purpose was to kill it with fire, even if it is the fire itself. The salamanders were disorderly running around, trying to avoid the shower of crimson death. Many of them already died due to being stupidly brave and trying to block them with water jutsu, only for the droplets to go through the jutsu first, and the caster second. The walls of the caverns were burning and the ever-covered grounds with water were now dry. These flames could spread alongside the chakra strings, and as the entire cavern was covered in Ray's strings. The ground flared up with crimson whirlpool as the web of strings became a burning death trap. Salam and Mander watched with horrified gazes as the fires started to engulf their realm in its entirety, both pushing enormous amounts of senjutsu chakra to create a safe haven from flames on the ground and in the sky with their senjutsu-enhanced water jutsu. As the minutes of the downpour of fire ticked away, the 2 elders gathered around 100 surviving salamanders in their water barrier. Their hearts could only ache as they saw that those of their kin still outside were most likely already burned to death. Fortunately, they had enough strength to create a place safe from the crimson hell. 30 minutes. That's how long it took for the spinning to stop, and Ray hummed in appreciation. He was not yet that proficient with the jutsu and had to channel his chakra for a long time. He nevertheless stopped supplying chakra in the 3rd minute, and the spinning sustained the jutsu for 10 times as long. He made the cocoon open to witness the effects of his jutsu with his eyes, and as he did so, his jaw dropped to the floor. The cavern was no more. Above him, a clear night sky was highlighted crimson as the hellish crimson flames still burned strong all around him. Ray smiled. Damn, that's way better than I thought. These flames will last at least for 3 days with the chakra I supplied. He shook his head but then winced, showing a bitter expression. Shit, Conan will scold me. I have at least 2 broken ribs and 6 cracked ones with multiple torn muscles. The Mander did pack quite a punch, Sonade could learn a lot from him. He said as his eyes turned to resigned sad gaze full of unwillingness as he used his seal to enter his dimension. Chapter 65, Gift for Sonade. Ray appeared in his dimension and the first sight that greeted him was Sonade and Conan in their underwear and apron kneeling in the front hall, both showing excitement. This excitement however quickly fell as they noticed his mangled, clearly quite injured form. He watched Tsunade's face morph from happy and teasing one into a worry-stricken horror-filled one as she noticed his expression twisted in pain. She instantly jumped towards him and started to go over his body with her diagnostic jutsu, her eyes teary. It was then that Ray remembered that in anime, she was a very unstable woman due to the death of her clan, brother, and then lover. Maybe I should try to avoid being injured. Ray thought as he felt Tsunade biting her lower lip while intently healing his ribs with her medical jutsu. His eyes turned to Conan and, he rather turned back to Tsunade. He was too ashamed to face her right now after so many reassurances that it will be alright and he would face no danger. You underestimated them. Conan said in an exasperated tone to which Ray could only awkwardly chuckle. Why did I expect this to go differently? Conan huffed, giving Ray a piercing look. As of now, I forbid you to charge into danger without me by your side. At least one of us has to be the voice of reason. Conan exclaimed. Now, you will eat the food I and Tsunade painstakingly prepared. You will take a bath with us. You will then cuddle with us and you will go to sleep to recuperate your injuries. As much trust as I have in Tsunade's skills, I want you to get proper rest. You are a mess. I don't think I ever saw you quite so injured. Seeing Ray's mouth open in protest, Conan strongly added, her hands on her hips. End of discussion. Yes, dear. Ray lowered his head, making Conan's eyes soften. He then sighed and continued in a grumbling tone as he crossed his arms. Never in my wildest dreams would I think that Senjutsu would pack quite such a punch. It must have enhanced Taijutsu at least by the factor of 5. I felt as if a truck hit me. Ray said, making both Tsunade and Conan look at each other, neither knowing what truck was but they both decided it had to be a fearsome monster if Ray thought it hit so hard. Ray then smiled. But. I've got it. He took a stasis scroll out of his pocket, showing it to Tsunade. Tsu, this is my gift for you and I am pretty sure it will help you to improve your creation rebirth. I really hope this will help you get rid of the need for burning your own lifespan. He said with a smile to her. Tsunade didn't take it, her hands still busying themselves with Ray's wounds. For her, he was the priority right now. Whatever that scroll held could wait. Ray just chuckled as he saw the interest in her eyes despite her not taking it. She was a medic first and foremost, so anything that could help her improve her craft was greatly intriguing for her. That's why Ray chose to get the axolotl for her despite the danger. He thought his self-storage seal would be enough as insurance but he was apparently wrong. He was still quite weak when it came to more experienced legendary fighters it seemed. An oversight he would definitely correct at a later date. After he was healed, he listened to Conan's demands, she was right, he needed to recuperate and fast. They still had a mission to complete. The next day, the trio was in the clearing in front of their house. Tsunade held the still-sealed stasis scroll, expectantly looking at it while her expression was akin to a child during Christmas Eve. She was almost glowing from curiosity and Ray enjoyed the sight very much. It was far from the bitter old hag in the anime and it brought his heart untold joy that he could transform that into the happy, excited, and carefree girl in front of him. Tsunade turned to him after she was done eyeing the scroll and while almost bouncing, she asked him. What is it? Ray chuckled. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? He said and held back after her lips turned into a small pout. Conan just sat next to Ray on the blanket and was preparing the picnic basket she brought with her. She knew what was in the scroll and knew it would probably be important to Tsunade but since she wasn't very medical savvy, it didn't matter to her. Tsunade decided to open the scroll and instantly, a huge salamander popped out of it. She looked at it a bit skeptically and then turned to Ray with a deadpan look. It's a salamander. Really? She eyed Ray, not amused at all. Don't give me that look. Ray calmly coaxed. It is a salamander with an even bigger healing factor than you when using creation rebirth. He told her and she snapped her head back onto the unconscious beast. Her eyes instantly started sparkling while morphing into something Ray thought he would only see on Jiraiya's face when perving on women or Orochimaru's when perving on boys. Damn, she is indeed one of the 3 Sannin. Ray was inwardly freaking out at the gaze she was giving the beast. He decided to be far, far away when she plays with it. Just to be sure. Conan chuckled and leaned closer to Ray. You are hoping Tsunade will be too preoccupied with her new experiments to miss us jumping into that trap, aren't you? She whispered knowingly, earning herself an admitting gaze from Ray as he shrugged. He had no intention of letting Tsunade butt into their mission and definitely didn't want her to worry. He leaned even closer to Conan and tenderly claimed her lips. They kissed for a moment, and when they separated, Ray softly smiled. Will you keep that a secret from me? He asked, and Conan dazedly nodded with a bit of a blush on her cheeks as she bashfully turned around, busying herself with preparing the food. After that, they both watched Tsunade testing the healing factor of the beast with sparkling eyes as the blood squirted everywhere. Damn. Ray winced. I am really glad I had the foresight to keep the beast in unconsciousness. He dryly stated, making Conan deadpan at him. Yeah, but these seals must have been quite something since even having its head open didn't wake it up. She said. Before Ray could answer, Sonade shouted at him. Thank you. She quickly approached them and embraced Ray tightly. With this, I will be able to not only perfect my creation rebirth but also my strengthening technique. She elatedly said. Now, more tests. She almost squealed, released Ray, and skipped back towards the salamander without even glancing at the food Conan prepared for her. That afternoon was one of the most traumatizing experiences both Ray and Conan ever went through. They learned a lot. They learned that with a high regeneration factor, it is hard to die due to blood loss. They learned that regrowth of the salamander's limbs lasts approximately 1.66s when stimulated with nature energy. They learned that opening someone's head is indeed as disgusting as it sounds. To be honest, they decided to never again be present when Tsunade is having her fun. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. The objective of the mission 1. Ray and Conan were high in the sky on Conan's paper platform, watching a noble mansion that was supposed to be their target. Somewhere in there should be the daughter of the noble who requested them to save her. At first glance, the mansion wasn't all that much protected. Some subpar samurais here and there, but that was all. For a ninja, this was a dream come true. An easy mission with high pay. At least, that was how it appeared. There are 20 jonin and 30 chunin. Conan grimaced as her scouts in the form of small bugs made from paper gave her the intel they gathered. Both her and Ray could fight multiple ninjas each but 40. The problem was, this was supposed to be a rescue mission, so they can't just nuke it from the sky and be done with it. They would have to go there and actually search, which means getting attacked. The target, Ray almost drowned in sarcasm, is enjoying herself being massaged by very burly servants who have quite a lot of chakra for civilians. She sure doesn't look like someone kidnapped. Both of her eyes are covered with cucumber slices and her expression is more like someone who is having the time of their life. Ray informed Conan. Over time, his nature sensing became quite strong and he could now see the surroundings through it. While he was somewhat limited and had to focus a lot to be able to do that, it was a nice skill to have for scouting. While Conan's papers could sense ninjas and their chakra, Ray got more visual output that told him much more than just general reserves, and if someone is or is not ninja, supposing the person was not restraining their chakra. Their difference in the nature attunement showed. This kind of nature sensing was far above what Conan was capable of, and that's why they both scouted the mansion with their respective techniques and decided to then compare the notes. Hearing about the state of the supposedly kidnapped girl, Conan rolled her eyes. So, what's the plan? This is obviously a trap. She asked. Ray started pondering about it when his eyes trailed towards the right wing of the mansion. That, he pointed at it, is empty, right? He asked Conan, who nodded in affirmation, which made Ray widely smile. I see, then we will. Barbo Ryurenta was massaging the bait while resisting the urge to groan at this kind of mission. The woman was a chore to be around. Barbo, I am hungry. Barbo, I want a massage. Barbo, I am horn dash. Barbo had enough. He was supposed to be a respected jonin of IWA. And yet, here he was, satisfying every desire of a woman that was spoiled rotten. All because she would bait their target to this place. The Downpour. The mysterious Kiri duo of S-rank demolition specialists who surpassed even the demolition corps of IWA in the sheer destructibility. Quite frankly, the Tsuchikage was not amused by their existence. In the past, when someone needed a demolition expert, they knew to go to IWA, but that was no longer the truth. Now, IWA had a competition and the old man Anoki didn't like the competition. Not at all. Not when they obviously were so much better than Iwa's top demolition experts. Hence, the current situation. He, the idiot, accepted the mission of hunting the Downpour down without even asking about the specifics, and now he was saddled with Kimiko Hyuguru, the spoiled nuisance. It wasn't that the woman wasn't pretty. She was gorgeous. Not a kunoichi kind of gorgeous, but more of a sheltered kind. The problem was how demanding it was to be with her. He was a ninja and even he was starting to feel tired. Barbo hoped their target would pop up sometime soon, or he just might drop from the sheer exhaustion due to being ordered around by the woman. Oh, why? Why was I so stupid to take this undercover mission? I can't even complain now, can I? If I did, I would be an even bigger laughingstock for my subordinates. He mentally wept. Not that I am not a laughingstock now. I was dragged against my will to Kimiko's chambers, after all. Me. One of the top assassins of IWA. Sob. Needless to say, Barbo's subordinates had the laugh of their lives on his expense at that. Suddenly, Kimiko arched her hand backward and raised her hand towards her head, taking one cucumber slice off of her face. Her eyes connected with Barbo's. Oh, shit. Here we go again. He mentally groaned but gave her a sweet smile to which the woman beamed. Barbo, Kimiko's whiny voice resounded through the room, I am bored. She pouted, pretending to be pitiful. It took every bit of Barbo's past experience and determination to not fuck this mission up, to not scowl at the woman. The four subordinates of his who were massaging various parts of Kimiko's body were not so discreetly glancing at him with hidden snickers too. This was routine. She was bored, and they instantly knew it meant Barbo being made into entertainment. Last time, he had to do a geisha show for her. While his team members watched. The woman was ruining his reputation without even knowing it. Barbo gulped. This. Kimmy dash, he didn't finish that sentence as a sudden booming sound resounded through the entire mansion, startling the occupants. Barbo's eyes sparkled in excitement, hoping that their enemies were finally here, and he quickly jumped towards the window. His excitement turned into bewilderment as he saw the entire right wing of the mansion was almost leveled to the ground by massive tree trunks falling from the sky. What the actual fuck? Since when does it rain trees? Barbo quietly asked when he saw even more tree trunks falling onto the right wing. It didn't take long for his eyes to widen. Fuck. He snapped around towards his subordinates and shouted. Out of the mansion, quick. Ray and Conan watched as the tree trunks they created were taken out of the dimension storage right above the empty part of the mansion through the multi-W link on Conan's paper slice that was floating in the sky. Ray added his own twist into it and wove genjutsu into the entire thing. His perfect chakra control allowed him to be quite creative, but he decided on a simple approach this time. He didn't affect the people, rather the environment. Through light refraction he made it seem as if the trunks falling from the sky were slowly expanding their landing radius, therefore, it looked like the entire mansion was under the threat to be destroyed by them. For those in the central part, it looked like the left wing was the next target, and for those in the left wing, it looked as if the next target was the central part of the mansion. It wasn't even that hard for Ray to do this, and he really doubted this jutsu could be classified as genjutsu, but it created an illusion, so there. It was more of a wind and water manipulation in the sky. This actually made it impossible to kai it since it wasn't created by influencing the chakra in their body. It was akin to a big henge on the entire sky. They are coming out, Conan said, making Ray smile. Their plan to get their targets outside of the mansion worked. The illusion made it seem the trunks started raining all around, so they had no choice but to gather in one place, and some of the previously seemingly harmless if a bit muscled servants instantly gained a dangerous atmosphere around them, spooking the civilians in the group. Ray chuckled at that. The Chunins are going to blow their own cover. Just look at how they are projecting their battle readiness around. Civilians or not, the others started to notice. Ray commented, observing various jonin in the group curse. What made Ray surprised, though, was that the samurai guards apparently were not informed about ninjas being present and started warily glaring at the Chunins, their hands on the handles of their swords. This made Ray's lips widen into a nasty shit-eating grin. Oh, well, let's start this party with a bang. He shrugged and threw a kunai with an exploding tag into the sky. The second the explosion loudly went off, three things happened. First, both ninja and samurai drew their respective weapons. For samurai it was katanas, and for the ninjas, it was mostly kunai with some taking out something different. Secondly, the civilians started to panic and run around like headless chickens, obstructing the visibility of the combatants and creating mayhem. There were around 50 ninjas and give or take 100 samurai, but there were 100 civilians too. And all of them were confined in a small clearing in front of the mansion due to the light refraction illusion. It was an unorganized mess. Thirdly, and this was very beneficial but incredibly surprising, due to the chaos created by the panicking civilians, the commanders of both, the group of ninjas and the group of samurais, couldn't relay orders. As the samurai saw the ninja draw their weapons, they did what a good guard should do. They attacked unknown armed assailants. And ninjas reacted. The entire clearing started to become bloody and even more chaotic. The ninja might have been a lot stronger than the samurai, but they had to avoid harming civilians, so no strong jutsu were allowed, evening the odds slightly. Also, samurai were more experienced in moving in chaotic battlefields and in a direct clash. The ninjas certainly did start to take some casualties. Both Conan and Ray used this situation to get inside the mayhem, hinging into civilians while also lowering their chakra reserves to civilian level. They ran straight towards Kimiko and saw Barbo deflecting the blows of 3 samurai while trying to talk them out of attacking. Nevertheless, he didn't have time to give orders to his subordinates. Ray resisted a chuckle and turned to their target, Kimiko, who sat on the ground, utterly confused and frightened. The girl was a quivering mess by now as blood, gore, and guts flew through the sky whenever a samurai or a ninja scored a hit on the other. Ray gestured with his head towards Kimiko and Conan went off, with a nod. He approached one of Barbo's enemies and stabbed him from behind. Killing one, the other 2 instinctively turned towards him, but it was too late as 2 kunai impacted their abdomens, making them fall to the ground with groans. Ray looked at startled Iwa Jonin clad in servant's clothes and quickly said, trying to sound distressed. Come. Lady Kimiko is in danger. Barbo's eyes widened, his eyes snapping in the direction of the girl, and then his world went black. Ray stood above the slumped form of the Jonin, rolling his eyes. Damn, man, a guy takes out 3 samurai in front of you and you get distracted. You must really like the Kimiko girl. He snickered and put a tag with a restraining seal on Barbo's forehead, storing his unconscious body into a stasis storage seal. With that, he left the battlefield. Author note. Okay, I've seen a lot of people ask why Ray had to use a jutsu that could wipe out salamanders. The answer is simple, he was forced to. The salamander elders broke quite a few bones and tore a whole lot of muscles by his senjutsu/taijutsu attacks, plus their ninjutsu powered by senjutsu chakra, and voila, you get utterly outclassed MC. As much as I've written, the self-transport seal is instantaneous, and there is still a quite short window to hit him, hence it is not as good as Hiraishin, nor is it meant to be. The seal is not a combat-oriented seal, after all. That's why it's not as used in a fight as it could be otherwise. The next thing is, Ray needed that small window of time to activate it and didn't like his chances of not being attacked during it since the taijutsu salamander was fast enough to completely surprise him. The big, fiery attack was in the end, only a way to get him that bit of time, and since he used it, he wanted to see the result. Simple as that. If someone doesn't like that, nothing I can do about that, laughing face. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. The objective of the mission 2. Both Ray and Conan rendezvoused 5 minutes after they entered the chaos in the treetops near the mansion. Ray had a stasis scroll in his hand while Conan had a kicking and thrashing girl over her shoulders that made her show a very, very annoyed expression on her face. Her eyes were dangerously narrowed and set forward. Ray could actually see she was trying very hard not to slap some sense into the girl. The only reason the girl was not screaming was the ball of paper that found its new home in the girl's mouth and was apparently quite hard to get rid of, no matter how much the girl tried to spit it out. The girl, Kimiko, suddenly slapped Conan's but quite hard and Conan snapped. She gently put the girl on the ground, making her stop thrashing around, and for once, the only sound Kimiko let out was a muffled groan of pain. That's it, I've had it with you. Conan said in a cold tone, making Kimiko send a glare her way. The glare didn't last long though. The second Kimiko's eyes met Conan's, she froze. Conan had a stoic expression on her face, but something in her gaze was just incredibly chilly and threatening. Kimiko quickly balled into a ball and tried to make herself as small as possible when she saw the dangerous way Conan was looking at her. It was the first time the girl experienced such fear. Ray decided to intervene before Conan actually managed to make the girl die due to a heart attack from her frosty glare. Ma, don't give her that look. He quipped towards Kana, making Kimiko look at him hopefully while Conan crossed her arms and huffed. He crouched down in front of Kimiko and smiled at her. Don't worry. You won't be harmed. We were sent by your father to rescue you. He snickered at the word rescue. Papa. Kimiko tilted her head. But, why would Papa? That was as far as she got when Ray suddenly slapped her forehead, making her faint. Conan opened her mouth in speechlessness at the spectacle, but when she saw the paper with a knockout seal, she facepalmed. And that's how you deal with annoying people. Ray told Conan, highly amused, as he was sealing Kimiko's body into a stasis scroll. In the end, Conan chuckled and kissed Ray while hugging him tightly. Shouldn't we do something like that to Mizukage then? She asked offhandedly, to which Ray rolled his eyes but tightened his embrace. He loved how warm Conan usually was and refused to not enjoy it when he got the chance. He caressed her back as his head swirled with ideas. Maybe later, dear. He whispered to Conan. For now, we gotta interrogate my captive. A captive? Conan asked and stepped back as she felt Ray released her from the hug. Ray only raised his hand with a stasis scroll and she instantly understood. Which one? She asked. The captain. Ray said, grinning. Now we can find out just why was this trap set up for us. He said excitedly, happily noting the sadistic gleam in Conan's eyes. Unfortunately, he had to crash her fun. Sorry, dear, I won't allow you to torture him. I've got a better plan. Much, much better. He said as his grin was widening into a menacing one. Barbo groggily woke up, shaking his head to get out of the daze, and quickly found out he was in an unknown room and bound, which made him completely awake pretty quickly. His eyes warily scanned the surroundings, trying to discern what was going on as he was mentally going through what happened before his blackout. His eyes suddenly widened as he remembered what happened to him, only for a colorful curse to leave his lips. He was careless and now he was going to pay for it. Nevertheless, he tried to squirm out of the bindings or use the rope-escaping jutsu, but as expected, it didn't work. As he was about to get out of options, the door suddenly opened and two people walked inside. A young man and a young woman. He quickly understood his mission failed and he somehow got kidnapped by the downpour. Conan and Ray saw the man lower his head in resignation as they entered the room. They came in front of him when he suddenly raised his head and spoke. "If you are trying to get information from me, you will be disappointed. I will not divulge anything no matter what kind of torture you put me through." Ray smiled at that as he gazed into the man's eyes and saw he really believed that. "Let's start with something simple, then. Your name?" he stated and peered into the man's eyes until the corner of the man's lips twitched. The man sighed and half shrugged. Barbo. It wasn't as if he was extremely famous and he doubted these two would get much from his name. Ray chuckled and nodded towards Conan. "She is Conan and I am Ray. But you probably already know that. Well, we don't really plan to torture you," Ray said while his hand found its way around Conan's waist to calm her down since she was pouting slightly. They had quite a debate about this. Conan wasn't happy about having someone trying to hunt them and wanted to send a proper message to the world. As if they didn't do that already. Barbo's eyes warily observed Ray as he heard they don't intend to torture him while Ray continued. "As for your team, half of them are dead, due to samurai that guarded the mansion." He watched as Barbo flinched, his lips twisting into an amused smirk. "The good news is that they killed every samurai." He stopped for a second to let that sink. It wasn't something to be happy about. Barbo's team practically slaughtered samurai belonging to his country, which would have at least reputational consequences and, depending on the stance of the daimyo, could be quite damaging to the village in itself. Barbo showed a difficult expression as he completely understood what it meant when IWA shinobi killed IWA samurai. Especially in that kind of situation. Ray nevertheless continued with a bemused and light tone. "The bad news is, the surviving half is also dead because of Conan." Conan watched Barbo's eyes widen at that and decided that maybe it was quite good that Ray didn't allow her to vent her frustration on him. She almost pitied him, but the man would talk and it will be out of his own volition. She outstretched her hand and Barbo's body was quickly covered in paper, only his head was peeking out of them. "Let's go," she said and Ray shrugged. They had a plan on how to make the men talk and it seemed that Conan was quite impatient. Unfortunately for Barbo, he had a paper over his mouth so any and all protests were silenced. The trio went outside, stopping only near Sonade and her big slimy amphibian of a plaything. It was obvious the blonde didn't even register them as she busied herself with experimenting. Conan sat Barbo in a spot where he will have a front seat to the show and leaned on Ray's back while putting her chin on his shoulder as her hands snaked around his waist in a tight embrace. Barbo couldn't get his eyes away from the spectacle in front of him, only barely registering Ray's voice. "You see. I am sure that as a ninja, you are used to gore, but this is something different." Yes, Barbo could see that. He wanted to puke but he was too horrified to do so. Ray continued speaking. "I am sure you would rather tell us about your little mission than go through that, right?" Barbo flinched but his eyes still couldn't leave the amphibian as the blonde busty woman was rummaging in its body. It wouldn't be such a disturbing sight if the summoning animal that must obviously be quite intelligent wasn't cut open in such a way that Barbo could see the contents of its guts and organs still inside of its body. Its heart was still pumping, signifying that the beast was still alive as the muscles visibly constricted and loosened in a show of breathing. Even if Barbo wanted, he wouldn't be able to avert his gaze. He could only grit his teeth to prevent the bile from rising from his mouth after he croaked out. "It's still alive." Conan rolled her eyes but it was very hard to spot since she was nuzzling her nose into the crook of Ray's neck. "Of course it is," she playfully started. "And you will be too." At that, Barbo's eyes widened as he understood why they were showing him this scene. Ray smiled to himself. Yes, just a bit more, and the man will talk by himself, no need for boorish torture. He just hoped the men wouldn't be too stubborn about it. "Yup, and I am not really inclined to put a seal that would keep you unconscious during the process. Instead, since you wanted to kill us, I will apply a seal that will keep you conscious as our little," he heard Conan snicker as he commented on Sonade's height, "friend will look at what's inside of you. But don't you worry your little head over it, she is too experienced to make you die during it." Ray said flippantly and noticed that Barbo didn't really react to his threat, which made him frown. He redirected his eyes towards Sonade and instantly lowered them towards the ground with a groan. That was a mistake. He did not need to see Sonade pulling the innards out of the beast as a goddamn rope. Ray audibly gulped and took a deep breath. "Okay, we will leave you here to consider your position," he said with a broken smile towards Barbo. We will be back in a few hours. And with that, Ray was dragged away by excited Conan, who wouldn't let these hours go to waste while Barbo was about to experience 3 hours of what Orochimaru would dub a pleasant afternoon, only 2 clones of Ray and Conan silently watching over him. Chapter 68, Interrogation. When Conan and Ray returned to Barbo, they saw the men having closed eyes with a twisted expression while Tsunade giggled mischievously. Ray approached her and asked, "What did you do to the guy?" His eyebrow raised. "Oh, nothing." She waved her hand covered with a bloodied glove. "I just showed him a bit of what it means to be a medic nin." Tsunade again giggled. Really, these big bad assassins and combat experts, they never have enough guts to stomach the realities of medic nin. She rolled her eyes amusedly, patting her stomach to emphasize guts while all around the amphibian were meters upon meters of guts strewn across the floor. Ray decided to not ask further. He rather left her to her devices and went to Barbo. Surprisingly or not, he didn't even need to open his mouth. When he came closer, Ray was greeted with eyes similar to a dead fish. "I will talk," Barbo said in a defeated and exhausted tone and hung his head low. The sight of Tsunade's autopsy of a still-breathing being must have been quite disturbing for the men. "Okay then, we are listening," Rai said as he sat on the ground next to the still paper-bound men. Barbo was quiet for a moment before he sighed and started. "The Tsuchikage doesn't like you being so good at large-scale destruction. But that's not all." Barbo mulled over his next words before starting to speak again. Kiri was always a village shrouded in the shadows. It was the village of assassins. Quiet and unnoticeable. It had to be. Kiri might be one of the Great Five, but it never had numbers or frontline fighters capable of matching other villages of the Great Four. In mist and on the sea, Kiri's forces are almost unbeatable, but on land, Kiri is no threat when it comes to invasion. It has always been that way. Even Suna is a bigger threat than Kiri. Barbo said slowly, and Ray nodded. This much, he knew. Kiri might have got fewer casualties in the war against Kumo, but it was felt. The village was smaller and more specialized towards kenjutsu and assassinations. Not many ninjas knew large-scale ninjutsu, and definitely not on the level of future Hoshigaki Kisame or Mei Terumi. The Kiri nin preferred silent killing rather than flashy jutsu. Oddly enough, most often than not, it was those big flashy jutsu that could be seen for miles which showed the real strength of ninja rather than a silent and unseen approach. From this bit Ray started to see the bigger picture and why his and Conan's existence might have been so threatening in Tsuchikage's eyes. After all, the old smallman was always the first to jump the gun. Ray didn't voice out his reasonings and rather let Barbo speak. "And then, Kiri gained you. 2 ninjas famous for their flashiness. Barbo chuckled dryly. Kiri was becoming a bigger and bigger threat due to the acquisition of Kekkei Genkai in the past, but they never seemed to be able to use it all that well. The clans there still have a lot of freedom, and the Mizukage has quite limited authority over them, which stems from the joining agreements they had with the village upon becoming its members. And you know that just how exactly?" Conan butted in with a quite important question. Barbo just looked at her with a deadpan gaze. "They took in whoever. Sure, their anti-spy policy is very good, but they can't catch every single spy. Plus the offer of these deals that would safeguard the joining clans was the first thing Kiri offered, so many of our spies brought the information about them," he said, making Conan impassively nod, but it only strengthened the belief that she and Ray would eventually have to leave Kiri. If the enemy knew about these things, there was bound to be some fuck-up later down the line that will threaten the village. Maybe even use some political pull or a spy inside to start a civil war. The laws of Kiri were very edgy, so Conan could imagine something like that to happen. She would have to try to persuade Ray to get out of the village sooner than expected. While Conan pondered about the revelations of just how easy it was to plant a spy into Kiri, Barbo continued. "Your presence in Kiri is a threat. If you raise pupils capable of performing your jutsu, the Kiri could raise its strength to rival other villages of Grade 5 on land and become a real threat." It was also obvious the Mizukage wanted to do just that, since not one of our spies managed to get any noteworthy intel about your identity or skills. "And the spies being?" Ray butted in, stopping Barbo in his tracks. Barbo opened his mouth but then closed it before saying, "I don't know." "Are you sure?" Ray tilted his head and glanced towards Tsunade but knew it was pointless. He wouldn't really take Barbo's words at face value. Obviously, he drew a seal of truth on the guy when he was unconscious. While the seal can't make the man spit out every secret he had, it was enough to make him completely truthful while not making him even realize it. It also had the effect of making the person actually subconsciously willing to speak. That's why Barbo divulged his name so easily, and that's why it didn't take too long for him to spill. "Yes," Barbo simply said, making Ray sigh. The men really had no idea who the spies were. While it didn't really matter to Ray as Kiri was just a momentary stop, he wouldn't mind giving the Mizukage a parting present. Worse yet, Ray didn't know when he would leave Kiri, but it would be years yet. Living in the village while knowing it has spies in it. He hoped he wouldn't get paranoid. So tell me, Ray started. Was this only Tsuchikage's idea or someone else was involved? Ray was really curious about this. If it was only Tsuchikage then good. It was expected, but if someone else was involved, Ray wouldn't like to have an unknown third party after his life. Barbo was quiet for a moment but then started talking. It was an anonymous request. They paid 3 times the max amount for S rank, so it gave a good excuse for the Tsuchikage. Half up front and the second half after the job is done. Ray nodded. So there was some bastard who wanted them dead, after all. Tsuchikage had to think about the good of the village and wouldn't pull a stunt like this without an enormous excuse. So, someone is trying to instigate a third ninja war, huh? Ray distractedly stated with a frown, making Barbo exclaim. What? He gaped at Ray, but from his expression it was clear the gears were turning in his head, thinking about how Ray came to such a conclusion. It didn't take long for Barbo to understand. Conan and Ray were quite important for Kiri's progress. At least, that was the conclusion from all the information embargo the Mizukage employed. Their death would surely sour the relations between Kiri and IWA, add a few similar kinds of missions for other villages, and voila, the conclusion is clear. It would lead to another war not 10 years from the end of the previous one. The main point was the payment. Nobody pays 3 times the amount for S rank. Not even nobles or the daimyo. It's just not done, so when someone offers it, the village should be hellava alerted that something was fishy. Not even the assassination of a daimyo would be so costly, after all. But clearly, the villages would jump at the vision of money if the client seemed trustworthy. Considering the problems IWA had with Ray and Conan's continuous existence and Anoki's stubborn hot-headedness. Yes, the anonymous person knew well who to approach for the job. Ray was about to continue asking questions when Sonade finally finished with the Salamander for the day and approached them after healing him up to health, her previously white coat now covered in innumerable bloodstains. Her face sported a wide Cheshire smile as she turned towards Ray. So how does your little interrogation go? She asked while looking at Barbo, who instantly tried to scurry away, but his body was tightly bound, so he managed to only avert his gaze towards the ground while quivering. Guess Sonade really inflicted trauma on the poor bastard. Ray resisted the urge to snicker when Sonade suddenly hugged him, making him go rigid. He bit out, his arms not reaching towards her back. Tsu. You know you are from head to toe covered in blood. Ray asked with indignation in his tone, and Sonade instantly stepped back with a sheepish look as she saw the entirety of Ray's shirt covered with one big red stain. The awkward atmosphere was quickly interrupted by Barbo. You people are insane, he said with wide eyes, staring at the blood-covered shirt of Ray. How can you not react at all? She has more blood on herself than any torturer of IWA could hope to see after a month of work. You people are insane, Barbo repeated, quivering at the sight of blood, and Sonade only tilted her head. Did my little show perhaps give him hemophobia? Both of her eyebrows rose in surprise at that, and even Ray facepalmed. Oh, the irony. Chapter 69, Shocking IWA 1. The interrogation continued and they got more information from Barbo, mostly about IWA and its defenses, but nothing too substantial, as the man was fiercely loyal and would rather go through torture than give them the important details. The seal of truth was quite handy, and the man probably blabbed way more than he wanted while not even noticing it, but nevertheless, he wouldn't budge when Ray asked about sensitive things like the times of patrol changes and seal defenses. It's not like they needed those anyway. And Barbo didn't need to be so secretive about it either. Who would they show the information to? The Mizukage? As if the old coot didn't deserve to know their findings. No, Ray had something better in mind. Something immediate. The Tsuchikage wanted to hunt them down, so he would need to be punished for it. Conan wouldn't have it any other way, and Ray wasn't about to let bygones be bygones. After all, he wasn't the only target. Kana was one too, and that made him mad. That's why they now stood not a half-kilometer away from Iwagakure, observing it through their senses. Do you really think it is a smart idea? Conan asked, a bit worried about what they were gonna do. She wanted to do it even more than Ray, as she wasn't the forgiving sort, but for now, this appeared to be quite a risk. She didn't want Ray to be in danger, so she had to at least try to be the voice of reason. Smart? Of course not. Ray snorted. It is batshit insane, and that's why it will work. His lips spread into a Cheshire grin. Especially since we are going to do it by our own rules, he said, and took out 2 scrolls, making Conan widen her eyes at what that meant. You want to use that? She asked in bewilderment. These scrolls were their last resort and only to be used when they needed to run. To use them here. Conan suddenly stopped in her tracks as her mind understood what this meant when she added into equation Ray's personality. These are not your mayhem scrolls, these are different, she stated, smirking as she saw Ray shrug. I had a bit of time and decided to prepare a show for our Rocky comrades. After all, someone has to show them what it means to have the will of rock. Ray snickered. Indeed, these scrolls were not his Mayhem Scrolls as Conan dubbed them. No, they were his Mayhem Scrolls V2, specially made for this occasion. Should I use mine too though? Conan asked with furrowed eyebrows. You know, to make bigger numbers. Nah. It's good. I made sure to seal away enough. We will have a different job. We can't really kill the old goblin, so the punishment would have to be something impactful yet delicate. I know exactly the thing. Ray excitedly exclaimed, making Conan purse her lips in expectation. Anoki sat in his office doing the paperwork as was his damned routine. The day he became the Tsuchikage will be forever etched into his memory as the most glorious day of his existence, but it will also be the most sorrowful day for him. The day he forsook his soul to the devil of the bureaucracy. The day when the strong, handsome, capable, and most importantly handsome guy he was, changed into a grumbling man who had to sit on a special chair for his head to be above the table when giving orders. But that wasn't his main problem. He thought being a Kage would be a bit more interesting. But it is not. It's an almost painful existence where he has to balance the entire village, its clans, ninja, and civilians to coexist peacefully. This was a dictatorship and he was on the top, but even then he had so much work. At least he has a free hand in how he does things. As he was about to fill his last paper from an entire stash, the entire office shook, making the stash he had deposited on the edge of the table fall down and fly all around his office in the flurry of papers. Anoki watched with an expression like a deer in headlights as this happened, his mind refusing to process that the pile he spent the last 2 days perfecting to his utmost ability was now destroyed. Just like that. In but a second. As he watched his paper-covered office, Anoki genuinely thought that even his dust style could cause so much damage to him as this sight. His spirit was literally in pieces. Just then, his secretary barged inside of his office with a startled expression, desperately gasping for breath. Anoki turned to her with his gaze that resembled a dead fish and lifelessly asked, "What?" The secretary tried to quickly calm down as she heaved up, her arms on her knees. Hearing Tsuchikage's question, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Tsuchikage-sama. We are being invaded." Anoki heard her and his mind stopped. His temper instantly flared, but he forcefully calmed himself down and his expression turned to stoical seriousness. "Who is invading us?" he asked the secretary. Hurrying off to the battlefield would be idiocy. He first needed to know what exactly was going on and then organize his troops. No matter the situation, he was the Kage. Not a common ninja. His duties lied with leadership rather than fighting on the front lines. He was the trump card of the village, after all. When he asked the question, he could see the secretary momentarily squirm and his temper flared again, this time on the woman. She said they were being invaded and he knew she would never dare to joke about such a matter, so why was she now hesitating? "Speak, woman. We are burning time." The secretary took a deep breath to calm herself and her professionalism took over. Only that made her able to say the next part with a straight face without cringing. "We are under attack by monkeys in Hokage robes," she said stoically, and even she was surprised she didn't actually blush. As Anoki heard her, his mind stopped for a second, giving her a blank gaze. "Come again?" he asked unsurely, briefly glancing towards the calendar, wondering if it is April 1st already. "Author, yup, they have those there. We are under attack by monkeys in Hokage robes," the secretary repeated in a deadpan tone. "Are you sure it isn't a prank?" Anoki stated dryly. He was too old to deal with some snot-nosed brat vying for attention. That job was for his son. Why would they bother him with monkeys dressed like the Hokage? That could be the national joke. The secretary nodded and started describing what was happening. They trashed the marketplace, heavily graffitied the surrounding mountains and buildings, strewn the underwear of the villagers all across the village. Many mothers complain they stole lollipops from their kids. The ninja are getting caught in some sticky traps that are making them glued to each other. The worst part is that when the ninja try to attack them, they are ganged upon by 10 others. They cause all sorts of mischief, but worse yet, we had reports of them in secret divisions where they mess up archives and libraries. The violent shaking of the Kage Tower was also caused by them. They both understood the danger they were facing if these monkeys got into restricted archives of various divisions, and Anoki scowled as he now had the culprit for his wasted paperwork. The secretary wasn't finished though. With a grim face, she continued. "It all started an hour ago and by now, there must be at least 1,000 of these monkeys. We call it an attack because..." The secretary gulped. "Because they changed to rock upon defeat, not unlike rock clone jutsu. It is definitely the work of some ninja. But surprisingly they don't aim to seriously cripple Iwagakure. If they did, they had many opportunities so far. Especially since they appeared in hundreds and our ninja's first reaction was to roll on the ground in laughter." Her lips slightly twitched upwards. "These monkeys are basically trolling us." Anoki opened his mouth but instantly closed it as he sprang up on his feet when he understood what he was just told, his vein pulsing. Call for the leaders of each division ASAP. We gotta start counterattacking these trolling monkeys. Nobody is going to troll my village. Chapter 70, Shocking IWA 2. Rei's adaptation of rock clone jutsu ravaged the Iwagakure, doing nasty pranks all around while using their numerical advantage to the fullest. Rei had actually prepared around 1,500 of these rock monkey clones, so some parts of the village were completely overrun. Rei was very careful when planning this little surprise, and spent the entire night going through every bit of knowledge he gained from Barbo's interrogation about the defenses and setup of Iwagakure. These were pivotal in his quest for justice. That was the reason why the rock clones could rampage for an hour and still, no organized resistance was, well, organized. The places that were hit first had either insufficient personnel and were too preoccupied to send a message about their problems with a request of reinforcements, or it was a place that was out of hand, and it would take time for such requests to reach the Kage Tower. And when they did, the tower would be buried in large quantities of them, so it would be a pain in the ass to react. These monkeys were failed attempts at rock clone jutsu. But even then, just because in the eyes of others this was a failure at creating a rock clone, it didn't mean that it didn't have its uses. After all, failures were a perfectly usable jutsu too. They just didn't have the desired effect, hence were called failures. Just a bit of deformity through tweaking while creating a rock clone and voila, Rei had a fully functioning clone that did not look like him, therefore his identity was safeguarded. The best part. Henge could be seen through. The rock clones could not, as there was literally nothing to be seen through. The rock monkeys were just that. Pile of rocks in the form of a monkey wearing Hokage attire that was held together and moved by chakra and initial intent of the user. Even the coloring on them was done through chakra. It was obvious they were clones, but it would be next to impossible to discern who made them. But they functioned exactly as normal rock clones, except Rei was quite good at earth release. He obviously added a bit of a bonus and made them all enhanced with earth chakra. They would be a terror to take down after that. That's why Rei spent an entire week prior to their mission making these clones and filling 2 whole scrolls with them to the brim. It was his small personal portable army, Sasori style. While various parts of Iwagakure started to have problems with Hokage monkeys, Rei and Konan used these exact parts to slip through the village. The monkeys always started rampaging, and then, both Rei and Konan would henge to civilians while adjusting their chakra reserves to slip through. They were obviously seen by ninja and even other civilians, but the people had more pressing matters than to look closer. Even if henge could be seen through, it would need a deeper look even if the person is experienced. It was all in the details. Details that nobody had time to look at. Part by part, street by street, they advanced in the middle of the chaos until they reached their first objective. The headquarters of the Explosion Corps, quite nearby the Kage Tower. It actually took them 30 minutes to follow the monkey clones up here, and it was just in time. The IWA shinobi started to realize this was not just some common prank, nor anything that was meant well. Too much damage was caused by it to be anything but hostility, and they started to react in kind. The ninja of Iwagakure started carefully fighting back, trying to prevent more damage from being caused to their village. Rei and Konan entered the wide-open door to the building that was half-broken, clearly due to too much force applied as someone banged on them. They casually walked through the hall, holding hands while noting the empty reception with the side of their eyes. They walked in without a care in the world, as if they owned the place. All around them was a mess caused by the wild rock monkey clones. The shelves were overturned, the papers all over the floor, the furniture was broken, and the place had clear signs of struggle. They are quite effective, Konan stated. The surroundings look like a war zone, and yet, we both know the monkey clones would at most cause a few bruises. Tell me, why again did you order them to not kill people? She frowned as she didn't understand Rei's reasons for that. Iwagakure sent 50 ninjas to kill them. If anything, they should be out for their blood. That's easy. Rei quipped. I plan to use this in the future. Maybe not the exact same variant, but close, and people will eventually come to know the user as me. I don't need to be known as the men who massacred IWA shinobi in their own village. That would paint an incredible target on me, and it wouldn't be just IWA shinobi vying for my blood. Rei said, trying to portray the situation to Konan. She might have been incredibly strong and very resourceful and innovative, but she didn't really have the brain for thinking what her actions would cause in the future. But, won't they actually resent you anyway? Konan asked with a frown. Rei was basically trashing the village, so she didn't think not killing would actually save him from being hunted. At her question, Rei smirked knowingly. Oh, they will, but this would inspire respect at my ability to do it and a healthy amount of fear. I have no delusions that I won't be in the upper tiers of bingo book due to the reward IWA would offer for my head for it, but they would also not be out for blood. Merely butthurt like a sullen child. They may pout, rave, and rake, but they won't go too much out of their way to get me. That would be a waste of resources for such a small matter, after all. Ray said, but seeing Conan's furrowed brows he sighed, stopped for a moment, and as she turned to him, he patted her head. Don't worry your little pretty head over it. Conan slowly nodded. As they walked through the Explosion Corps headquarters, they suddenly were stopped by a battered man with a tired look. Who are you? He asked. Ray blinked at him in confusion for a second before promptly facepalming. Of course. He turned to Conan, who tilted her head. We are still wearing civilian attire. He told her, making her go, oh. I knew I forgot something. He then turned towards the men and gave him a thumbs up. Thanks, men. Obviously, the men didn't know what to think, but the display managed to make him put his guard up very quickly. Weird was not good. Weird was dangerous. But he didn't have the time to ponder further as from behind, one rock monkey suddenly ran into him, flinging his body forward. Both Conan and Ray flinched as they saw him roll on the floor, clearly breaking something. The men didn't wake up after that. Ray gulped as he turned to Conan. That was an accident. He told her. That can't be taken as a kill. Conan showed him an unimpressed look. After such a lengthy lecture about no killing, and then he goes and makes a man into a living ragdoll. Sure, whatever suits you best. She dryly said, making Ray scowl. How should he know the man was so fragile? Anyway, Ray averted his gaze. Let's continue. He shamelessly exclaimed and started dragging chuckling Conan forward. It was time to get what they came for. They finally reached the storage room with explosives and Ray grinned. Now, let's see the stash of the best demolitionists. He giddily hopped towards the first crate he saw and stored it in his dimensional storage. So many treasures. He stated with a shit-eating grin. The explosives and gear in the storage room were something extremely important and expensive. IWA guarded the knowledge about them almost as fiercely as Konoha guarded their bloodlines. And here they were, in a room full of them, and Ray was pretty sure somewhere amongst the pile of books Conan just stored is a manual on how to create them. They didn't really have the time to look into what they were storing into the dimension as they were pressed for time. 10 minutes later, it was finally done and Ray wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Well. He turned to Conan with a nasty smirk as he gestured towards one unstirred crate. Shall we give IWA a greeting? For the last 10 minutes, the monkey clones were trying to chase people away from the building, and now, it was empty bar Conan and Ray. Getting his meaning, Conan showed a slight but very telling smile. 5 minutes passed and the duo was safely waiting on the roof of a building 2 streets away from the headquarters of the Explosion Corps when the fireworks started. The entire building the Corps used since their establishment disappeared with a booming sound, leaving behind only a wide crater and deafened, bewildered IWA Neen around it. This marked an hour since the beginning of mayhem in IWA, and in the Kage Tower, a certain old midget was currently staring at the paperwork strewn all over the floor with a longing, wistful look of utter horror. So far, Ray was satisfied with his self-imposed mission. Chapter 71, Gathering Important Research Material. Anoki rammed into a rock monkey, crushing it with the impact. His face instantly turned into a frown as he realized that it would be him on the floor if he didn't harden his body with earth chakra. The hardness of these nuisances was really on a different level. He could now understand why his ninja had so many problems with dispatching them. They were hard, small, and nimble enough to weave through attacks. Hitting them was a chore, and then one had to be sufficiently strong to break through the hardening. The most annoying part for IWA forces was the inability of using destructive jutsu since they were inside of their own village. Really, their only redeeming part is the likeness to the Hokage. They are all so hilarious. Anoki mumbled under his nose. The monkeys were actually really molded to look like a smaller, more furry version of old Hiruzen Sarutobi wearing the Hokage robes. Anoki kicked away another monkey, making it crumble into a pile of rock. His eyes narrowed as he noted 20 other monkeys turn to him, preparing to engage. This part, he was confused about it. Every time he defeated one, another would jump at him. Never 2 or 3. Always only 1. Always in 1 versus 1 in taijutsu. The other monkeys either prevented his ninja from intervening or plainly waited. He ordered most of his subordinates to go clean important spots, so he didn't have many of them, but it was still mind-boggling that the ones that were being suppressed enough to be unable to help. By now, Anoki had quite a clear picture of what was happening. They are stalling for time. He gruffly stated. I don't like this, not one bit. Anoki gritted his teeth as he continued fighting. As he was about to finish his 15th monkey, he suddenly heard it. The village shook with the deafening roar that reverberated through it. His eyes went wide. Gobi. Steam suddenly burst out and covered the eastern part of the village. A few moments earlier, Conan and Ray stood in front of a shabby house with a few holes in it. It was made out of wood and located in the eastern part of the village. The part that could be called slums and mostly used to house slaves or those of low societal status. It was also a part that was completely undisturbed by the current commotion, as there was just nothing of note there. This also conveniently meant that no ninja was as of now there, as every station patrol went to help with the disturbance in the village. Are you sure this is it? Conan asked skeptically. The house, if it could be called that, was something she would never imagine belonged to such a precious thing as a Jinchuriki. They were supposed to be quite valuable to their respective villages, no? Yes, I am positive. Ray nodded and opened the door. Walking inside, he saw the only room of the entire house. It was quite a clean and tidy place. Despite the shabby and battered furniture, it had kind of a cozy atmosphere, signifying that someone clearly cared for it. In the corner of the room was an old bed, and on it, a 12-year-old boy was currently happily sleeping. Well, wouldn't you look at that? Looks like we are quite lucky. Since he is sleeping, the next part will be quite peaceful. Ray quietly said and approached the snoring boy. He was a big one for his age. Not due to fat, since the boy was obviously underfed. No, he was tall and wide. It was obvious he would grow up to be quite physically strong. Ray was quite baffled. This underfed large boy, who was most likely lacking any form of affection, would grow up to be a terror on the battlefield. The strongest steam user. All due to the beast inside of him. The boy was Han, the Jinchuriki of the Gobi. Ray approached his body and put his hand on the boy's belly, all the while Conan vigilantly watched for any unnatural movement. Even now, she was making sure many of her paper slices were left behind for various purposes. Ray might be able to see more into what future reactions would people have if he did this or that. She didn't understand that, but it was fine. What she understood was that being prepared was important, and since she had an opportunity, she took it. After all, since she was in IWA now, why not fill it to the brim with explosive tags? Ray's hand reached towards the seal on the boy. Not unlike when he did this with Kushina, Ray put a paper with his chakra storage seal onto the boy's belly and pushed his chakra into it, making it reach the boy's seal. His eyes snapped open even though he didn't remember closing them, and Ray found himself inside of the seal. He saw a cage, not. Ray blinked and groaned. Don't you tell me this is some bullshit willpower seal. He facepalmed only to freeze when he got an answer. Yes, human. This is exactly one of these. A calm voice resounded through the seal. Ray's shoulder sagged at that, and he turned around with a peeved feeling inside of him. As his turn was finished, his eyes landed on the owner of the voice. Gobi. His lips twitched. Never thought a tailed beast would be willingly spending its time in its host. Ray amusedly stated, raising his eyebrow at the beast, who was lazily lying in front of him with its eyes closed. The Gobi just raised his right eyelid up, boredly looking at Ray. You know what you just caused, don't you? He asked, ignoring Ray's previous statement. Ray sighed in exasperation. Of course, he did know. Due to this being a freaking willpower seal, the second I leave, the boy will go on a rampage. He gruffed out. I mean, how should I know the boy would have such a seal on himself? Ray started ranting. Which idiot actually puts this sort of seal on a kid? Much to Kokuo's amusement, he wildly gestured with his hands in agitation. How could anyone able making such a seal not understand the simple truth that a kid can't suppress a tailed beast with willpower? Ray shook his head. What kind of willpower could a kid have anyway? He huffed. Kokuo snorted. Yes. I totally agree. If I wanted, I could be out this instant. But you don't. You know Han won't be always a kid, don't you? One of these days, his willpower actually will be enough to keep you sealed away. Ray told Kokuo, who just shrugged uncaringly. The beast was clearly unhappy with the fact it was sealed but didn't mind being secluded, and the sealing actually did help him with that. Well, this was a nice talk, but I think your goal in coming here is fulfilled. It's time for you to go. Kokuo politely said, making Ray smile. Thank you for giving me your chakra. He slightly bowed towards the beast. He could feel that Kokuo clearly knew what was going on around its host and didn't mind sharing his chakra. Ray felt his chakra storage seal filling up too quickly for it to be forceful. After relaying his gratitude, he left the seal. The second he was out, he grabbed the chakra storing paper, twisted on his heel, and jumped towards Conan, grabbing her around her waist and heaving her up on his shoulder. He then used Kawarimi to gain distance from the boy, who was now almost bathing in red chakra. He knew Han would go on a rampage, but it was not his problem. Most importantly, it was not him who applied such a half-assed and stupid seal on the boy. Ray could have stopped Han. Sure. But why should he? He didn't owe IWA nor its people anything. There just wasn't a benefit in it. But there definitely was a benefit in having the boy rampage. Ray entered a side alley and ran through the back streets until he was at least a few hundred meters away from the boy's position. It took him only a moment, and after he deemed his distance sufficient, he jumped up onto the roof, still holding Conan like a sack of potatoes. Conan's face was impassive throughout the entire experience, but it was obvious to Ray she didn't appreciate the way he carried her. He put her down on her own feet when he landed on the roof, just in time to see a huge cloud of superheated smoke go off in the distance. The boy will massacre the people, Conan stoically stated. It wasn't that she cared about IWA people, but she didn't like seeing kids killed. That, however, didn't mean she would not activate the numerous exploding tags and wipe the entire village off if it was needed. That only meant it would at best leave a sour taste in her mouth. She didn't even finish her sentence and Ray could already see her using her papers to evacuate many kids from the streets. Conan made sure to use small amounts despite it being slower. She prioritized being unseen, but she nevertheless helped the people. Yes. I already mentally ordered the closest rock monkeys to come and help to drag the people away, Ray said while he intently stared towards the place with the rampaging boy. It wouldn't be bad to make Iwagakure remember his help during this sudden rampage. It would probably win him some brownie points in the future when his identity comes to the light. That's the reason why he dropped a paper with a seal that would create a small barrier when he was running away. This barrier wouldn't hold the boy. Not when he already sported 3 new tails and a red chakra cloak. But it would give the necessary time for someone strong to come. And that was what Ray was waiting for. He knew exactly who would be the best candidate to stop the rampage. Now wouldn't it be awesome if Yambi Jinchuriki showed up and leaked some chakra for me to study? Chapter 72, Anoki vs Rampaging Han. Ray and Conan watched the boy clad in red chakra cloak ramming his 3 tails into the barrier Ray created. This is insane, Conan said. This was the first time she saw the strength of a rampaging Jinchuriki and she was not impressed at all. No, she was outright frowning as she realized she might be able to fight it, but it would be a tough fight. She instantly resolved herself to get even stronger. The chance of herself or worse, Ray being attacked by a Jinchuriki wasn't that high, but it was still there. No, she would have to get strong enough to face something like this with ease. It was all for protecting Ray, after all. The chakra is so dense it can physically maul things. Conan continued. The ground under him is charred, it must be quite hot too. Conan was saying this out loud just because she was bored. She and Ray were doing this quite often. They talked about things and pointed out the things the other missed, and in the end, they would reach a better conclusion. Ray obviously knew some of its properties, but even he found a few new things during the observation. The chakra is uncontrolled. The Gobi doesn't have actual control over it, he pointed out, making Conan nod. So the chakra acts on instinct. Is that what you want to say? She asked and crossed her arms with a frown. But that's an insane notion. Chakra is energy, it's not sentient. The tailed beasts are beings made of chakra. Ray hummed distractedly. As someone who knew his fair share in soul-based sealing, he had a clear idea of how that worked. It was the pivotal point in his tailed beast project, which was the reason why he was gathering the chakra of other tailed beasts. But even then, he was still stumped on how Hagoromo actually created 9 different and unique beings from one. It can't be that the 10 tails had a multiple personality disorder, can it? Conan was about to reply when suddenly, the barrier was shattered and the boy roared. 2 arms made of chakra stretched out of his back and started smashing the buildings around. For better or worse, the people in these buildings were long dead due to the steam the boy released at the start of his rampage, which cooked them almost instantly. The barrier bought at best 5 minutes, which both Ray and Conan used to evacuate most of the slums through either paper or rock monkeys, so the rampaging boy could safely smash as much as he liked without mauling anyone who wasn't already dead. There goes this part of the city, Ray muttered, completely unbothered as he sat up, his feet dangling down the edge of the roof. Conan sat next to him, quietly sneaking her hand into his as they together watched the boy dismantle the street with his chakra hands while analyzing the situation and the chakra usage. It was then that the new arrival appeared. From the sky, a small shadow descended right onto the back of the boy shrouded in dark red chakra, driving him into the ground before it quickly kicked off the back of the boy in order to jump away from him. This to be the right decision, as not a second after he did so, hot chakra arms pierced the spot his chest was located. Ray narrowed his eyes in displeasure as he saw who was the men who arrived. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't Yanbi's Jinchuriki, but it was the Tsuchikage himself. It appears the Yanbi won't be appearing, he frowned bitterly. The Yanbi Jinchuriki would already appear if he was in the village. The fight between Anoki and Han started anew when Han sprang his body at the middle-aged midget, leaping at him like a wild animal. Anoki didn't try to block and instead jumped to the side, letting Han sail past him. Han impacted the building behind Anoki and created a new opening in its wall while the dust rose all around. Anoki carefully observed the dust-filled hole, waiting for Han to make a move when his eyes widened as a searing pain sprang up to his spine from his ankles. He suddenly found his world spinning as the chakra arm that burst from the ground and took hold of it flung his body through the street at breakneck speed, right into an opposite building. Anoki's body also created a hole. A moment later, both combatants could be seen exiting their respective holes. Han's rampaging form crouched on all four while growling, and Anoki was floating a few centimeters above the ground while his ankles were badly burned. He gritted his teeth and glared at Han's form. It was useless trying to talk to it. He knew he would have to punch the boy out of this stupor, and right now, he nevertheless found it to be an incredible pain in the ass. Anoki used his earth release, lightweight rock technique to fly up while Han started filling the space around him in dense steam, wrapping himself in it. Ray and Conan wondered what he was doing, but their question was answered shortly when the steam, in but a second, compressed even more and formed a small ball in front of the rampaging boy's mouth. Before Anoki could even widen his eyes, the ball was flung at insane speed in his direction. He barely managed to use earth release, rock skin to shield himself. Both Ray and Conan could see a big explosion of superheated steam engulfing the sky. Anoki's body rushed out of the steam in a straight line towards the ground, making a small part of it disperse due to his sheer speed. He landed on one knee, his hand instantly landing on the ground as he shouted. Earth release, heaven-reaching pillar. From under Han's body, an earth pillar swiftly rose, pushing him into the sky before retreating back towards the ground. Han was now in the sky, and that was exactly what Anoki wanted. He pushed his battered, slightly burned body, and flew at his airborne opponent at breakneck speed, his hand reaching towards him. Anoki was hopeful when he saw his hand almost reach the boy, only for his hopes to be dashed when a fourth tail sprung up from behind the boy and slapped him downwards. As he was barreled towards the ground, he twisted his body and landed on his feet into a crouch. The force transmitted through his body nevertheless put a sizable dent onto the ground. A moment later, a large fist made out of smoke impacted the area, sending a shockwave all around. The battlefield stilled. The smoke started clearing, and Ray smiled helplessly as he saw the rumble that was previously the slums of Iwadakure. That was clever. He heard Conan calmly say and couldn't help but agree. Both were using their nature sensing to have a firm grasp on what was going on even inside the steam. The steam was now almost gone, only to be completely dispersed by a savage roar, revealing Anoki gasping for air as he stood above the boy who was still clad in chakra cloak, thrashing around but unable to lift himself from the ground. Yeah, he created a rock clone right during the first steam bomb attack, hit it, and now used it to land the rock weight technique onto the boy. This fight is over. With the amount of gravity on the boy, he would need to go into a five-tail state, and Kokuo doesn't want to be released, so he would prevent it. Anoki won. Ray stated. A pity Anoki decided not to use his dust style though. Conan stoically said as she peered towards the form of the old man. She wanted to see the fabled other Kekii Tota in existence. Well, you can't really blame him for that. Deserted part it may be, but this is still a part of his village. His dust techniques would completely finish it off. This damage, Ray pointed towards the destroyed buildings and cracked ground, will be easily repaired with earth jutsu. But if he leveled the area with dust release, the reconstruction would take a lot of money. Ray finished in a Kakuza-like voice. He momentarily let go of Conan's hand and snaked his arm around her waist. Well, dear. It's time for us to leave. Looks like the second Jinchuriki of IWA won't be joining the party, so there is nothing more to be stolen here. He quipped, and Conan, with an amused smile, leaned towards him, pecking him on the cheek. You shouldn't be greedy. She weakly admonished him. They already gained a library worth of jutsu, all copies, so it wouldn't seem like the jutsu are missing. Then they stole quite a lot of valuables and money which will surely be noticed, and then the stash of the explosion core and a few documents about missions that could prove to be useful blackmail material. If she took into consideration the sample of Gobi's chakra, wanting more was just plain being greedy. Ray chuckled at that and shrugged. I am only a human, he said helplessly, but then turned to Conan, looking into her eyes. You are right, he stated and kissed her on the lips. They both pulled apart after a few moments, and with the last look towards the still struggling boy and tired Tsuchikage, they disappeared into Ray's dimension. Ray no longer cared about the following events, and Conan, she gave one last discreet but telling glance in Anoki's direction as her lips were twisted in an amused and playful smirk. Ray rather not comment on, as he knew when she was about to pull a prank. Chapter 73, Spy Network. After Ray and Conan left IWA, Tsuchikage was grumbling about the timing of the boy's rampage. He looked at the still struggling form of the boy who was supposed to be his nephew, and with a sigh, he chopped the boy's neck, making him fall unconscious. As Anoki was waving his hand around, to suit the burn the contact with Gobi's chakra caused, he could with the corner of his eye see some IWA shinobi approach him. He sighed again as he saw them look around with downcast gazes when they saw the destruction the boy caused. And it started as such a nice and calm day. He muttered to himself. Standing up, he decided it was time to give some orders to his subordinates to clean up this mess. While he was pondering about what should be done, and who would be the most suitable person for it, around 200 ninjas gathered around him. These were the ones that already dealt with the monkeys in their assigned regions, the so-called elites of IWA. Anoki straightened himself to look presentable and was about to open his mouth when The ground under him burst into a flurry of paper, swirling around him. Before he could even widen his eyes, the papers started gluing themselves to his body. Anoki could see the IWA elites slightly panic before they started reacting. It took him only a second, but his mind went through his entire jutsu repertoire, looking for any jutsu that could save him. In the end, he went for a simple but quick solution and toughened his skin with earth release, awaiting an explosion. Inwardly, he was freaking out and praying the explosive tags are of low quality so he would not incur too much damage through his rock skin jutsu. Then, a loud boom resounded and the surroundings were covered in smoke, in pink smoke. When the smoke cleared, all elites of IWA could see Old Man Anoki, the most stubborn ninja out of all rock-headed IWA ninjas, the feared dust release user, the fence-sitter, clad in a pink tutu covered in pink glitters while he sported a heavy amount of makeup on his face. To add salt into the injury, in front of him, on the ground, was a message. "This is punishment for not showing me Keki Aitoda, midget." Anoki stared with dead eyes forward, as he realized the situation he was currently in. His lips slowly started twisting into a frown as the vein on his forehead started pulsing. The old man burst into loud shouts, "Shut up!" He rubbed his arm on his face to get rid of the makeup, only to make a red smudge on his face from the lipstick. The surrounding ninja started laughing at his predicament, which prompted Anoki to scream even louder in his fit of rage until his back suddenly experienced a sharp surge of pain, making his eyes go wide while he dropped on his knees. "Am I perhaps too old for this shit?" he mumbled in bewilderment, leaning forward as he held his back. This was the start of Anoki's back problems. 2 days later, after Rei, Konan, and Sonade went through their rightful loot, the trio was sitting in the capital of the Land of Water, in Bairi Company's headquarters, served tea by Kurubo, who was requested by Rei for a meeting. Rei wasn't amused by his last mission. No, he was going in kind of blind and had no information he could use. That's why he was here now instead of reporting the success to the Mizukage. Yesterday he threw a scroll containing the daughter of the noble who hired them to him, with words, "The mission is done." In hindsight, he probably should have unsealed her, but, meh. The bastard plotted against Rei and Konan, and if he succeeded, both would be dead, so a bit of inconvenience is the least he could expect in return. "You want me to do what again?" Kurubo asked pointedly in disbelief after he heard what Rei just told him. He couldn't believe his ears. "You heard right." Rei nodded. "I want you to pick trustworthy employees and make them gather intelligence for me. The company is almost in every country now. It is widespread with a good reach in high places. Our merchants usually know the right people to pull this off, and I know you did what I asked and mostly recruited in slums. These people will be grateful enough to do this for us." As Kurubo heard Rei, he suddenly stilled, realization sneaking into his mind. "You planned this from the start," he declared, not an ounce of doubt in his voice. "That's why you made me employ the poor. We gave them home when they needed it the most. There are a lot of people willing to go quite far for the company, and those that became traitors are the cream of the crop out of them. The most capable." Kurubo gulped with wide eyes. "I see. They were put for the 2-month-long intelligence training regime, not to safeguard the company's secrets but for this." Rei nodded. He thought quite a lot about how to make a spy network. But he didn't want to inconvenience himself. Taking care of such a network can go only in 2 ways. Sasori style or Jiraiya style. Sasori used manipulations and held something important against his spies so they won't betray him and will continue doing the job for him. He went even as far as using mind alteration in quite a clever way. Rei could do this. He was much better with seals than Sasori. The problem was, he would need a long time to find informants and put seals on them or find good blackmail to keep them in their places. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is spending quite a lot of his time managing his network. He has to be constantly aware and visit his informants quite frequently. In short, he is extremely busy. That was a no-go for Rei, as he would rather spend the time with Konan and Sonade, rather than follow Jiraiya's example. It was only after reading a yearly report on Bairi Company that he found out he had a perfect candidate for the spy network right under his nose. No matter how much he now tries to say recruiting the poor was for this goal, he just ordered Kurubo to do this because he believed this way, the employees will be more loyal. Never did he think it would end up with them becoming spies for him. But would he actually admit he was not planning it from the start to Kurubo? Of course, he would not. "Yes, I naturally planned it all ahead." "Ahahaha." Rei confidently stated with totally honest laughter that made Konan roll her eyes at him, and Sonade almost did spit take as she drank tea when she heard how shameless he was currently being before starting to choke. Rei just ignored the 2 women sitting around him and focused on Kurubo, who was awkwardly trying not to avert his gaze from Rei. Here, Rei pulled a few tags from his pocket. "The new clones of mine that I gave you to produce the energy source seals can also produce these. It's a special communication tag that can cover large distances." Rei started only to be interrupted by Kurubo, who had a shrewd look on his face, instantly forming a plan on how to use this for trading. Rei just gave him a helpless look but answered. You can talk with somebody in Suna even from here. The land of water is actually in a very nice location. We are in the so-called center of the known world. How the country still didn't manage to become a trading superpower with this kind of advantage will be forever a mystery for me, but at least we, the Bairi company, can use that. You will make the company branch out to become the leader in trading in the world. I expect this to be done in 3 years, Ray told Kurobo, who nodded seriously. 3 years was a tight schedule for such a goal, but it was doable. Especially with all the influence the company had right now. And while doing so, you will slowly build up the spy network from the loyal people. Choose the most loyal and capable employee to manage it. Don't do it yourself. That would be too obvious. This tag, Ray gave him one special tag that was colored differently. Can reach only its pair tag that I have on me, so it is something akin to a safe channel. This will be in the hands of the manager of the network. Kurobo nodded in understanding. While he wasn't overjoyed at the prospect of having to spy on people with his traders, he was indeed interested in the idea of making Bairi the #1 trading company in the world. Compromises had to be done, he guessed. After all, Ray was the owner, so no matter that it was he who built the company up. There was only one reaction to that. It will be done, Kurobo said confidently. The following hours were spent in discussion about how to exactly implement the network and how to make the Bairi company the best in the world. Ray was really hoping he would one day become someone who could manipulate various villages from the shadows through the economy. After all, in this world, these supernatural fighters were still under the thumb of fat bald men called daimyo who spent most of their time screwing this or that maid. Why? Because these men had money. Even though ninjas could easily take the money from them, it was plainly said, a different mentality. A mentality that was quite easy to use if one knew what strings to pull. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. After Mission Debriefing 1. Ray and Mizukage silently stared at each other while the atmosphere in the room thickened by the second. The Mizukage's piercing stare didn't waver even for a second, but Ray was not much different. Both had that impassive touch in their posture that made the ANBU in the room gulp and stay quiet while with great anticipation, wait for what happens next. Suddenly Conan cutely sneezed. And the atmosphere was instantly broken. The 4 ANBU even forgot to keep the flow of their chakra and face faulted to the ground from the ceiling. The Mizukage blinked at that and Ray smirked in a victory which made the men scoff before giving a pointed glare to his ANBU, who quickly scurried away from the office. He then turned back to Ray and sighed before starting to talk. So, let's start. Somehow, without Ray nor Conan noticing, the man actually managed to draw his trusty pipe and started de-stressing. Let's see, you were on a mission to retrieve the daughter of Mr. Hasada Waramaka, who, by the way, gave you a 5-star, should be fired review after you left him with a scroll that contained his daughter. He puffed out a bit of smoke while narrowing his eyes at Ray. After a while, Mizukage continued. Not that it matters. Yeah, that was an ingenious way to deliver a hostage, wasn't it? Ray nodded happily. The Mizukage wisely decided to ignore the remark and continued. Moving on. You were away barely for 2 weeks. He stopped for a moment and raised his head from the documents to give Ray an incredulous look of exasperated conflict. You left in the direction of Iwagakure. He ever so slowly continued, emphasizing every word. As he again grew quiet and observed Ray, he saw him and Conan look at him in confusion and, almost, let out a long whine. Look. The Mizukage put his pipe on the table and tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. During these 2 weeks of your absence from the village, someone. He looked from Ray to Conan and back before continuing, almost leveled a Megakure with meteorites. As he said it, his eyes watched the duo as a hawk. Conan was her usual completely stoic self, which, he had no idea what it meant. But Ray was confused. That was good. That meant they had nothing to do with it. The Mizukage released a sigh of relief and threw this incident behind, a bit happier that this wasn't the work of his notorious duo. He again looked at the documents on his table and his mood again soured. 1 resolved, 2 to go. His lips twitched as he saw the next incident. The mansion you were supposed to secretly and discreetly infiltrate and secure the daughter of Mr. Hanasawarukaku. Ray interrupted him and tilted his head. Wasn't it Hadasa Wamakura before? He nevertheless politely quieted himself as the Mizukage decided to give him his pointed, I am so disappointed, look that was a telling sign of a leader. Anyway, the Mizukage continued. Mr. Ha. The Mizukage stopped and blinked before his eyes again narrowed at sheepish Ray, who realized his topic change no jutsu didn't work. You were supposed to secure the daughter of the noble who requested you. Could you explain why I got reports of trees unceasingly raining from the sky? Mizukage asked calmly. Ray didn't answer and just turned to Conan with mock confusion on his face, to which the Mizukage barely held himself from scowling. Conan just tilted her head, her face still in stoic cold and impassive expression. She nodded to Ray and turned to Mizukage before speaking. The AIM experienced a meteor shower and IWA tree rain. Seriously, the weather these 2 weeks was just so inscrutable. She uttered almost boredly. The Mizukage had no idea how to interpret that. So, you are acknowledging it was you? He asked with an incredulous look, to which Konan shook her head. I just think you should probably think of countermeasures to unfathomable weather changes. Who knows when fishes decide to rain from the sky? Konan said with such seriousness on her face that Ray had to avert his gaze and grit his teeth to hold back his snicker. Even then, he was forced to put his hand in front of his lips to cover it. At that, the Mizukage exasperatedly sighed. He long ago realized there is just no reading Konan's expressions or body language. She was just stoic, and that was it. Was this her open threat to Kirigakure? To him? Or was she actually really serious in saying that? He was utterly lost and had no idea. The only thing he could do was give a stink eye to Ray. Yes. Let's focus on Ray. Nobody is threatening to exterminate your village with fish rain. Happy thoughts. He reminded himself. Look, Ray. I know it was a trap, all right. But. The Mizukage again lowered his head to the documents. The facts: more than 100 of samurai are dead. At least 30 shinobi died there too. He said with a conflicted expression. To each other, no less. IWA samurai and ninja slaughtered each other. His lips curled into a smirk which he instantly forced to disappear from his face. And worst of all, you utterly frightened Kuroa noble household of Iwagakure while destroying the right wing of their mansion. He raised his head to look at Ray. Under different circumstances, I would be so proud of you right now. But the problem is that due to Mr. Hawarawatch's name, the upper echelons of IWA know it was the work of Kirigakure's ninjas. He finished, making Ray scratch his cheek. And that should bother me, why again? Ray asked, and Konan nodded stoically, neither having a clue what this was about. Seeing that, Mizukage rubbed the bridge of his nose again. For starters, the IWA demands your head. He said, making Ray's eyes narrow. The Mizukage, to his eternal dismay, even now didn't have a clear picture of Ray's strength, but he knew he wouldn't want to fight him. He didn't dare to stall and keep Ray on his toes. But it was actually Konan who was making him shit his pants as he noted her dangerously narrowed eyes on her still stoic but somewhat rigid face. That girl loved her explosives, and watching her effortlessly dispatch the 7 swordsmen with her exploding clones while her real body was snacking on some sweets in treetops was a real eye-opener for him. No, it would be better to come out clean right at once. I, of course, declined. He reassured the duo quickly, happy that Konan's posture relaxed. And while it was utterly irritating for him, he was glad that Ray, as always, stayed relaxed through the entire time. This will however strain the relations between our 2 villages and Nashio. Just get to the point. Ray interrupted, not interested in these talks. He knew the man was just bullshitting and trying to guilt-trip them. Since when did one ninja village care what the other thought? The notion was ridiculous. If it was true, there would be no shinobi war in the past. What they did happened quite often. Sure, it's usually on a much smaller scale, but it does happen. It's not like they attacked IWA or Iwagakure. He smirked. Right. The Mizukage suddenly felt quite unsure of continuing this meeting. In short, Iwa's daimyo is not amused with the Tsuchikage due to this incident. Fortunately for us, the man is OT the reasonable sort. He wisely ignored Ray's snort. And decided to ignore the excuse of, it was Kirinin. While it is unlikely there to be some serious repercussions for Iwagakure, but the relationship between the Earth Daimyo and Iwagakure is strained. Needless to say, this destroyed any and all hopes for future alliances between our villages. The Mizukage said uncaringly. Ray just rolled his eyes as he crossed his arms. Which basically happens at least once per 2 years between all the villages due to some mission. The Mizukage shrugged and continued in his pace. The last thing I want to ask you about is the attack on Iwagakure. Well, cutting it short as I started with enthusiasm, but in the end, I just kept dragging it to have a word count. We'll continue in another chapter when I get again into the mood. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. After mission debriefing 2. The Mizukage shrugged and continued in his pace. The last thing I want to ask you about is the attack on Iwagakure. As he finished that sentence, silence fell on the room. All of them just waited for someone to start with impassive faces. The more the silence went on, the more disgruntled the Mizukage became as he was slowly understanding the duo, by being quiet, was saying they had nothing to do with it. But somehow that was hard for him to believe. The stunt was flashy. Too flashy to not be the work of Ray and Konan. They usually make such a blizzard that it can count as terraforming or some unforgettable spectacle. A hidden village being invaded by small monkey imitations of the third Hokage, yeah, that was exactly what he would expect from them, hence his narrowed and suspicious gaze. When the silence still didn't cease even after a while, Mizukage's eye twitched and he decided to start the conversation. So you have really nothing to say about that? He asked suspiciously, but both Ray and Conan just wordlessly shook their head in the exact same motion. A motion that screamed it was prepared beforehand. Right. He commented dryly. I heard that Mizukage got quite embarrassed. He tried another tactic. Something about being made a clown of. He inwardly hoped this would get a reaction, but to his relief, it was exactly the same as after he asked about Omegakure. Thank God. At least my ninjas are sensible enough to not invade an enemy village and go 2 versus thousands by themselves. Not to say about publicly humiliating the most stubborn old geezer with the ability to hold grudges even beyond the grave itself. He thought as his shoulders slumped in relaxation. I am sorry for doubting you. Now I can rest assured that my ninjas are not that suicidal. He sniffed and resisted a joyful tear that made Ray kinda awkward. Anyway, the Mizukage did a sudden turn in his mood. What exactly was the scroll that stored the daughter of the noble? I am not aware that living things can be stored. His eyes narrowed at Ray. Hiding one's skills was natural for a ninja, but there were exceptions. It was the village's law that any sealmaker had to register. The amount of people capable of creating even something as simple as explosive tags was alarmingly low, so for the sake of enough supply during wartime, the registration was mandatory for them. Ray inwardly frowned. He was aware of the law but didn't really care. Damn. Looks like from now on, I will have to order my clones to use henge when buying chakra ink. He thought. While it was quite suspicious that the ink sales weren't managed by the village, but after a bit of probing, he found out Kiri uses special octopuses to produce it and is one of the biggest sellers of chakra ink in the elemental nation, so there is overabundance of it. Nobody really cared for a thing they had a lot of. He smiled disarmingly at the S-rank killer who earned his high ranking with his ability as an assassin. It was time to do some damage control, so he beamingly answered. It's ingenious, isn't it, Mizukage-sama? Last time he gestured to Conan, were in the capital, we found out that Bairi Company is selling those. Ray inwardly chuckled at the sour look of the Kage as he said this. Bairi Company. The Mizukage was aware of them. One of the more international companies originating in the land of water. A company so perfect for covert operations in other lands. And yet, he was unable to make use of them, which soured his mood every time he heard of them. Ray knew the ninja in this world wasn't only about the direct approach. No. They did plant spies in merchant companies and did various underhanded tactics through them. Even economic destabilization wasn't that far-fetched. Many skirmishes near the borders actually started because of those. And it was usually the companies that took the blame when it came to light. That's why not many international ones actually existed in the world. There were caravans, there were trading companies, but any production or innovation-oriented companies were usually focused on their own country to avoid these things. Hence, the big technological disparity of this world. Ray surmised this will be the reason for the starvation of Suna later on, as they would just have nobody to buy from despite actually having the money for buying. Once the daimyo was against you, the merchants would not want to trade with you due to fear of attracting his ire, and just like that, the village was cut from their lifelines and food supply. For a village without many merchants and in an infertile desert, that was a disaster. To make his company avoid the fate of being forced away from the international scene due to some idiotic schemes of old senile men, Ray ordered the first big work was to introduce the electronic appliances to various daimyos. That's why when the company entered the Mizukage or any other Kage's ears, they were powerless, as the company had protection of the daimyo. Ray wouldn't allow the company to fully enter a country in which they didn't have this proverbial shield. These old schemers were utterly unable to interfere with them. As time went on, the company became more and more important for various countries, bringing even more economical gains than entire hidden villages, which made them even more untouchable by the Kages and invaluable to daimyos who usually cared mostly about their own pockets. By now, the company was an internationally acknowledged, neutral zone for the ninja world. That's why it was only now Ray wanted Kurobo to push for becoming #1. They just had enough clout for it right now. Ugh, this Bairi Company is selling those. The Mizukage scrunched his face in deep regret, not even attempting to hide it from Ray and Conan, who barely held back smirks. Nobody was aware of their status as owners of the company, and they knew why the man was so regretful. The company originated in his own country, so him being unable to make them work for him, it was a deep cut in his own pride, and it wouldn't be far from the truth to say he became a secret laughingstock of other Kages. Yes. Ray beamed, gleeful at the expression of the men. They have better storage seals with thrice the capacity of current seals of Kiri, while being capable of storing and preserving even food. He exclaimed, making the Mizukage's eyes go wide, only to pale a second later when he realized they were an international company. Storing food was common, but preserving it for a long time. Something like that was unheard of. The implications. Ray didn't care about Mizukage's internal struggle and continued. Even their paper tags are cheaper but more effective than the standard ones, he said. By now, he was basically giving a sales pitch without his target even knowing it. I am sure the company will be an indispensable part of the next Shinobi War. Ray trailed off, his smirk widening as Mizukage's face plainly showed his shock. Don't give me that look. It is obvious even now where the shinobi villages are heading. 10 years tops and we are in another war. Ray rolled his eyes at the sheepish leader in front of him. It was subtle. But it was obvious once one started to look deeper into what was happening in the world. The villages were gearing up. Sure, they were gearing up even in peacetime since they were basically a militaristic force, but right now, the recruitment and weaponry making was in full swing. It started with IWA and Kumo, but the others quickly caught onto them and also started doing it. Even without his foreknowledge, Ray knew it was coming. The death of the third Kazekage would be a trigger, but it was far from the real cause. Kumo and IWA wanted revenge on Konoha. Suna wasn't yet in dispute with their daimyo and wanted to get fertile lands for the Land of Wind. Konoha wanted to keep their wealth and pride of being the winner. And Kiri wanted to, whatever. Ray didn't really know what the Mizukage had in mind for the upcoming event, but he knew the men was basically preparing a stage for it. They were Kiri, so they would act like Kiri. Most likely some blitz attack of sorts. It was just so stupid. The Land of Water didn't need lands. They were an island nation and every island in its vicinity belonged to it. They didn't need to join the war on the mainland. Yet, Ray knew they would be joining and had no idea why. But the Mizukage just stubbornly stared at Ray, letting him know this topic was not something he would open right now. Ray could only sigh in exasperation as the man wasn't really denying it but was utterly refusing to be forthcoming with information. 5 years. That's how long it would take for the third war to take off. And Ray was already peeved he had to deal with that shitstorm right now. Looks like it's time to progress May's training and think about contingency plans. He hummed to himself. Well, since I am clever enough to see I am not gonna get anything out of you, are we excused? Ray asked the men who nodded. He turned around, took Conan's hand, and was about to leave when he heard the last stern statement of his Kage before he closed the door. Keep it to yourself. Some things are better to be kept secret. Chapter 76, Year Time Skip 1. Right after the mission to IWA, Ray and Conan filled in paperwork for a long break which didn't end even after a whole year. Apparently, long breaks were not only possible but even encouraged. Being a ninja was physically and mentally demanding, plus while the payroll wasn't extraordinarily high, it was enough to save up for a few months of not having to go to missions. People did take long training breaks, recuperation breaks, and so on. The village system was also accustomed to this, having a flexible call system. Being on break didn't really mean not being called upon in an emergency, special request, or a mission your team was best for. In Ray's and Conan's case, it was the demolition missions. During the year, they were out of the village for a week 2 times 2 when there was nobody specialized in the requested mission, but other than that, they focused on training May. After their first outing on the request of some noble from the land of noodles, again, they even managed to bring Sonade presents. As they were coming back, they encountered a village raid by the Kagaya clan, which was quite an opportunity for them since they still needed to get one Kagaya specimen for Sonade. These raids were not actually suppressed by Kirigakure at all. The Kiri shinobi were told to leave them be. The Kagaya knew their limits and didn't push it, so the raids were mostly once per year. But even then, losing one village per year must have been irritating at the very least for the governors of the Land of Water. And yet, nothing is done about it. Because they were a clan that migrated from faraway land to the Land of Water during the First Shinobi War. Because of their loyalty to Kirigakure. The loyalty that everybody knew meant shit, as nobody ever seen a Kagaya clansman in Kirigakure. But it was a signed agreement, and going back on those by the Mizukage by attacking them would be alarming to other clans. But Ray and Conan had no such worries. Let the Mizukage deal with the fallout, they thought, as they rained death upon the Kagayas who were happily massacring and raping the defenseless villagers. The specimen they politely asked to come with them was a guy around 50 who they found forcing himself on a small girl. Ray instantly thought, hey, if someone deserves the tortures of Sonade, wouldn't it be this guy? And so, the completely voluntary participant of human experimentation was chosen. When the people in Ray's dimension needed to realize how good they have it, they often went to hear the music of the guy as Sonade was playing with him by researching his contents. It was mostly May though, as she was having quite a bad time by being trained to the bone by Conan and most importantly, Ray. Ray decided that it is important to make May prepared no matter how young she was. If Itachi could do it, so can she. While he wasn't too harsh on her, that was Conan, he didn't let her slack off and came up with various games to keep her entertained during the training. They played hide and seek, the ninja style. Ray hid and May had to find him thanks to the prepared tracks he left behind. Once she found him, she had to chase him by any and all means necessary, which more often than not meant running vertically on trees or chasing and being chased on the water surface. That made May quite competent when it came to chakra control. Next, Ray was playing catch with May. He ordered her to make an orb of lava and made her keep it hot for the entire game. During it, as he was catching it with his hands covered in soot and chakra to prevent himself from getting burnt, he was also injecting a minute amount of his own chakra into it, which made it harder for May to keep it conjured. Considering the abrupt changes in the orb she had to control, at first, the ball dissolved more often than not. But at least it was getting more fun when she actually learned how to do it. Without even noticing, May learned how to control her lava release to quite a high degree. Ray obviously made her do much more and mostly veiled it in the disguise of games, but these weren't as important, nor did they do them regularly. The last thing he had her doing was more of a chore. May was in the duty of providing steam for the hot springs and keeping the water warm with her boil release. Simultaneously at that, Konan, Tsunade, and May were in the hot springs after a hard day of training, soaking up in the water. This was their daily routine. The girls bathed with May to keep her company and create a sisterly bond between themselves, but it was also to make sure she was not slacking off during her training. Well, most of the time. Right now, May was sitting in Tsunade's lap as she slept, her face buried in the woman's bust. She seemed somewhat tired. Tsunade worriedly said as she put the palm of her hand on the girl's forehead, but then realized how foolish her statement sounded as she saw the deadpan look of Konan. Well, more than usual, I mean. She awkwardly added. During their time together, Konan could see that Tsunade created a deeper bond with the little redhead. At times, she even suspected the blonde is channeling her regrets by showing incredible sisterly affection for her, but then came the day of Tsunade's training and all suspicions of Konan are blown away due to May coming half dead out of it. Tsunade was brutal, to say the least. At least she had the common courtesy to heal any and all broken bones afterward. Obviously, Konan said and smiled slightly. Tsunade was utterly unsure if the smile was due to the topic or the newly finished origami that was just deposited on the water surface though. I've been putting her through my territory training for 7 hours straight, she said, making Tsunade wince. Did she at least reach Earth Papers? She asked, protectively hugging May's sleeping form closer. Konan's territory training, the one with 3 territories of water, earth, and outer territory of wind papers. Not to say that even the outer territory was brutal, but to run her through it for 7 hours straight. Nope. Konan popped up pee. She barely reached the middle of the wind zone, but even that's already commendable for her age. She distractedly continued, but when she saw Tsunade's reproaching look, she frowned. What? Don't give me that look. You are by far the most brutal out of the 3 of us, she said lazily, making Tsunade lower her head in embarrassment. I do it for her own good, she muttered, her fingers distractedly playing with May's hair. Sorry for springing up on you like that. Konan sighed tiredly. It was a long day for me too. The girl just doesn't quit. Konan smiled at the oblivious May, but then she sniffed. I raised her so well. Both Tsunade and Konan started laughing at that. They were aware that Konan was guiding the girl to the personality she wanted her to have. While Tsunade felt she should be put off by such a thing, Konan's arguments were just too on point for her to disagree. Cue the will of fire. That was enough to shut her up for good. Despite Konan's attempt to look cheerful, it was obvious to Tsunade the woman was exhausted. While May was trying to breach the territory of wind, Konan had to constantly supply chakra to all 3 of her territories to keep up appearances. It must have been incredibly chakra draining. Tsunade smirked and nudged Konan. Don't worry. Later we will take a bath with Ray. I am sure that will wake you up. She wiggled her eyebrows at her, making Konan bump her shoulder into hers. Ah, you pervert. Konan quietly commented while blushing slightly. This was their routine too. When May fell asleep, it was time for their fun time that more often than not happened in the hot springs. And proud of it. Tsunade smirked and raised her chin high to show her feelings about the matter, but suddenly froze when her peripheral vision caught 2 green orbs intently peering at her with a curious gaze, making her go rigid. Ah. May. Tsunade shrieked. The little girl just narrowed her gaze at Tsunade. Tsu-chan, are you a pervert? She asked, finishing Tsunade off. May then turned to Konan, her face sporting a huffy pout as she asked her. Why aren't you letting me join your fun with Ray? She asked in true and innocent curiosity, and Konan had no answer for that kind of question. She was just opening and closing her mouth, completely speechless. After a while, Konan recollected herself while inwardly cursing Tsunade's big mouth. Her face now sported a bit broken smile as she said. Mei-chan, it is quite late. You should go to sleep. Tomorrow you have training with Tsu. She told the girl, who wasn't really bluffed into changing the topic but was instantly scooped up from Tsunade's lap by Konan's clone that proceeded to carry the flailing and protesting girl out of the hot spring while Konan chuckled. Konan, 1, May, 0, Konan whispered in amusement, only to hear Tsunade's snickers. It was only later that day, both Konan and Tsunade were groaning, huffing, and puffing from irritation as May decided she would not go to sleep and join the fun. She might not have known what Konan and Tsunade meant, but the word fun, she knew. And she wanted to have fun. Ray only chuckled as he bathed alone for the first time in a while since both Conan and Sonade had to show May what they meant by fun, where the girl gave an ultimatum that she won't go to sleep. Ah, such peace. He leaned his head back, half asleep in the hot springs while enjoying the irritated sounds of his women he heard through his spy seal. Who said one needed a theater to enjoy a good show? Chapter 77, Year Time Skip 2. It was early and the office was yet to brighten with the morning light when two men already sat opposite each other, discussing the deviation to their plan. It should have been smooth sailing and no disturbance should have occurred. They even expended ANBU to make sure of that, and yet two anomalies slipped through and did something. All five are dead. Danzo said to Hiruzen with cold stoicism in his voice. It didn't really matter that they were dead, as that was actually the expected outcome in the plan. No, the problem was who was the one to kill them. So we have no witness. Hiruzen nodded gravely, which made Danzo's one remaining eye twitch. What about the boy or your butly apprentice? He almost slipped his thoughts into that statement. Hiruzen of course shot him an unamused look which was almost as threatening as a squirrel whose nut he stole, but whatever. Despite that, he made a show of cowering in front of the frightening Kage. Minato-kun, Hiruzen started, which made Danzo raise his eyebrow at the way he called the boy, and Jiraiya naturally saw the assailants, but Jiraiya thinks they were underhand. Hiruzen sadly shook his head. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to see through it. You want to tell me 5 of my root initiatives died during their mission and you don't even know who killed them? Danzo asked in disbelief at what his old friend was telling him. He might have told them it was a dangerous mission despite it basically being a suicide mission, but his root was loyal to a fault. That didn't mean he wasn't irked due to them dying without even providing information about who would be able to kill them. It took him a second to recollect himself, so he rather changed the topic. What about the girl? Kushina is fine. Hiruzen said lightly, but then spotted the look in Danzo's eyes and smiled. That wasn't what his friend was apparently asking about. Don't worry. The plan is still on the right track. Despite everything, it seems our resident Jinchuriki took a liking to Jiraiya's protege. Really, young love? Hiruzen smiled wistfully. The job of the older generation is guiding the youngsters. Danzo only rolled his eye at Hiruzen after he heard that. As if the old monkey cared for young love. They devised a plan. Kushina would be kidnapped by his root clad in kimono uniforms and the brat would save her, woo her, and then marry her, making her pump out little Uzumaki and even be glad about it. Uzumaki were people who cherished their family over anything else, so as long as the Jinchuriki gained that family in the loyal shinobi of Konoha, she would never betray the village. Not that the brat knew to what degree their relationship was pre-planned. They even prepared a few concessions of not putting the girl in CRA if she birthed at least 4 children. It would surely strengthen her and Minato's loyalty once they're married. In his eye, it was a win-win. Just in case the girl got into her hands some delicate information about the demise of her clan. This was a failsafe that was long overdue, since the Hokage just decided throwing her to slums without care would build her character and make her humble. Sometimes, he had no idea what Hiruzen was thinking. Danzo saw things realistically. He would either raise her into a loyalist of such a caliber that even Hokage would be in awe, or he would do what Hiruzen did, make her suffer but offer her people who would be there for her. But no. The monkey just had to decide the girl would make ties to the village by herself. Danzo was pulled out of his reverie when Hiruzen asked a question that was nagging on his conscience for quite a long time. Danzo, did you exterminate the Senju clan? Both men stared at each other impassively until Danzo softly sighed. You know why it had to be done? He said, making Hiruzen frown, but Danzo continued without minding it. You even took Tsunade as your apprentice because of that. As he said that, Hiruzen's eyes widened and gained an understanding light. Senju were too dangerous to exist. Danzo finished and Hiruzen had a conflicted face, not knowing what to say to his friend. Danzo knew Hiruzen for a long time and knew the men had a distinct set of priorities. The village, his family, his pupils, and then his sensei, Tobirama Senju. Danzo always thought it was a weakness, even though he also held a lot of respect for the second Hokage. But if he learned one thing under the man's tutelage, it was that the village came always first. While the village was always the main motivator behind Hiruzen's actions, he also put a big emphasis on people that were close to him. The men would never be able to deal with Senju if they decided to use that. Danzo looked pointedly at Hiruzen. Only Tsunade is left. Only she has the claim. He said, his meaning as obvious as the outcome. And as Danzo expected, Hiruzen actually stood up in rage when he heard what Danzo implied. I won't let you kill Tsunade. He shouted. She is no threat to the village. She has no idea about it. I made sure about that when she was a small girl. Now that her clan is dead, she has no way to find out either. He glared at Danzo, who just stoically nodded, not even slightly perturbed by the killing intent in the surroundings. I understand. he said, and Hiruzen finally calmed down and flopped back into his chair. He took his pipe back into his mouth and mumbled. Tsunade has many flaws, but I raised her to be loyal to Konoha first and foremost. She would never betray us, much less use that. Danzo saw the confidence with which his friend said it and decided to accept it, for now. But then Hiruzen added something that stopped his mind for a second. Same as that boy, Minato. Hiruzen said with fondness Danzo saw only seldom on his face. Danzo didn't like that fond look. It meant Hiruzen. His eye widened as a stray thought flashed through his mind. Hiruzen, the boy, you aren't thinking of making him Hokage, are you? He narrowed his eye on his old friend. Lately, there was a bit too much favoritism towards the blonde orphan. Sure, the boy was Jiraiya's apprentice, but to give him access to the ceiling and jutsu creation scrolls above his rank. That was foolishness in Danzo's mind. And now, the entire mission could be viewed as a way for the boy to obtain a wife. If he took out their own scheme, it would be exactly that. Under normal circumstances, the boy would face serious repercussions for leaving the village alone. But that begets the question of why. And much to Danzo's unadulterated surprise, Hiruzen averted his gaze by lowering the hem of his hat as he put his pipe into his mouth. Danzo knew Hiruzen well enough to know what this gesture meant. Jiraiya made a request. Hiruzen slowly said, puffing a bit of smoke from his mouth. That boy doesn't make many requests. Danzo blinked but was quiet, appearing stoic even though inwardly he was seething. Of course, the boy would have to prove himself to be my successor. But for that, he has time. Saving our Jinchuriki, or as the public view it, a girl from our village from the villainous grasp of Kimo, is a nice start though. Especially since we spread out how Kimo is treating female Kekkei Genkai holders to the public. Hiruzen finished. He didn't state that Jiraiya thought the boy was the prophesied savior of the world. Saying that to Danzo would be idiocy. Hiruzen held the monkey contract, so he knew prophecies weren't such a far-fetched thing when it came to the summons. So if the boy really was some kind of savior, Hiruzen would make him Hokage, so the boy would be the savior of Konoha. Danzo was blankly staring at him. Both knew what the one-eyed man wanted to hear. He didn't give a shit about the blonde boy. Nor the request of an older boy with a penchant for whoring. He wanted to hear what this meant for their promise. Hiruzen knew that well too, and in the end, he could only sigh. You wouldn't make a good Hokage, Danzo. He started, his voice laced with deep regret, but Danzo knew it was a facade. It would be better for the village if you stayed in the darkness. In light, we need a hero, not a schemer. Hiruzen said, almost making Danzo blanch at the hypocrisy. His years-long friend was basically carelessly throwing away his promise to give the hat to him. Once Hiruzen had enough or was bored of it, Danzo was supposed to be the Hokage, and yet. Danzo quietly turned on his heel and said only one thing before marching towards the door. You've grown soft, Sarutobi. Chapter 78, Ringo 1. Ringo entered the office of the Mizukage after her latest mission. She yawned to her palm but shook her head to wake herself up. Lately, she was feeling utterly exhausted, but it was no excuse to appear unprofessional in front of her Kage. Jonin Amuri reporting. Ah, Ringo. The Mizukage nodded cheerfully in her direction, almost making her blanch at the amount of liveliness the man was showing while she was close to being dead on her feet. I heard about your last mission. The man said, and this time, all cheer was gone from his face. Care to explain that? He asked. A staring match between him and Ringo ensued. They were glaring at each other with fervor, only to be separated by a fake cough coming from the corner. Aren't you glad you put her up to this test, dear? A voice laced in sarcasm resounded the office. They turned around only to see Himino standing there, which made the Mizukage instantly gain an embarrassed expression while Ringo furrowed her brows. Anyway, couldn't you use less force, Ringo? The Mizukage tried to change the topic. You completely crushed the man's balls. Ringo just tilted her head and asked innocently. I was trying to hit on him, though. It was said with such a clueless-sounding voice, Himino actually started wheezing in laughter, but to the Mizukage, it wasn't amusing at all. The man who Ringo was sent to seduce was one of their main informants. He was providing information for a special service of a kunoichi. The man was kind of sick and often managed to make even the kunoichi sent to him need a month-long break afterward. But he was very good at providing intel. This time, the Mizukage sent Ringo to please the men, but apparently, Ringo's idea of seduction is to take the man's ball into her hand and squeeze until the entire tavern could hear a loud pop followed by an inhuman scream. Needless to say, the Mizukage wouldn't need to send another kunoichi to satisfy the man ever again. He wasn't amused at all. When he said fuck, he meant fuck. He was about to reprimand the woman who went against her orders when Himino's voice interrupted his angry thoughts. Ringo, you are still a virgin. The Mizukage's mind halted at that as his eyes snapped to the wielder of Kiba. Yes. Ringo averted her gaze towards the ground, making both Himino and the Mizukage speechless. How could that be possible when? But, what about the mandatory deflowering in the academy? The Mizukage voiced out only for Ringo to show a sheepish look. I avoided it by not showing up, she said plainly, and Himino snorted. It was a barbaric tradition of Kiri, but she had to agree that it had its merits. There was a reason why the academy instructors were usually handsome chunin. Before graduation, every girl is recommended and assigned a night when she is supposed to show up in the house of the chunin instructor for her. Ugh. Many girls actually already had a crush on their instructors by that time, so it wasn't that hard to have sex with them. They were, after all, still naive girls. Himino didn't like it, but clans did something similar too. Ringo, Himino started, pursing her lips. I won't admonish you for avoiding it. A lot of girls do. While it is mandatory, nobody is going to enforce it. She carefully tried to find the correct words. But. Himino gave Mizukage a sheepish look before she sighed and continued, words flowing from her despite her faraway look. I lost my virginity when I was 10 to Yuki clansmen. I wasn't asked about my opinion. I was just led to a room with other girls my age and we were told it was tradition. We were little girls and so, we did as we were told. It was painful but not as much as my daily training. Then it was pleasurable and we just went with it. I don't even remember the name of the man who took my virginity. I am sure he is alive and living in the Yuki compound. Surely, we walk around each other on daily basis, but I really don't remember him. Himino said, refusing to look in the direction of her lover, the Mizukage. She took another deep breath before continuing. But I don't regret giving it to him. My first Jonin sensei wasn't very skillful and on my first mission, I was captured and raped. Hearing that, Ringo's eyes slowly widened. I was an 11-year-old and genin, but my opponent was chunin. I somehow managed to be pulled away from my team. Long story short, it wasn't pleasant. But the chunin didn't kill me and I already knew how having sex felt like. I waited for him to climax and then as he was mentally high on the pleasure I swept kunai from his pocket and slit his throat. I remember being showered in blood. Himino chuckled dryly. There is a reason deflowering is a tradition of Kiri. It helps our kunoichi to react during these kinds of situations and makes seduction missions easier to digest. Himino then looked Ringo straight into her eyes. You are shinobi. A weapon. But you are also a woman and that means even your cunt is a weapon. Use it. She said straightforwardly, but Ringo didn't nod or show any sort of agreement. She couldn't. In the end, it was the Mizukage who interrupted the women and decided to just get on with the reporting. It didn't take long for it to finish. Ringo, Ray invited you to his house today. He said as Ringo was leaving the office. You have 3 days off. 3 days off. She didn't have more than one free day. She usually spent sleeping for a year now. Ringo smiled and decided to not think about it as she craved meeting Ray from the depth of her soul. In the office, Himino turned to Mizukage when the door closed. I told you to not make Ringo go on seduction type of mission and yet you wanted to make her accept the request of Daimyo's third son. She asked, peeved. But he requested her. The Mizukage weakly tried to defend himself. You know well he wanted to only fuck her. How many of our kunoichi did you already send to satisfy that little pig? You didn't even want to give her a choice in the matter. What do you think would happen if I didn't talk you into testing her by sending her on a similar type of mission with a less important target? Himino said angrily, and the Mizukage could only cower in his seat. She would have killed the third pig of the daimyo. That's what. The Mizukage reluctantly nodded. I know. I know now. He whined. But we need the money he would be willing to provide. You know as well as me that war is starting. Every single of the 7 swordsmen is continuously sent on missions to get us rid of high-profile targets outside our country while the clans handle killing opposition inside of our country. I have to juggle so many documents on a daily basis and then get funding and. He looked dismayed. Himino stood up and hugged his head to her stomach as she coursed her fingers through his hair. Don't worry. Maybe you should be more open though. If you admitted the war was coming, you could use more shinobi on these missions. Himino stated only for him to shake his head. That would be alerting our enemies and the targets would be more protected. We are making it seem erratic and as coincidental deaths for now, but if I admitted us hunting the people down, I am sure there are enough spies in the village to actually pass the info to the other kages. It would just accelerate the war, which is not desired. He droned out, making Himino frown. You want us to join the war due to Marika, right? Don't you think it's too much to do this out of personal grudge? She tried, but the Mizukage was too stubborn. No, my sister had to bite off her tongue to stop being humiliated by Konoha shinobi. I will have my revenge. His eyes burned as he said that, and Himino knew this was the prime motivator that made Herman able to become Kage. He wanted to one-up Konoha in such a way, they would lick their wounds for years. He wanted them to suffer. Sadly, it often clouded his judgment. Himeno sighed as she looked out of the window, into the mist. And again, it would be me who would have to run damage control. She sighed again, but then her lips twisted into a smile when she felt Mizukage's hands on her ass. She looked down, only to see his mischievous gaze peering at her. But what else can I do when I love this man so much? A pity my clan wants this war to go on and father forbid me to use my womanly charm to change your mind, dear. Bloodshed it is, then. She lowered her head, her lips meeting the Mizukage's. Chapter 79, Ringo 2. Ringo was invited to Rei's house, which didn't happen nearly as often as when she was under his tutelage, as both were fairly busy. Her training to be the wielder of Kiba was long ago finished when she slit the throat of the previous wielder and took the blades for herself, and she thought she would be freer, but contrary to her expectations, her missions just piled up and she was barely in the village. She had no idea what this invitation was about, but she was sure the reason she was not on a mission right about now had something to do with it. After all, Mizukage really listened to Rei's requests. Nevertheless, it made her feel happy that Rei wanted to meet her. She was in front of Rei's door when she knocked. They opened, but nobody was behind them, which made Ringo frown. She raised her guard, but inwardly she was thinking this was just another of her sensei's poor attempts at joking. With a sigh, she advanced forward, coming to the living room that was completely dark. She furrowed her eyebrows and was about to use her lightning to light up the room a bit when suddenly, the lights went on and she was deafened by a shout. "Happy birthday!" Rei exclaimed and had to instantly duck Ringo's shurikens. Ringo watched him laugh merrily as her cheeks went beet red when she realized why she was called here. The room was filled with various cakes and on the table were presents. She actually forgot she was 15 today. Her mind suddenly halted as she realized one important thing. Rei remembered her birthday. A lone tear fell down her cheek. She quickly wiped it out, pretending to rub her eye. "Thank you," Ringo said with a slight smile decorating her face as she came closer and sat next to Rei, biting her lower lip as their shoulders touched. Ringo was speechless. This was the first time she actually celebrated her birthday like this. Rei usually prepared a cake and a present, but more often than not, it was in the middle of the mission and they didn't really have proper time for it. But now, she could see Conan smirking at her. The blonde old woman sitting in the nearby armchair was for some reason frowning. Then there was the little girl who was sitting in the lap of the old blonde. She was for some reason intently staring at her with competitive gaze. And Rei was smiling at her. But they all were here because they remembered her. The evening went on as Ringo chatted with Rei and the women, exchanging their experiences during these past 2 years since she stopped being Rei's apprentice. Ringo really had a good time, and it proved to be incredible relaxation from the unending stream of assassinations she was lately assigned. "Are you okay?" Rei asked her. "You really look kind of tired." He put his hand on her cheek, making Ringo freeze for a moment before she leaned into the touch with a happy smile. "Yes." She lowered her head in content. It didn't take long though, as she could see Rei frown at her, which made her stop pretending and release a tired sigh, her head lowering even more, this time in bitterness. "No. The number of people who have a meeting with Shinigami is somehow picking up and up and up. I have barely time for sleeping." She bitterly laughed, dragging her hand across her eyes. She just came back from a mission when the Mizukage told her about Rei's invitation. Sadly, she didn't get even an hour of sleep before the agreed time. Rei pursed his lips as he knew what this meant. The war was getting closer. Ringo is the best tracker in Kiri, but due to his tutelage, she is also exceptional at hiding and sneaking around. No longer was she some kind of loudmouth who would just barge in swinging her swords. Rei heard she became a kind of a most sought-after assassin of Kiri. As he looked at his exhausted apprentice, he could do only one thing. He patted her head. "You should take better care of yourself," he told her, but doubted she would listen. Kiri was too important for her, and if Kiri wanted something. Rei could only sigh and shake his head. "Well, time for presents," he said cheerfully, making Ringo glad he changed the topic. Ringo was given various presents from the people around, but it was nothing extremely pricey or important. Pajamas, jutsu scroll, instant ramen from Sonade. That's why Rei's last gift made her stop in her tracks. He took out 2 swords. The swords were both short swords, both were the same length as Kiba, which made Ringo inwardly pleased as she spent a lot of her time practicing with swords of this length. But these swords were more katana-like, straight, with only one edge rather than being double-edged like Kiba. The craftsmanship was exquisite, making the swords appear elegant, but Ringo knew they were crafted to kill and bisect. Not unlike Kiba, her lightning chakra was almost eager to enter the blade, which made her gulp. The blunt edge, however, wasn't harmless and contained a minuscule sharp saw-like jagged edge that would be able to cleave through people with ease, even though it would be a more brutal, bloody, and forceful way of killing. Ringo blinked at him as she didn't expect receiving swords. She had her Kiba, after all. She took them into her hands with a weird look on her face only to then show an utter astonishment. The swords in her hands were better. Better than her kiba. Sharper, more durable, and more importantly, better at channeling lightning chakra. Ringo gulped again and looked shakily at Rei, her mouth opening but no sound came out of it. Rei smiled at her, putting his finger on her chin as he gently closed her mouth. I wanted you to have spare swords. His hand then went from her chin to her right wrist, pulling it closer to himself as he unrolled her sleeve. He nodded as he saw the storage seal he painted on her wrist years ago. Rei then deposited both swords into the seal, puffing them out of existence before looking back at Ringo's face. Kiba has a reputation. But it is a reputation brought out by its former wielders. He told the girl. You can continue it, sure, but you would be forgotten as another wielder takes it into his hands. If. Rei showed a hint of conflict on his face but it disappeared as soon as it came. If you ever feel the need to create your own legend, independent of Kiba, use the swords I gave you, alright. But, the price. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Both of these were not only made from chakra metal but a special kind of chakra metal that was also used to craft kiba. It was a metal that would be a national treasure worth billions of Rio and the entire country would be elated to have enough to craft one sword. Yet, here she received two. Her head almost spun and her throat went dry. She was a swords maniac but even she didn't dare to think about something like this being real. Ma. Don't mind I . Rei said lightly while waving his hand from side to side. Unknown to Ringo, Rei had enough of this metal in his dimension to actually gear up the entire country. Before he could even finish that sentence, Ringo kissed him. Sonade frowned and quickly covered the eyes of the pouting May as she saw Ringo losing control. Ringo didn't care anymore and let her instincts take over. As her tongue invaded Rei's mouth, her hand quickly went into his pants and grasped his member. She was moaning from all the pent-up lust that was going through her and the only thing she could think about was finally getting what she wanted. She knew Rei could stop her any time so she wasn't afraid of forcing him. If he didn't want it, he would push her away so she pushed forward. She wanted Rei. Ringo already forgot the presence of anyone other than Rei so when Conan sporting a twitching eyebrow stood behind her, she only continued to moan into Rei's mouth, not even realizing the ticked-off predator behind her. Rei could only give Conan a bitter look that stopped the brunette in her tracks. A sad frown appeared on her face. She knew Rei had feelings for Ringo but... fuck it. She inwardly thought and even though her expression was the perfect example of stoic, she was mentally thrashing her head around in frustration. Rei, if you don't want to beat it into the thick skull of the horny primal bitch, I will. Resolve flooded her as she grabbed the back of Ringo's neck. Ringo momentarily stopped licking Rei's mouth but she didn't have a long time to ponder about what was happening as Conan shined away, dragging the girl with her. It was time for a long talk. A talk that was long overdue. Chapter 80, Ringo 3. Conan arrived on their privatized training ground via Shunshin and harshly threw Ringo on the ground into the grass. Taking up a posture with crossed arms she waited until the redhead recollected herself, staring at her impassively. It took Ringo a few moments to finally recollect herself. She could still feel Rei's lips when suddenly, she was yanked away by her neck. Of course, she would be disoriented. This was worse than any ambush in the field. Not even her instincts could catch such a treacherous strike. What was that for? She exclaimed and frowned when she saw Conan take out her small battle fan. Ringo instantly knew Conan meant business. She stood up and drew her kiba blades. What's gotten into you? She asked Conan as she crouched down in preparation for the battle but Conan didn't answer. She just continued to stare at Ringo with her cold gaze. Conan didn't like Ringo. She didn't mind Sonade as the busted blonde came to them already prepared to forsake her former loyalties for Rei. No matter what it would take, Sonade would go to admirable lengths for Rei. Conan could feel that during their joining and it made her begrudgingly accept and respect the blonde woman. May, on the other hand, was young and malleable. Conan had every intention to mold that girl into a woman worthy of keeping around. She would teach the girl a lot but she also expected a lot in return. Well, it was not like she was maliciously plotting against the girl. In the end, May would come out of it better than ever. But Ringo was a different case. Ringo was half-assed. She wanted to be near Rei without giving her all to him. That, Conan didn't like. That, Conan couldn't allow. Because of that, she was now in an internal conflict of how to deal with it. Rei told her long ago he would probably have more women around him and she accepted. But she also decided to manage this harem of his and make sure her sisters would be kept in line. Sonade understood that and if Ringo wanted to become Rei's, she would too. But first, Conan had to give the girl a proper physical beating followed by a verbal rant. That however didn't mean Conan had to like it. You are lucky Rei is fond of you. Otherwise, I would cut you down right here and now. Conan said quietly, but for Ringo, it was as if somebody deafened her as Conan's bloodlust fell on her shoulders, making her slightly shudder. She was well aware of how dangerous Conan was. Ringo didn't have time to contemplate the words she just heard from Conan. Before she even managed to widen her eyes in surprise, she was forced to block Conan's fan with her right Kiba blade. The second she blocked Conan's strike though, Conan twisted her wrist, which made her fan push the Kiba blade to the side, and due to the speed of Conan, Ringo barely managed to block the second follow-up strike with her left Kiba blade. As their weapons touched, Ringo let a pulse of electricity run through her blade, creating a slight pushing force that made both women step back, ending the short exchange. "Why did you attack me?" Ringo asked while her eyes dutifully watched Conan and her senses were scouting the surroundings for any surprise attack. "You still don't get it, do you?" Conan commented coldly with a disappointed undertone, raising her fan in front of herself, unfolding it. Ringo could see Conan's chakra flooding the fan and gulped when she saw the paper part of it glow in a slight blue glimmer, signifying a very concentrated wind chakra. She instantly pushed lightning chakra into her blades in full throttle and coated them in it. She believed that nothing except her best would manage to block Conan's wind coating. Despite everything, Ringo wasn't afraid. "This will not go like our last duel," Ringo said with narrowed eyes. "It's been 2 years and I became a much better swordsman during that time." In response, Conan only impassively raised her eyebrow, not deeming it worth it to answer. As a breeze passed through the clearing, both women sprang up towards each other, clashing in a flurry of violent strikes, creating slight shockwaves that ravaged the ground as they danced dangerously around, leaving devastation behind. The longer their furious quick exchanges lasted, the more obvious Conan's disadvantage became. She just wasn't a melee-oriented fighter. Ringo was pushing her back quite easily, even though it was an incredibly frustrating battle for her. Conan was always on defense, deflecting and redirecting Ringo's slashes in a way that would disrupt Ringo's tempo and make her momentarily falter. Every time the lightning and the wind coating clashed, it would make the weapons bounce from each other. Ringo preferred a more instinctual approach to fighting, but against Conan, who had every move planned beforehand, it just didn't fare well. Worse yet, Conan's face was completely stoic and relaxed even though she was being pushed back. The more time passed, the more frustrated Ringo became as she just couldn't get a proper hit in, even though it was plainly obvious she was a better melee fighter. She was more proficient with her chosen weapon, she was stronger, faster, more experienced in melee clash, and yet every hit of hers was mitigated. She got impatient. And lightning release, lightning rod, Ringo shouted as she jumped 2 steps back and her right hand rose towards heaven, pointing the tip of her Kiba blade at the clouds while her other Kiba blade in her left hand pointed at Conan. They weren't even 5 steps away from each other, so Ringo was sure she would hit. She however didn't spot Conan's slight smile when she started her jutsu. Conan was practically goading Ringo to use ninjutsu the entire time. She knew she was worse than Ringo in weaponry, but that didn't mean she could not defend herself. The Tessenjutsu was very good in this regard, and her wind was counter to Ringo's lightning. Conan could go for hours like this, chipping Ringo's stamina bit by bit, but she decided to change this clash into ninjutsu 1. Conan decided Ringo needed a proper reality check if her words should have the desired effect on the girl. As Ringo started her jutsu, Conan also started hers. Wind release, swirling winds. A protective barrier of rotating winds instantly appeared around Conan. Ringo's jutsu took only a second and a lightning strike fell from the sky, impacting Ringo's right Kiba. It then got redirected to her left sword, which aimed at Conan, releasing concentrated and very dense lightning in her direction. But at the same time, the swiftly swirling wind barrier around Conan started spreading outwards, creating layers of winds around her. The 2 attacks met with a deafening boom, and a shockwave spread through the clearing, flattening the grass and even cracking the bark of some trees at the edge. The result showed immediately as Ringo was sent flying by Conan's wind jutsu until her body impacted the ground and uncontrollably rolled on it for a bit before she sprang herself onto her feet, panting slightly. Conan just stood in her initial spot with a slight provoking smile on her face. "You know," she started, "in our line of work, it's not brute strength that wins most of the fights. Instead, it's some sleight of hand or a trick. Sure, having overwhelming power helps, but it's not really that important," Conan told Ringo, making her furrow her brows. Conan didn't care about Ringo's internal musings and sprang herself towards her, swinging her fan. Ringo quickly put 1 Kiba blade in front of her chest with the intention to block, but Conan was determined to prove her earlier statement. The wind coating on her fan quickly dissipated mid-swing, only to be instantly replaced by earth chakra coating, which made Ringo open her eyes wide, but she wasn't able to react. Both wind and earth countered lightning, but both did so in a different way. The wind cut through it, figuratively speaking, while earth absorbed and nullified it. Conan's fan hit Ringo's Kiba blade, and instead of the awaited pushing force from the clash of wind and lightning, Ringo's Kiba's lightning coating was weakened and Conan's earth-hardened fan smashed right through Ringo's defense, hitting her chest, sending her rolling on the ground. "As I said, just a little trick and you are already done," Conan calmly stated. Ringo stood up, spit a bit of blood to the side, and with a glare readied her kiba for another round. She couldn't help but feel as if she was again the 12-year-old girl who was continuously getting smacked around by Conan. The clash continued, but this time, it was Ringo who was being pushed away. Conan was swapping wind and earth coatings according to the situation and Ringo was unable to react. She tried various lightning jutsu and Conan was actually impressed at her repertoire when the count passed 20th B+ rank jutsu, but the result didn't change. Ringo was getting smacked throughout the clearing no matter what she tried. It took 3 whole hours for the battle to end. Ringo was panting sprawled on the ground while Conan was still her calm and collected stoic self, standing above her impassively. She looked towards Ringo, noting she had her full attention. Ringo, no matter what you do, Ray will never accept you. Do you know why? Conan asked and happily watched as the girl on the ground gnashed her teeth at her. It's because he can't trust you, she said, making Ringo's breath hitch, but Conan continued, not minding it. Your priority is Kiri. Ray can never be sure that you just won't backstab him, you know. Unless you rethink your priorities, I would advise you to try and change the target of your affections. I won't accept a potential backstabber near Ray either. If you try. Conan looked straight into Ringo's eyes to emphasize how serious she was. I will end you. She plainly told the girl and shined away, leaving Ringo's beaten form in the clearing. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. Yet another time skip. Author note. Guys, about the ages of the characters, May is 9. The age of Conan, Ray, and Sonade doesn't matter as they won't really age. Just think of them as 20 or something. As for Ringo, she should have been 16 right now. But really, don't take ages too seriously, as even I started to have a problem keeping up with all ages of characters through these time skips. May sprang up on her feet and quickly jumped to the side to avoid a stomp from Ray. Good. You are getting quicker. She could hear, but her mind had no time to react as yet another punch flew at her and she had to quickly decide where to dodge next. It was then she spotted Sonade hiding behind a tree, so she nimbly jumped towards it, evading Ray's punch. Ray didn't dally and followed her. He obviously knew Sonade was hiding there, but this was training, so he played along with May's strategy and gave chase. The second he was close to the tree, Sonade punched it, which broke it in half and sent the upper half flying as Ray jumped above it to avoid it. May was already prepared for that and Ray was met with a lava bullet to the face, only to melt into water. Water clone. May exclaimed and instantly ducked. Not out of instinct but due to her being used to Ray mostly getting above the belt strikes when she is distracted. Ray was actually quite surprised the girl noticed this little flaw of his fighting style, but he just continued doing so as it made it easier for May. Right now, he needed to give her some foundation and made her start using her senses and instincts during the battle. If she started to notice flaws in his way of fighting, then clearly, he was doing something well. He also had to jump back as Sonade went for a save by trying to engage Ray in a fight. He stood opposite May and Sonade, who were watching him intently, looking for any opening. May was learning teamwork right now, so she and Sonade were trying to fight against Ray. The catch was in the fact they were forbidden to verbally communicate and Sonade reacted only when it was necessary. May was forced to do all the work. May was forced to read Sonade's body language to know what she would do next. May was also forced to create openings for Sonade as she only joined the fight when the opportunity for a good strike arose. But most of all, May was forced to survive while Ray attacked. He may have lowered his strength and speed so she could match him, but as the fight went on, he was steadily increasing it. As she ducked, she put her hands on the ground, springing her body into a handstand and her feet kicked towards Ray, who blocked her kick with his right forearm and then twisted his arm to grab her ankle in one fluid motion. Ray often told May that this should never happen, and even Sonade didn't try to save May as she got caught due to her stupidity. Ray raised his hand and lifted the girl he was holding by her ankle until her eyes met his. He was momentarily amused by her scowl as she dangled upside down in the air, but it was time to admonish her. May-chan. I smiled. What did we say about providing the enemy an opening like that? Clearly, you were supposed to either use ninjutsu or kunai there. Not trying to be cool by doing a handstand kick. He told her while shaking his hand up and down, and with it, May. But. May tried to protest, but Ray stopped her by whipping his hand to the side, throwing her away. She did a few rolls in the air until she twisted her body in such a way that she landed on her feet into a crouch. Again. Ray sternly said, and their training continued. Ray sat down next to Conan on the blanket she prepared and started munching on a sandwich. These are good. He offhandedly told Conan, who hummed in acknowledgement, her eyes watching Sonade spar with May after their teamwork training was done. 1 more year and May will be 10. Conan said, and Ray sighed. 10 years of age meant graduation. Graduation meant killing a classmate. Are you sure you don't want to tell the Mizukage to get her through it via clan member graduation? Conan asked. Clan member graduation didn't require one to kill a classmate, as clan children usually didn't even join the academy and instead were homeschooled until they were assigned to a team. This proved to be the right choice, however, as the clan kids were more prepared for shinobi life than the kids from the academy even after their first kill. I know May already had her first kill, but I want her to kill someone by her own choice, not by a stupid coincidence of having her bloodline acting up. Ray said. It might be cruel that a 10-year-old kid would die due to his decision, but this was bloody missed. Things like this were quite common here, and Ray's priority was May. If it meant he would have to be cruel, then so be it. Okay. Conan said and kissed Ray. Don't worry. I made sure she would be mentally prepared for it. She stated. It was then they saw May about to score a hit onto a Tsunade, only for a bone to stick out of Tsunade's forearm, blocking May's fist. Who would have thought Tsunade would be able to replicate Kagaya's Kekkei Genkai? Conan dryly said. Tsunade was working with their Kagaya guest for more than a year, and every time she experimented, her expression was getting brighter and brighter until one day she proudly and smugly showed Ray and Conan her new bloodline. Apparently, she found out how Kagaya's body works and why they could do what they could do, and the rest was easy for her. With a bit of medical treatment, Tsunade made herself able to utilize the Shikatsumiyaku. She said it wasn't even that hard. Must be nice. Conan whined. To be smart. If there was one thing she was jealous of when it came to Tsunade, it was this. Despite not looking like it, Ray knew that Conan wanted to get stronger because she knew only strong people won't be trampled upon. And when Tsunade's strength rose by a magnitude just by getting the Kagaya bloodline, even Conan got a bit mad. Ray just quietly patted her head in order to calm her down. You have your own strengths. Conan smiled at that, but then her expression darkened. What about Ringo? She asked. They had a fight because of what she did, but it didn't really last that long. Both she and Ray couldn't stand being angry at each other, so their fight didn't last even half a day. But since then, they haven't seen Ringo at all. For the entire year at that. Ray was quite exasperated because of that, but he was slowly accepting it. Conan, however, didn't regret anything because she knew what she said had an effect on the girl. But even then she had no idea it would take so long for Ringo to come to terms with it. It was an entire year already. Last I asked, she is being run ragged by the assassination missions. She has at least 2 per month. Ray said with a sigh. Yeah, we should probably start preparing for the war too. Conan said, knowing full well that Ray had non-stop 10 clones making seals for their use. They knew it was coming and they were doing their damnedest to prepare. She frowned. May will be genin for 1 to 2 years before the war starts. I guess we'll just have to trust she will be ready. Ray said shruggingly, making Conan snort. She is already on the level of Chunin, and that's without talking about her bloodlines you so painstakingly nurture. Conan rolled her eyes. I am more afraid of her mental side rather than her skills. She is too Yun dash. But so were we. Ray interrupted her and looked her in the eyes, which calmed her down. I suppose that's right. Conan nodded. Well. I think we will just have to adjust her mentality. Conan let out a long whine. That means shitty missions. She let herself fall on her back. Ray just smiled and leaned onto her, giving her a quick kiss. That means shitty missions. He quipped amusedly. Chapter 82, Meeting 1. Tsunade was walking on the streets of Kirigakure in her disguise as an old lady. As she promised to the Mizukage, she often worked at the hospital and helped with the healing. Despite that, she never really went out of her way to show her expertise. Till now, she was still regarded only as someone who can deal with bruises and cuts at best. Thanks to that, nobody really expected her to come and help. She was more of a volunteer who helped only when she had free time. Because of her inexperience, she was mostly assigned civilians or academy students as her patients, and due to that, she was well regarded among the non-shinobi population of Kirigakure, and people usually greeted her quite a lot. She had her reputation, after all. Lately, however, she didn't really have time to just go and turn off while healing people. She was too engrossed in practicing with her new bone manipulation and with the war coming. Tsunade knew she would most likely be recalled to Konoha in due time, so she was currently devising a plan on how to avoid that fate. Her new bone manipulation. Now that was a coincidence of her lifetime. She found out, Kagaya clansmen had a special body, but it was too special even by the bloodline standards, and when she first started to study it more deeply, she even marveled at it, thinking if they could still be called humans. They didn't only have the ability to manipulate their bones but also could make slight changes in their bodies, like creating openings for their bones to stick out and then reseal those. Contrary to the popular belief, it wasn't a fast regenerative factor but actual body manipulation. Thanks to this, Tsunade became even more durable, and since her bones were now extremely strong, she could load more chakra into her strength technique without fear of breaking her arm. The thing was, the specialty of Kagaya somehow, and she had no idea how, complemented the special body of Senju. When she found out, she spent days on end looking for why. Unfortunately, she never once thought about asking Rei. Anyway, she found out she could possibly awaken this bloodline after implanting the bone marrow of Kaguya into her body. And when she was completely sure it was safe, she instantly decided to do it. Konan was not the only woman of Rei who wanted to get stronger for his sake, after all. With 2 shadow clones to do the surgery and turning off her pain receptors, it was a breeze. Her Senju physique clicked seamlessly together with her new Kaguya one. It was only when she bragged to Rei afterward and mentioned this little fact, Rei surprised her by telling her about the legend of Rabbit Goddess. Her first feeling was, being glad Senju never mixed with Uchiha. To think that Sharingan was just a downgraded version of even stronger dojutsu. She was aware of eternal Mangekyo, but to think there was something even more powerful. Her second thought was being glad the legend was so forgotten. Hyuga had a massive ego even without knowing the progenitor of chakra had Byakugan. Finally, it made her realize that if these bloodlines came from one body, then it should naturally be possible to unite them to one body again. Maybe that's why she didn't feel any resistance from her new Kaguya part. This little tidbit had dangerous implications and it wouldn't do for anyone getting to know the truth. She had no idea how Rei knew, and both she and Konan refused when he offered to tell them. But she didn't really dwell on it. As she was walking through the streets, she suddenly saw a familiar man. Her eyes widened and her jaw almost dropped at the sight. How the hell did he get here? She mumbled for herself and instantly ducked into the side alley. There, she quickly altered her facial features to slightly different ones and her blonde hair colored themselves brown. Stepping outside, she hightailed it towards the man who was making a fool out of himself right in the middle of the street. Tsunade fancied herself a patient woman, but she had her breaking point. Unfortunately for the men, just seeing him was enough for Tsunade to reach it. She took his ear into her hand so quickly he didn't even manage to spot her as she sneaked up on him and dragged him away from there while he was groaning and moaning in pain from being dragged by ear. The entire village had a show out of it. When they finally reached training grounds, Tsunade finally released the men and crossed her arms under her chest. "What are you doing in Kirigakure, Jiraiya?" she asked in a stern tone. Jiraiya went instantly rigid. He knew that stern, unamused, and irritated voice. He gulped. "Tsutsu Tsunade." He babbled out bewildered. Tsunade sighed to herself and released, "Well, not really, she just altered her transformation technique to look like her 25-years-old self." "Yes, it's me," she admitted. "What are you doing in Kiri?" Jiraiya asked, making her roll her eyes. "That's my question." "I am gathering intel," he exclaimed proudly, only for his face to pale at her next question. "In a brothel?" Tsunade asked unamused. Before Jiraiya could spout more nonsense about why he was there, and to avoid him asking uncomfortable questions, Tsunade continued. "And here I thought I would be able to take a calming bath in the famous bathhouses of Kiri." She knew Jiraiya would be suspicious and most likely won't really fully buy her excuse, but she didn't elaborate further. His thoughts were his own and she already gave her explanation. "My holidays are ruined. To think I would see you here. In the middle of a hostile village. Your sneaking skills are really top-notch," she said dryly, diverting the topic by praising him while also dissing him. For all of his skill, Jiraiya had one glaring fault and Tsunade was very aware of it. He loved her. Well, not like he would ever get her to sleep with him, but damn if it wasn't useful sometimes. Hee. Of course. After all, I am the Gamma Sennin. Jiraiya cluelessly boasted, ignoring her fed-up tone, or at least he appeared clueless. Tsunade knew how sly her teammate was. He was even worse than Orochimaru. There was a reason why he took the spot of the favorite of Sarutobi from Orochimaru, after all. But even then, seeing you here is a surprise. He narrowed his eyes and mentally went through every rumor he heard from Kirigakure. There was this one blonde nurse helping in Kiri Hospital, but he doubted Tsunade would be stupid enough to do that. That would be treason, after all. I guess this really means the war is on the horizon. Tsunade sighed, making Jiraiya uncomfortably shuffle. Oh, stop pretending. We are both too experienced to not see it. She rolled her eyes at him, making him laugh awkwardly. I doubt you are here to summon me, however, right, Spymaster? She snorted. Jiraiya amusedly shook his head and said. No, no. Sensei is still a bit sad about how you parted the last time. Suddenly, his face morphed into a serious one. But yes, the war is inevitable now. In a decade at most, it will start. As he said that, Tsunade resisted the urge to grin. This was what she wanted to hear. Seeing Jiraiya in Kiri almost gave her a heart attack, as even she doubted he would be able to pull this off. But she didn't approach him out of sentiment. He was the spymaster of Konoha, and that meant he knew more than he probably should. And Tsunade would gladly goad some of this intel out of him for Rei. After all, who else than an old friend from Konoha would Jiraiya babble to? Chapter 83, Meeting 2. The clearing was quiet as the two old friends stared at each other. Jiraiya had a grim face while Sonade also tried to appear glum, but inwardly she was feeling quite giddy. Who would have known this portable infobank would come to her right when she needed some intel about the happenings in the world? In the end, Sonade raised her eyebrow at him and asked, "Since you are here, do tell what is happening in the world. I know you have quite a lot of information." Jiraiya smirked at her and took it as praise. Sonade was obviously complimenting his awesome spy network. His ego was almost reaching clouds. He wiggled his eyebrows at her. "I am afraid that's for Hokage's ears only." Then, with a smirk, he added, "But maybe if you go on a date with me." He trailed off. The more he opened his mouth, the more the corner of Sunade's mouth twitched in annoyance. She never liked Jiraiya's overly playful personality, but at least he had enough sense to not ask anything perverted. Alas, he was out of luck. She already had a man and would not go on a date with another, much less Jiraiya. Fortunately for her, Sonade knew exactly what worked on Jiraiya. Jiraiya could only widen his eyes into saucers as Sunade's fist met a nearby tree, utterly devastating it. He watched the upper part of the tree fall onto the ground because the middle part of its trunk was obliterated by one punch, and then he spotted Sunade's gaze on his belly, giving it a similar look like the bark of the now non-existent trunk. He shuddered and loudly gulped. "I am sure we can find a compromise, Jiraiya." Sonade cheerfully smiled at him. "What about you being a good pal and telling me what you know, and I will leave your bones in their unbroken state?" She said, but then pursed her lips and tilted slightly her head. "I am kinda curious if you would get out of Kiri with a broken spine though." She trailed off, and Jiraiya took an unsure step back. This Sonade. His former teammate was somewhat different. More cheerful and not as depressed as she should have been. Worse yet, he was completely unsure if she would actually follow with her threat. Her expression showed only an amusedly raised eyebrow and lips raised into a smirk as she watched him like a hawk. But despite the danger, he was still a loyal Konoha shinobi. And so, he did what any Konoha shinobi would do when confronted by angry Senju. "Fine," he said fearfully. Jiraiya, despite his loyalty, liked his bones in their correct place. And anyway, Sonade was Konoha shinobi even if she was currently on long unpaid leave. It's not like a Senju would ever betray Konoha, and he really didn't have incredibly valuable intel either. The atmosphere between the two instantly lightened and both chuckled. They lived and fought together through thick and thin, so both knew the other quite well. It was always joking like this that enabled them to keep their cool and not succumb to depression during hard years of war. With a sigh, Jiraiya started. The Kumogakure is restocking their border outposts with better weapons. They try to hide it, so it is a very slow process, not to say it's something very normal, so it usually wouldn't be reported, but my spies. Sonade rolled her eyes at the word spies, as from his activities, she was very aware just what kind of spies Jiraiya had. Sonade was however surprised he could pick on something as common as a slight change in restocking the outposts. Seeing her eye roll, Jiraiya's mood dropped a bit. My informants were sharp enough to spot the situation. The weapons that are being sent to the outposts are those that are usually not really needed there. Clearly, somebody is preparing for quick deployment of troops. And let me guess, Sonade interrupted him. It's mostly outposts closest to the borders of the Land of Fire, she said, and silence once again engulfed the clearing. It was obvious. Konoha won 2 wars already, and Kumo would not like that. Neither of the remaining 4 villages liked that, to be honest. Jiraiya just nodded. That meant Kumo will most likely attack mostly Konoha, and from their previous behavior during the Second War, they won't really invest much on other fronts. There will obviously be skirmishes against Iwa and Kiri, but their offensive would be focused on Konoha. Okay, next. Sonade asked, and Jiraiya shrugged. Suna is buying wood from Konoha, you can guess what that means. Kiri couldn't be more obvious. They did so many assassinations in these last years that only an idiot would not know they planned to join the war. He stated, but then frowned with a whining sigh. I am quite mad about it too. Their targets are so random that it's hard to properly guess who they will attack. My guess is they would go for revenge against Kumo, but nothing is certain yet. Sensei is quite worried about Kiri as there is no buffer between us except Wave Country. Yes, if Kiri attacks Konoha, the battle will instantly be inside of the Land of Fire. Sonade nodded. It was a no-brainer. All other shinobi villages had to cross other countries, therefore their forces could be spotted or even intercepted easily. But Kiri was a wild card. Worse yet, it was a wild card that was so well positioned, Konoha couldn't do anything about it. Take the fight onto the sea. That's suicide against Kiri. Take it into the Land of Water. Sarutobi would never do that. He knows that the Kiri forces would wipe his soldiers out if he tried to fight on their own land. There was literally nothing Hokage could do except strengthening the shore outposts. That, however, was far from an acceptable countermeasure. Tsunade already knew Kiri would attack Konoha, but she kept quiet. Rei had his own plans and she wouldn't endanger those. The problem is IWA. Jiraiya flopped onto the ground and leaned his back onto a tree. They are gathering forces. Openly at that. Recruiting from the slaves and making them capable genin cannon fodder quite quickly. As a mountain nation, the land of Earth is also very wealthy in iron, so they have no problem gearing up either. Plus it's obvious who their target would be. The old man is really bothered by it, but he assured me someone competent will hinder them. Tsunade also leaned onto a tree but didn't sit down. This was important information. Firstly, IWA stubbornly wanted revenge, and it was obvious the main event in the upcoming war would be IWA versus Konoha. The situation didn't look well for Konoha. Suna was their grudging ally since they lost the second war, but both Kimo and IWA would be attacking. The Hokage naturally knows Suna would not be really eager to help, so Konoha was more or less on their own. Which led Tsunade to the second point, someone competent. Obviously, it was Danzo. There was no question to be asked about it. And I guess Konoha is preparing as well. Tsunade said and looked at the sky. She didn't need to hear what the village would be doing. She knew exactly what preparing meant. Clearly, Konoha had to even the board by making the pot of hate between villages boil. It wouldn't do if everyone focused only on Konoha. After all, that was exactly how they won the previous wars, even though they were majorly outnumbered. As if it wasn't the quality of their shinobi. That thought was laughable in itself. Sure, they had good ninjas, but not that good. It was all in very underhanded tactics. They were ninja, after all. Tsunade was 100% sure that Danzo's route would be running circles around the land of Earth dressed as shinobi from either of the remaining 4 villages, killing important people. Tsunade had no illusions and knew that IWA would be in conflict with Kimo and Suna by the start of the war. She also knew that the war would not be really waged in the lands of the villages. No, it will again be in the smaller countries in between them. That was why the situation with Kirigakure was making Jiraiya shit himself, and most likely the reason why he was actually here. He was surely tasked to find out Kiri's intentions towards Konoha. Jiraiya just shrugged and grinned. So, up for a drink? You know, to remember the old times. Tsunade chuckled and returned the shrug in acceptance. It's a date then? Jiraiya exclaimed, but Tsunade quickly put his hopes down. No, it's not. She dryly deadpanned, inwardly sighing. She only accepted as she knew Jiraiya tended to talk more when drunk and in the company of someone he trusted. Plus both Rei and Conan were on a mission and May in the academy. She had an hour to spare, so why not glean more secrets from her toad-loving friend. Chapter 84, May's graduation. Rei, Conan, and Tsunade in her disguise were sitting in the VIP lounge in the Kiri Arena. The Kiri Arena was a place where the Chunin exams were usually held, but its more important function was to execute traitors. The Nupnin were usually killed on spot, but in rare cases, they were caught alive and then proceeded to be interrogated only to end up in the arena and fight to the death. It didn't matter how many rounds they won, they continued to fight until their eventual death. This arena was also a place where Kiri shinobi could enter to hone their skills or try new techniques on moving targets without any repercussions. And today, a yearly event was taking place. It was time for the Academy graduation exam, which was basically just a bloody spectacle of kids killing each other. Despite that, the arena was full of spectators, mostly civilians seeking some bloody entertainment. Rei could also see many prominent jonin from Kiri who were looking for a good seedling. After all, if they took a disciple, they couldn't be forced to take another, so everyone wanted to take a peek at what is offered in this batch and if there is somebody promising. Contrary to the cheer of civilians, these shinobi were mostly bored since seeing kids brawl wasn't really entertaining for them. The graduation was 1 versus 1 deathmatch. The matches were said to be random, meaning they were pre-selected beforehand, and just for show, there was an actual electronic board for choosing names like in Naruto's Chunin exam. The proctors knew well who is likely to pass and who to fail. They watched the kids for years by now and as experienced Chunins, could take their guess. That meant every match had a favorite. There were also a lot of other factors, like if somebody wanted to take a specific child under his care, the child would get an easier opponent and so on. Rei didn't really care, nor did he try to manipulate May's match though. He knew May would win, but her opponent would end up dead due to their own luck and not Rei's manipulation. He could do at least as much as leave it to fate. This is really barbaric. Tsunade said, disgruntled. Despite living in Kiri for years, she never once saw the graduation exam, but now that she was present for it, she really thought it was too much. Yeah, and stupid too. Conan added. Kiri was killing off 50% of their ninja candidates. Not to mention those killed by their actual teachers for whatever reason. In the end, not even 35% of academy graduates would survive long enough to be really counted as a ninja of Kiri. For Conan, it was no wonder Kiri had so little ninja. All it would take is to give the children better guidance and not kill them off, but it seemed the higher-ups of Kiri were too stupid to realize that. Ray wisely kept silent. Speaking up right now would start a debate he was not really willing to partake in at the moment. In his opinion, every village was utterly retarded in these practices. Kiri had this exam. Konoha had another one that also cut the graduates to a really small number. The difference was that the rest who didn't manage to graduate could either drop out and forever close the option to become a ninja, or after 3 failures, the kid would be entering the Genin Corps where the entire training would be up to him. These were the so-called cannon fodder. Suna was the same and also had their own means of how to differentiate between elite and others. He wasn't about to think about IWA, as their cannon fodder was mostly made up of slaves. Kumo was the only village that was kid-friendly when it came to these practices. They took enormous effort to nurture their younger generations, and most kids already left the academy knowing their elemental affinity and basics of kenjutsu. At times like these, Ray was really happy he made the spy network out of the Bairi traders. These unimportant details were exactly what helped most when one didn't really expect it. The event was about to start and the kids lined up in the arena. There were 30 of them in total, but this was quite misleading as every class had a different day of graduation, so the final number of kids graduating this year was around 240. Which meant at least 120 would die. It was a big number, but a few years back, Kiri started to recruit kids from orphanages all over the country to have enough genin for the war. There were still 2 years until the start of the war, and Ray was sure the Mizukage was thinking he had at least 5 more years to train these new recruits. Alas, the truth was far from that. Ah. It's May. Sonade said, and a smile lit up on her face as she set the 10-year-old redhead down in the arena. I trained her so well. She is not afraid at all. She cooed like an overprotective parent. Just look at her bored eyes. Konan rolled her eyes at the almost bouncing Sonade, but her lips also twisted into a slight smile. It was me who gave her mental conditioning. She quipped, getting a stink eye from Sonade. Ray just embraced the 2 girls and shushed them. It's starting. Don't argue now. Down in the arena, May was despondently watching her former classmates. For her, they were utterly unimportant, and it was times like these she was really glad for Konan's teachings. While her bigger sister taught her how to recognize indoctrination, she also didn't cover the fact she was making her more loyal to Ray. May didn't really care though. Now that she was looking at the nervous kids with shining eyes, just waiting to lay their lives down for a village that couldn't be bothered to give 2 fucks for them, she could only pity them and be horrified at the idea she could have been one of these gullible children. The older she was, the more disgusting the idea of helping Kiri became for her. The people stopped beating her when Ray subtly indicated he would be very displeased if it continued, but they still glared at her and generally avoided her. She was not close to anyone in the class, so this little test wasn't really that big of a deal for her. But she knew she had to take it seriously, as her family wanted to see if she had the resolve to kill on her own, not like she had any choice in the matter, and May knew well why this was important. She would shortly start doing missions with Ray, and they needed to know she was ready for them. The Mizukage gave a speech about them being the future of Kirigakure or whatever, and the matches started. May watched the kids around her quickly become disillusioned when the first match concluded. They knew this was a match to the death, but May doubted the kids had a clear idea of what that actually meant. When the kunai sunk into the skull of Mickey, a girl from her class, every classmate of hers went instantly rigid, watching her unmoving body hit the ground. The matches continued despite all protests, and finally, after 2 hours of utter boredom, it was time for May's match. She stepped inside of the arena and the spectators became instantly quiet, reminding her that she wasn't the most loved person in the village. Only the supporting look on her family's face made her smile to herself and confidently walk towards the center where her opponent and the referee were waiting. Her opponent was, she forgot his name. Scratching her cheek, she played it cool by bowing slightly in a show of respect before the referee started the match. Her opponent instantly sprang forward to attack her, but for May, he was moving extremely slow. She didn't see any reason to prolong this battle, and as he was at arm's length away from her, she sidestepped to the right, just enough to evade his dash. The boy couldn't stop himself anymore, and as he was passing by the spot she was previously at, he ran right into a kunai May was holding in her hand. Match over. The arena was again engulfed in even deeper silence when May won so effortlessly, but she didn't care and just walked away, towards the waiting area where her former classmates looked at her as if she was some kind of monster. Every match up till now lasted at least 5 minutes, but hers didn't take even 5 seconds. For them, she was quite frightening. All around the arena, many jonin gained an interested light in their eyes at the spectacle, and the Mizukage was deadpanning at Ray because of how much trouble this would bring him. Many of his jonin would want May and will most likely try to challenge Ray for her. And he would have to prevent just that. Great. Yes. I trained her so well. Tsunade smiled proudly, fully knowing May was aware enough to know just how big of a shitstorm her quick win would cause to the Mizukage. Damn right. Konan added, also proud of May as she hid her smirk while giving the Mizukage a side glance, enjoying his dejected look and speechless expression. Somebody gonna pull all-nighter? She giggled. Ray just snorted and gave the men an eye smile and V sign. Needless to say, the Mizukage was not the happiest camper right now. Chapter 85, Planning. When May came home after her graduation exam, she was greeted by Ray, Konan, and Sonade with a big congratulations. It made her happy because she didn't expect them to throw a party for her graduation. This outcome was expected and she was leagues above the current graduates, so she took her passing as a foregone outcome, and yet her family decided to celebrate it. May's cheeks blushed as she meekly walked inside the living room, sitting next to Ray, who instantly patted her head. Good job, he told her, and May could feel her body being hugged by Ray. She smiled and reassured him. I am fine, she said. I had enough time to prepare myself for killing. Ray looked knowingly at her form when he heard her telling him that. She had lowered head and slightly narrowed eyes, and he knew it would bother her for a while, but she had people who made it their mission to make her feel better about it. That was, after all, the purpose of this party. He wasn't about to give her birds and bees talk, the shinobi version, and fuss about her first kill. He would, however, make sure she had a great time and got any worry she could have out of her mind. Okay, he told her, and with the corner of his eye could see Konan bringing a cake to the room. I think it's time for a cake then. I made your favorite strawberry-flavored one. May's eyes shined at the sight, and she quickly turned towards Ray and hugged his waist. Thank you. Ray and the girls laughed at May's happy expression, and the celebration continued. The celebration was over and May was fast asleep, but Ray, Konan, and Sonade had a meeting in the living room after tidying it up. They sat around the table with a cup of hot chocolate, talking about their future. After Sonade encountered Jiraiya, she instantly told every detail she managed to glean from him to Ray, who decided to start making use of his spy network. He got an incredible amount of information. Iwa's recruiting from slaves is intense, Ray said. They already have around 20,000 strong force of cannon fodder. Apparently, they plan to bring down the third Raikage and us. Us? Sonade asked, furrowing her brows. The downpour. Konan told her. They will probably use the war, again make someone request us for a mission and then ambush us with 10,000. She turned to Ray, right? Yes. During the war, the village doesn't have much time to review every single request. Moreover, the village only takes requests from nobles and wealthy merchants, meaning high-profile people who would look extremely bad if the shinobi they requested was ambushed. The village would know and most likely take their revenge, but there surely is a lot of retards who would see immediate gains instead of long-term repercussions. Especially among the first sons of nobles. The important part is that the village wouldn't be able to warn or assist us. Nor would it do anything in our defense until the end of the war. Ray stated with a displeased frown. Worse yet, rejecting a mission during wartime is really, really hard, as if you try, the Mizukage will just order you to go and handle it. Money are important for the village, and in wartime it is doubly so. The IWA has it thought out pretty into detail while knowing the laws and usual behavior of Kiri higher-ups. Sonade groaned at that. Kiri and their idiotic practices. In Konoha, you have heaps of merchants pulling the economy for you. Konan snorted. The situation is completely different, so you really don't need to make the missions mandatory during wartime. Sonade crossed her arms and reluctantly acknowledged Konan was right. Speaking of which, Ray started. I want you to return to Konoha, Sonade. The entire room quieted down at that, but Ray just smiled at the bewildered blonde before explaining. We have the dimension and can see each other whenever, and I know you would regret not helping your village during the war. Ray said, and saw Sonade was about to protest, so he quickly cut her off. Don't try to deny it. You might be fed up with the higher-ups, but the village is still your grandfather's memento. If I know one thing about the Senju clan, it's that they value their family above all else. But you are my family. Sonade quietly said, and lowered her head in embarrassment at being so easily seen through by Ray, only to shriek when Ray pulled her to himself, laying her head on his lap, and coursed his fingers through her hair while staring into her eyes. I love you, Sonade, he said. But that doesn't mean I demand you to forsake everything for me. Neither of them minded the teasing stare of Konan from behind her mug of hot chocolate as she watched them expectantly with a childlike giddiness dancing in her eyes. Sonade teared up but barely held her tears in as her head spun. No. But it's exactly what I want to do. She thought to herself, and her resolve to prioritize Ray strengthened. Okay, but I won't fight for Konoha. I'll return to be the head of the hospital. She knew she would be given the position of the head of the hospital, and that meant being in the council, hence knowing everything that would go on in the village. Sonade had her own ideas and plans on how to help Ray, and she would be damned if she let Konan outshine her. And he was right. Deep down, she still wanted to minimize the casualties of Konoha in the upcoming war. She was raised there, indoctrinated there, it was hard to just let go. Ray smiled and turned to Konan this time. I think it's time for us to show ourselves during this war. I don't intend to always mind myself during a fight. Right now, we are strong enough to fight against S-ranking ninja, so there is no need to hide our abilities. He informed her, and the atmosphere in the room turned somber. Are you sure? Conan asked. She was also fed up with always not using her paper release during fights only to keep it secret, but she understood why it was needed. Ray nodded in acknowledgement. We will be defecting during the war. Ray dropped a bomb. I have a sneaking suspicion it's not going to be good to be in Kiri after the war. He said and turned to Tsunade with a nod. Root is really doing a good job. While Conan knew what Root was, she tilted her head, not understanding what Ray meant, but Tsunade's eyes widened. You want to say they already work on preventing Kiri from attacking them? No, not Kiri. Not yet, at least, but I was informed some border outposts of IWA were attacked by people clad in Suna shinobi attire. Funny that, since Suna has enough problems with itself since Raza became the Kage, as the Wind Daimyo utterly despises him and refuses to support the village. Ray chuckled. Same with Kumo and IWA border, this time, it is Kumo's outposts attacked by IWA Nin. Peculiar how these people were always using fire jutsu and were described as emotionless. He shook his head. I am sure there will be some kind of plot for Kiri too, but Kiri is an even bigger threat than Kumo and IWA to Konoha, but on the other hand they have no confirmation that Kiri would actually really attack them, so they will probably do something very covert and underhanded. Tsunade bit her fingernail in contemplation. I have no idea what would Danzo do, but I am sure Sarutobi-sensei would go for public unrest or something. Ray raised his eyebrows at her in surprise. Well, that would fit smashingly with the future situation, now, wouldn't it? He thought in amusement. I am quite curious about how would they go about it though. That doesn't matter. Kiri lost its value for us. There is nothing to gain for us here. Ray said and shrugged his shoulders. So, off we will go. Chapter 86, Ringo 4. Tsunade was again alone at home because Ray, Conan, and May were on a mission. The pace of their missions was picking up lately and they rarely spent time in Kirigakure. It didn't matter that much as Tsunade could only pop herself into Ray's dimension if she missed them. She spent these alone times helping out in the hospital, and today was no different. She was healing a civilian kid when one medic Nin called out to her. Tsuna-san. She turned around and looked at him. Seeing that, the men started speaking. We just received a patient and she stated you as one of the people that could be informed of her state, so I am calling you, he said, and then turned towards the kid she was healing. Are you free right now? Tsunade was baffled. She knew literally nobody in Kirigakure, so she had no idea who it could have been. She nevertheless turned to the boy whose scraped knee she cured and smiled at him. There, that should do it. She stood up and patted his head before turning to follow the medic Nin. They arrived near one hospital room and could hear a crash from inside, which made them enter in a hurry. As Tsunade entered, she could see Ringo sitting on the bed and a frightened nurse in the corner. Between them was broken glass and a few pills strewn on the ground. I am fine, Ringo said menacingly, making the nurse flinch, but Tsunade could clearly see she was not fine. Her entire body was shivering and she was gritting her teeth, most likely in pain. Not to say about her unnatural paleness, the girl was a mess. Tsunade sighed in exasperation and marched closer to Ringo. She shoved her shoulders, making the unruly redhead flop into the bed, and before Ringo could again sit down, Tsunade put her hand on her forehead, measuring her temperature while using her chakra to soothe the pain Ringo was in and diagnosing her state. Ringo at first wanted to scream at whoever pushed her, but then she spotted the old blonde woman who lived with Ray and calmed down. Reluctantly, she let the woman inspect her while letting her displeasure known with her huge pout. Tsunade was not happy with what she found. She glared a bit at Ringo and asked, How long? How long what? Ringo petulantly averted her gaze only to have her head grasped by Tsunade's vice grip and forcefully turned to look at her. Tsunade had an extremely stern gaze and it was spooking Ringo quite a lot, to be honest. In the end, she decided to answer truthfully. 8 months. Ringo quietly said and ashamedly lowered her head. Is that why you didn't show up for an entire year? Tsunade asked and Ringo nodded. At first, I was ashamed after what Conan told me. She trailed off and her eyes landed on the doctor and the nurse still present in the room. They quickly ran away, however, when Ringo showered them with her potent killing intent. Now that the room was empty, she decided to continue. But she was right. Ringo sniffed and bit her lower lip. Ray really can't trust me. Tsunade was giving the girl a blank look as she heard her reason. For her, this was incredibly stupid. She surmised this was the age difference between them at play, but to not show her face for a year for such a stupid reason, she could only sigh. But 3 months passed and I started feeling off. Ringo continued, looking at the ceiling. That was when Tsunade decided to interrupt the girl. She had a very good idea of the state of the girl. You idiot should have come to Ray straight away. Half of your body is dead already. You are alive only because of the strength and density of your chakra. She said, making Ringo laugh a bit. You are right. I was too stubborn. Ringo closed her eyes. Would you please tell him I love him? She asked Tsunade, hoping the woman would say yes. Ringo was sure she would not step out of the hospital anymore. Nor did she expect to survive the end of the week. That's why she told the medic Neen to call for somebody she knew. She wanted to. On the desk are keys to my home. Please, return Ray his swords. Tell him I am very grateful for them. Ringo said with a fond look, and Tsunade could clearly see the affection the girl had for Ray. She wanted nothing more than to say, okay, and let the dumb girl die, but she couldn't. Not when she saw Ringo was genuine in her feelings for Ray. Moreover, the girl was on the edge. Conan was not the only woman in the house who could manipulate others. Tsunade again put her hand on Ringo's forehead, making the girl give her a confused look. Wah. I will cure you, Tsunade said, making Ringo's eyes go wide, but before she could speak, Tsunade continued, I want you to think long and hard about your life. About your purpose. About what makes you happy. About what you should do. Tsunade said sternly and could see Ringo scrunch her face but nod in agreement. Know that I don't expect you to forsake Kiri after this. She said, and Ringo looked at her bewildered. I just want you to have a second chance at making this decision. Do you love Ray enough to forsake your loyalty to Kiri for him? Or will you, in the end, choose Kirigakure? That's up to you. When she heard that, Ringo was opening and closing her mouth in speechlessness. The woman was basically telling her she had to have the resolve to become a traitor if she wanted to be with Ray. But Ringo always knew this was the case. Deep down, she always suspected. Tsunade didn't care. She was to leave Kiri in a few days anyway, so making her departure sooner wouldn't matter. Moreover, her hunch that was responsible for her surviving most of her shinobi career was telling her to believe in Ringo. She decided to gamble. If you still decide to serve Kirigakure after this, you will completely forsake any chance you could have had with Ray. Tsunade said curtly and pushed her mystic palm technique chakra mixed with natural energy into Ringo's body, revitalizing her cells to cure her. Ringo couldn't even let out a sound from the intense feeling of comfort she was in as her body was again brought back to life. What Tsunade forgot to consider was that Ringo was one of the very few people in the world with incredible senses even for a ninja. As Sonade started healing her with nature energy, Ringo could clearly sense the special type of knot chakra and remembered its feel. Suddenly, the world opened to Ringo's senses, and all around her, she could feel nature energy which made her astonished and a whole lot afraid. She was also very curious about who was the woman who healed her. Ringo always thought she was a civilian, but this. Tsunade, however, didn't notice the flicker of light in Ringo's eyes as this information was filled into her brain for later. Right now, she had more important matters to consider. Tsunade felt the girl's body was fully healed and pulled her hand away from Ringo. Well, you are better than newer, she said and turned around to leave. As she was near the door, she briefly glanced at the bewildered redhead who stared at her. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 87, Ringo 5. Since she was healthy, Ringo came to inform the Mizukage about her return to duty. Entering the office, she could see the astonished look of the leader of the village who was furrowing his brows at her. Ringo, you are all right? He asked with suspicion in his voice when he saw the girl walk in on her own feet. Something he would never think was possible. I was told you would be unable to continue your ninja career. He knew she was sick. Actually, he was the first one who was informed 2 years ago that Ringo was sick. Same as he knew the medic Neen in the village had no way to cure her and she most likely didn't have even a year left. Unfortunately, it was right after she claimed Kiba by killing the previous owner and it was impossible for him to order her to give the Kiba to someone else. That would make every single of the 7 swordsmen pissed as all hell at him. The girl also refused all of his subtle advice to train an apprentice for Kiba blades, something about being too young to train a brat. In the end, he was forced to make a medic Neen inform her about her disease in hopes it would make her come to senses and pass on her techniques before passing on for real. Needless to say, that didn't happen. But he took what he got. It was maddening that one of his S-ranking ninja, the youngest S-ranking ninja of Kiri if he didn't count Ray and Conan since they weren't born in the village, was about to die before the war even started. He decided to make use of Ringo as much as he could and made her run assassination after assassination. Maybe it did take away a lot of her strength, but she was dying anyway. He saw no need to be gentle with her and resolved himself to make as much use of her superb skills as possible. Thankfully, her knowledge of her sickness only made the girl even madder and she didn't stop going on missions. The Mizukage couldn't help but admire the girl standing in front of him, to be honest. She should have been dead a year ago and yet, she is standing in front of him as if nothing out of ordinary was happening. Before Ringo could answer, the door flew open, and inside walked a man. When he saw Ringo calmly standing in front of the Mizukage, his eyes narrowed and he turned towards his leader with furrowed brows. You told me the previous wielder of Kiba is weak and will not survive long. The men said and Ringo's eyes narrowed. It was only then she saw her Kiba blade strapped to the waist of the man. Suddenly, her world completely changed when she realized she didn't really mind. It was a revelation that made her widen her eyes and look speechlessly to the empty space for a second. The Mizukage saw her blank look and couldn't help but curse as he could already see the fight for Kiba and knew one of his skilled ninjas would die for it. That's why he got the surprise of his life from Ringo when she said, "It's fine. You can keep Kiba." The Mizukage couldn't comprehend why Ringo gave the swords up, but for him, it was incredibly lucky. They could kill each other for the blades after the war, not like Ringo would survive the war in her condition. No matter how strong her will is, he really doubted that. Ringo would never think Kiba blades were given to someone even before she died. For a swordsman, that was an insult of insane proportions, and her giving up the blades would actually show her unconfidence to win against the men she recognized as Raiga Kurosuke. But Ringo somehow didn't care. She remembered a pair of swords, given to her by a man she loved that were superior even to Kiba blades, and her want to hold on to Kiba blades was gone. She would let him have those. "I knew you would be a smart woman. A pity I won't be able to attend your funeral," the man said with a sad undertone that pissed Ringo off, but before she could quip something back, he just up and went away. The Mizukage opened his mouth and promptly closed it when he realized he would have to summon Raiga again as he had a mission for him. This was getting really troublesome. "I will take a year break from my shinobi duties to make sure my health is okay during the upcoming war," she said with a humph. When the Mizukage heard that, he turned to Ringo and wanted to scream at her. What break? There was a war on the horizon. But he couldn't do anything else other than say, "Okay." Ringo had a reputation, and now that he lifted the secrecy on her sickness, many people knew it. If he forced her to take missions while knowing well she was sick, they could use it against him later on. He was also sure Ray wouldn't be very happy about it. "How come you are fine?" he asked her, knowing well such miracles really didn't happen in this world. Ringo peered him directly into the eyes and mulled over her answer. She remembered her last 2 years of work for the village and how dismissive of her the Mizukage was when she was thought to be sick. There was only one answer after considering all that. "I don't know." She shrugged, deciding not to snitch on Tsuna. Ringo was not yet resolved to leave the village, but she would not be a puppet on strings for men like the Mizukage who would use her and throw her away at the first convenience. She thought her time with Ray taught her better, as he always emphasized she needs to put her own safety before everything else, but she was apparently wrong. The Mizukage obviously didn't really believe that answer, but he had no choice but to nod. "Well, then. Jonin Emuri, I allow you to take a year of vacation. You rightfully deserve it," he said, but Ringo could hear the sour undertone in his voice and it made her sad. She gave this village everything, but nobody other than Ray really cared about a little orphan like her. Her only source of influence was her own strength and the status of the wielder of Kiba she just lost. And with that, she also lost her S rank as a Kiba user. Without Kiba didn't seem that threatening. In the end, her efforts for the village didn't bring her any lasting recognition nor respect. She didn't even think that these thoughts were coming from Ray's teachings and how he always told her to not blindly trust others. She just never used it, as she thought Kiri and its higher-ups could do no wrong. Apparently, she was wrong. Both she and the Mizukage stared at each other impassively before Ringo turned around and started walking towards the door when she heard the Mizukage's voice. "Are you sure there is nothing you want to tell me, Jonin Emuri?" She stopped in her tracks and slightly turned her head to take a proper look at the man. She instantly recognized the look he was giving her. Scheming, plotting, a look befitting of a Kage. It made her smile bitterly, but it just strengthened the belief that only personal strength mattered in this world. She would have to become stronger. Pursing her lips, she answered before leaving the office. "No, not really." Chapter 88, Ray's Spy Network. It was morning and Ray laid in bed, kissing lazily Conan, his hand snaked around her shoulder, pressing her to his side as they still sleepily enjoyed themselves. Just then, Ray shuddered and groaned while pressing his forehead on Conan's, tightening his embrace. It took a while for him to stop quivering, and then he turned his head down, looking at Tsunade's smug face peeking from the sheets as she laid her breasts on his belly, supporting her chin with her hands. "Liked," she teased while licking her lips, and Ray narrowed his eyes at her. Only his sincere small smile betrayed his feelings on the matter, as he didn't deem it necessary to answer her. His free hand quickly found its way onto her head, patting her, which made Tsunade blush. "Good girl," Ray quipped jokingly, but both girls quieted down for a second as he said it. Before he could ask them what's wrong, Conan assaulted his lips again, and Tsunade dragged herself up against his body until her mouth was close to his neck and started to hungrily trail kisses all over his neck. Ray could only hug them and use the meager amount of effort he was capable of mustering to try to fight back. It took him a good hour until he lost, and the trio dropped utterly exhausted to the sheets after a very satisfying morning exercise. Rei was affectionately caressing the hair of both girls that laid with their heads in the crook of his neck, smiling in contentment. Rei, Tsunade cooed and arched her head back to get a good look at his face. Anything new about the situation with Root? It was already more than a year since May graduated and the war was getting increasingly closer. She already left Kirigakure, apparently went to visit her parents, or at least that was the official story for the Mizukage. But she hasn't yet gone to Konoha. She spent this year in their dimension, perfecting her medical and fighting skills. One could never be too careful and Tsunade didn't know if anything unplanned happened and she had to fight her way out of Konoha. Rei looked at her with a sigh. Yes. Most of it is just guesswork, but the merchants of Bairi Company actually got quite a bit of intel about their actions. Apparently, the rumors spreading through the country are the work of Root. This time, even Konan was awoken from her pleasure-induced dozing off as she heard that. You mean the rumors that make the civilians fear and hate the bloodline clans? Well, yeah. Rei nodded. But that's not all rumors. Konan stated dryly. Kaguya really do attack villages and deserve nothing but be killed off to the last of them. Konan really didn't like the Kaguya clan due to their traditions. Anywhere else this clan would be killed off years ago, but because of the treaty they had with the previous Mizukage and partly because of the pressure of the other clans who had no other choice but to do so, or a precedent of having the clan treaties broken would be created, the Kaguya clan was protected here despite doing many crimes. Once per year, they would attack an unsuspecting village, killing all inhabitants except the really unlucky ones. The unlucky ones were mostly strong-looking males and females between 10 to 30 years of age. The men had a straightforward future from that point on. They were thrown into arenas made to make the children of the Kaguya clan more experienced in combat and killing. It was similar to the arena of the Kirigakure, except they fought civilians rather than real ninjas. Needless to say, it was a massacre and these men didn't have a long life expectancy. The females were different. They were used to satisfy the Kaguya males' more brutal sexual fantasies. They also were used to teach the teens of the Kaguya clan their traditions, as they called it. It was a miserable life. Yes, but that's beside the point. Kaguya is an exception. You can't really say every clan is bad because one is too brutal for their own good. Rei said. These rumors will impact every clan, not only the Kaguya one. It's actually quite a good and subtle way of destabilizing the situation in the country. If they really had a bit more time, 3 more years would suffice. Kiri would be unable to join the war due to internal strife. A pity the puppet boy will get impatient and kill the third Kazekage, Konan smirked. Which would start the war 3 years sooner than everyone plans. Yes, everyone was preparing for a war that will start in 3 years. Except, Rei knew the war would start in a few months. That will really put a stopper to a mind-boggling number of plans. He knew that even the Mizukage was planning a long-term invasion of the Land of Fire, but if his foreknowledge was to be trusted, there will be no such thing. Yeah. Danzo is efficient like that. Tsunade quipped lazily, cuddling to Rei. I am quite amazed he managed to make a conflict between IWA and Suna, and IWA and Kyumo, and now he is even mixing the waters of Kiri with potential civil war. That man is dangerous. She sighed as this just made her reaffirm the fact that her going to Konoha was a good decision. Well, not like she will spend her nights anywhere else than in the bed with Rei, in his embrace. All was well. If those rumors actually take up root, Tsunade giggled, the clans will be despised by the public, therefore cutting their revenue short. Kiri clans are not like those in Konoha that actually manage a large number of businesses all across the Land of Fire. That was a thing that surprised Rei quite a lot. According to Tsunade, the clans in Konoha had a lot to do with the economy of the country too. Nara had a monopoly on pharmaceutics, for example. It was a surprise because when he did research on various businesses of the Land of Fire, he never got even an inkling of something like this. The companies had nothing to do with these clans at first glance. It was only when Tsunade explained to him that the clans are the leaders in the shadows behind those companies he understood the clans in Konoha had way more influence than it seemed. They were an integral part of the Land of Fire by now. Somehow, I think that's exactly what's gonna happen and lead to a civil war in Kiri. Konan deadpanned, giving Rei a knowing look. He always had an idea what will happen next and she had no doubt this, let's leave Kiri, had a deeper reason than, there is nothing of value for us left here. Rei just shrugged with a smile at her while leaning closer for a kiss. After they finished their kiss he bumped her forehead with his. Sure, you can think of it like that. He pecked her lips again and turned to Tsunade. And you. Stop talking about these things. We are in bed and have more important things on our to-do list than discuss some one-eyed creep. He admonished her playfully, to which she lowered her head. You are right. Tsunade said in a sad voice and gave Rei a regretful expression that made him soften inside. He only meant it as a joke, but Tsunade apparently took it seriously. But as he was about to apologize, he could feel Tsunade's thighs surround his mini-me and Tsunade's face instantly lit up with a mischievous smile. Then, let me repent and start doing these important things. she said in a seductive voice. Huh? Not fair. Conan proudly exclaimed, and Ray found himself being double-teamed yet again. Yeah, who cared about the war when he had such divine mornings? Chapter 89, Sonade's Date. Author note, firstly, I would like to say a few words, feel free to skip it if you want. I thought about this story and somehow, I feel as if I was lowering the quality of the relationship between Conan and MC, which is alright since this is a harem story and their relationship will naturally stop being such a pivotal part of the story. The problem is I didn't write any relationship showing chapter in quite a while. Same thing for Sonade, as I didn't really give her enough attention in the story, and her interaction with Ray might feel a bit lackluster in comparison to Conan. Which, in my opinion, is also fine as Conan is the main female lead while Sonade is an ordinary or second female lead. But I decided to correct this in the next chapters. The war arc is starting and I plan to give it the next 20 or so chapters. I am sure I will most likely overshoot it, and I decided to mix it with deepening the relationship with the girls along with other war-related things. Hopefully, I will manage, laughing face. THX for reading my rant. Have a nice day. Ray and Sonade were walking through the streets of the capital of the Land of Water, hand in hand. Both had a slight henge on themselves that slightly changed their features like eye color or the shade of their hair. The Mizukage had too many eyes all over the capital for Ray and Sonade to come while looking completely like themselves. But small changes were enough for their date. Sonade tightly squeezed Ray's hand, happy that Ray took her on a date. This was her alone time with Ray and she was all for enjoying it. Conan, Ray, and her mostly spend the time together, doing whatever, but she and Conan made a deal. Both would have some alone time with Ray. When they were together, they felt like a family and it was warm and pleasant for Sonade, but when she was alone with Ray, she felt special and unique. Neither she nor Conan was okay with losing such a precious feeling, so this tradition was made. Sonade leaned closer to Ray, hugging his arm. He turned to her with a slight smile and tenderly asked, "What's up?" Sonade just shook her head. "I am just happy," she said, not minding the surrounding people looking at them. Ray also didn't care about the spectators and affectionately captured her lips into a slow, chaste kiss while his free hand gently cupped her chin. After a while, they separated and Ray said, "I am glad you are happy, Sue." He smiled at her, making Sonade avert her gaze by lowering her head. Ray chuckled at the small pink dusting on her cheeks and continued walking while making sure Sonade wouldn't stumble due to his abrupt movement. The rest of their journey was spent in comfortable silence until they finally arrived at the restaurant. Sonade's eyes widened when she saw the luxurious exterior and she pursed her lips at Ray. "Are you sure you want to spend so much?" she worriedly asked. Sure, she was Senju, and spending money was in her nature almost as much as spamming trees, but she didn't feel alright making Ray spend money on her. Ray just amusedly rolled his eyes at her, snaking his hand around her waist and weakly pushing her forward. "You know best how much money Bairi Company makes. Where would I spend my money if not on you?" he whispered into her ear, making Sonade straighten herself up and bite her lower lip. In the end, she decided to accept it and grinned. "Then, today we will go to a casino," she exclaimed happily, her sparkling eyes peering pleadingly at him. Ray chuckled at her childish joy and gave her an acknowledging nod. Despite Sonade not being a drunk nor a gambling addict, she liked to have a bit of sake and a good night of gambling from time to time. Ray supposed it was just in her nature. Their time in the restaurant was very enjoyable as the food was already waiting for them on the table since Ray ordered it a half-hour earlier with his clone. He and Sonade chatted about various topics, neither touching the current situation nor anything that would make the other lose the good mood. It was a pleasant light banter while eating delicious food. After that, Ray, with great reluctance, decided to fulfill his promise and took Sonade into the casino where he proceeded to lose 20 million of Rio. Well, at least Sonade's image while her tongue stuck out of the corner of her mouth in concentration and anticipation while gambling was nice. Ray knew Sonade was on edge due to his request of her going to help Konoha, so he supposed letting her gamble a bit of his money while sitting in his lap and demanding him to tightly hold her was a good stress relief for his Tsu. He also couldn't complain as every time she lost, she would need a long consoling kiss that made almost all people around to turn away from them in embarrassment. All in all, both he and Tsu had loads of fun in the casino. It was already a late evening and the couple decided it was time to go home. They transported themselves into their personal dimension, landing near the sofa. Sonade was however slightly drunk and she conveniently stumbled, pushing Ray's back onto the sofa as she landed on him, pressing her chest into his. "I enjoyed it today," she slowly slurred, making sure it sounded as sexy as her juicy, slowly moving lips. "I did too," Ray said, his eyes desperately trying to stay on Sonade's amber orbs and not to fall onto her red lips. His hands landed on her hips, snaking under her clothes as he caressed Sonade's skin with his fingers coated with the soothing water chakra that made her shudder. "I think the enjoyment didn't cease yet," Ray quipped flippantly. The only response he received was Tsunade's hand on his cheek as he could see her big amber eyes expectantly peer at him and could feel Tsunade's body getting hotter by the second. It didn't take long for their lips to hungrily connect, and not long later, the entire house resounded with long moans and lustful panting. Both of them used their water chakra and medical chakra respectively to pleasure the other for hours on end, gaining another memorable night together. The entire room was drenched in their juices as they in the early morning finally fell asleep in the warm and loving embrace. Tsunade groggily opened her eyes, frowning as she missed something significant, a bit of shuffling in her sleepy head. She recognized what it was and groaned while rolling on the bed to confirm her guess. Ray was missing. What she missed was his body heat as he unknowingly fondled her breast from behind while they slept. She woke up to that feeling so many times that now she missed feeling it. Her left hand reached towards her right breast, squeezing it as her frown grew. "Couldn't you wait until I wake up to leave the bed, Baka?" She quietly whined, without any real heat behind it. With another annoyed groan, Tsunade sat up into the lotus position, stretching her body and feeling the pleasant morning ache from last night's activity. She looked down at her crotch and huffed while crossing her arms under her naked ample breasts. "I really need a shower." A slightly later than a half hour later, Tsunade finally entered the kitchen after a long shower, clad in a loose white shirt that was clinging to her body due to being a bit wet, not letting anything to the imagination, and very short shorts that showed her plump thighs perfectly. Her long blonde hair was let loose on her back as two bangs marred her face while she rubbed her towel on her head, trying to dry her hair. Her bare feet pitter-pattered towards Ray, who was gaping at her, and Tsunade's face split into a blooming smile of satisfaction as her hands released the towel, letting it fall onto the ground while she put her arms around his neck, her body leaning into his and her lips instantly going for the kiss. "Good morning," she said, her forehead not leaving Ray's as her amber orbs expectantly stared into his startled emerald ones, taking great enjoyment in taking him off guard. She was literally showering in his attention and loved every second of it. Taking a bit smaller size of the shirt was so worth it. Tsunade giddily thought while being overly aware of Ray's hands on her hips. "Hi, beautiful," Ray whispered after he finally got out of his stupor and pecked her lips in retaliation. "Damn, she is gorgeous," he thought with an audible gulp. I made breakfast," Ray said, still unable to stop undressing her with his eyes, but he decided that if he had to be a pervert, he would at least feed his girl while perving on her. Tsunade giggled at him and happily nodded. Of course, she could smell the bacon and eggs even in the bedroom. She mischievously pursed her lips before quietly saying, "Carry me." Ray smirked. The girl wanted to play, so he decided to humor her. His hands on her hips suddenly heaved her up while she girlishly shrieked at the unexpected movement. Tsunade found herself blinking in confusion as she was being carried towards the table on Ray's shoulders like a sack of potatoes, making her childishly pout and slap his butt. "I didn't mean this way," she exclaimed as her hair freely fell towards the floor, almost sweeping it. "Sorry, dear. I might have misunderstood," Ray said in a sing-song voice while also gently patting Tsunade's posterior, making her exclaim in surprise. "Also, I wouldn't engage in a spanking contest if I was you." As he said it, he made sure to squeeze her left ass cheek tightly, all advantages. He finished with glee, unknowingly making Tsunade into a blushing mess as her face turned completely red. Tsunade decided to let him do whatever he wanted with her. That was when Conan entered the room and instantly raised her eyebrow as she saw Tsunan bend over Ray's shoulder while he had his hand on her butt. The right corner of her lips curled into a sensual smirk as she spoke. Was our Tsunade a naughty girl? Both Ray and Tsunade just awkwardly blinked at Conan, a bit embarrassed due to the position they were found in, but quickly shook it off. "You just had to show up." Tsunade huffed in irritation while pouting. She had such a nice start and they were already halfway through the teasing stage too. It wouldn't take long to eat breakfast and then she was sure she could have aroused Ray enough to take her right on the kitchen table. But Conan had to ruin it. Conan just smiled knowingly at Tsunade. "I am sorry, sis," she amusedly uttered with exaggerated eye roll, her flippant voice showing just how sorry she was. "You had your alone time with Ray yesterday." Conan shrugged, making Tsunade let out a loud whine and thrash her body on Ray's shoulder to vent her frustration until Ray decided he had enough and reminded her that her butt was in the striking zone of his hand. "Shoo." Ray shushed the pouting Tsunade and turned to Conan with a serious gaze. He knew Conan liked Tsunade like a sister, so she would never interrupt their morning without a good reason. Conan noticed his look and nodded while taking an envelope from the inside pocket of her coat. "Kurubo sends his regards alongside with his report," Conan said, her teasing smirk morphing into a weary smile. "The war has started." Chapter 90, We're starting and talking business. The war has started. He heard Conan and stopped in his tracks for a moment. When he finally recollected himself, with a great sigh, he put his hands on Tsunade's hips and heaved her from his shoulder, putting her on her own feet. Tsunade was not happy with that message either. It meant she would have to stop finding excuses on why to stay by Ray's side and return to Konoha. She wanted nothing more than to snarl "fuck you, bitch" at her past self who proclaimed she would go there, but on the other side, she also wanted to help Rei by going there. While she was conflicted, Rei walked towards the table and tapped the backrest of the chair in front of him to signalize the women to sit down. Both listened and the trio found themselves eating the breakfast in silence. When they were finally done, Conan started talking again. Kurubo sent a word that the third Kazekage disappeared and Suna is speculating it's the work of IWA. They are preparing for an attack, bolstering their border outposts. But that would lead to tension, which would lead to... Tsunade started bewildered. To an actual attack. Yes. Conan finished with a nod. This is only my guess based on their previous behavior, but I am pretty sure Root will also try to start these hostilities sooner. They will try to make IWA and Suna fight to get more time for preparations. But Konoha doesn't have an effective way of getting intelligence from IWA. At least, not from the high places. Conan sighed. Iwa's higher-ups are pretty much ready, and if the hostilities start, they will immediately declare war against Konoha, so this move is counterproductive. Rei just hummed in acknowledgement and tapped his finger on the table while he pondered. The war didn't start just yet, but it was already inevitable since IWA and Suna would give the first shots. There was only one thing he had to care about, however. And our merchants? He asked Conan, who only smiled. As you ordered, they retreated to the safety of capital cities. She said, making Rei nod. This war was a major opportunity for Biri Company to climb higher and become a lot wealthier. Their main focus became seals, and each country needed those. None would dare to attack them covertly, as it would basically mean forfeiting their right to buy from Biri Company. Their seals were way too advanced for anyone to try offending them and losing the opportunity to buy them. Their storage seals could store even a limited amount of food for an entire month. They sold healing tags that may not heal anyone with injuries more serious than a few scratches, but instead, could stabilize an injured long enough for him to reach the medic. They also had explosive tags, night vision tags, short-range communication tags, and much more. This war will be fought with seals from the Biri Company. Rei was okay with that. While Mr. Biri owned some stock from Biri Company, that was only for the department that dealt with electrical appliances. Anything with seals or other things belonged solely to Rei. The best part, Rei doesn't even need to worry about any assassination attempt, as the only known owner is Mr. Biri and Rei's identity is still a mystery. Heck, the company is even named after Mr. Biri. Rei made sure to change the headquarters in the capital of the water country into a normal branch and shuffle the headquarters all over the nations, making it impossible to know which branch was the real one. And Mr. Biri was a research maniac when it came to electrical gadgets, therefore he was always hidden in the headquarters. There was literally no target for any assassin the Kages could send. Rei was well aware the Kages must hate his company due to them supplying seals to each country, and not only them, but he long ago made contingencies through deals with daimyos so they could do nothing to the company and its employees itself. More so now when they were in the capital cities. These cities were protected by various treaties, and even during the war, they would not be disturbed. Daimyos wanted their peace, after all. This was a shinobi war and was mainly fought among shinobi. The world still revolved around money, and even during the war, shinobi could not anger their future clients. Only poor and small countries had no voice to be able to threaten the shinobi villages. Conan was really helpful when she went through the transactions of the Big Five and found out these countries basically economically suppressed the countries in between them in order to create a perfect battlefield for ninjas. This way, the war would be unlikely to be fought exclusively on their territory, and most of it would happen outside of their country. Rei had to admit it was quite a sly move. Rei suddenly stood up. "Wait for a second," he said, and went outside of the kitchen only to return 5 minutes later with a package in his hand. He marched his way towards Tsunade and put the package in front of her. "Despite being able to see each other every day, you will be leaving for Konoha," he told her with a tender smile decorating his face. "I prepared a gift for you." Tsunade opened her mouth in bewilderment while Conan covered her smile with her fan, her mirthful eyes staring at Tsunade's giddy amber eyes staring at the box with a childlike wonder. She was honestly surprised the blonde was not bouncing in her seat. After a while, Tsunade finally opened the box and a pair of fingerless gloves greeted her. Her eyebrows rose high as she spotted a cute engraving of a bear on them, making her unconsciously smile. She remembered those. "I saw you look at a similar pair in the store," Rei said, "so I had these made. They have special metal padding made from chakra metal, and the material is the most durable, flexible, and comfortable leather found on the market. Only best for my teddy bear," he said, and embraced her from behind and kissed her cheek. "Thank you," Tsunade quietly said, biting her lower lip and putting her hand onto his. Tsunade was embarrassed because she indeed liked a similar pair of gloves in the store a few weeks ago, but she had no idea Rei noticed. She remembered herself cooing, of all things, and just the thought of him seeing her like that. She lowered her head even more, groan tearing out of her throat from embarrassment. "I think it's cute," Conan quipped teasingly. And it fits perfectly too. You are violent, brash, and easily annoyed. Conan said, and Tsunade's embarrassment evaporated in the second. Rei wisely released her from the embrace and stepped backward. What did you say? She screamed at Conan, abruptly standing up and smacked her hands on the table while glaring at Conan. Exactly my point. Conan smiled, making Tsunade open her mouth in speechlessness. But don't worry, little bear. We love you despite your flaws. She snickered when Tsunade just huffed and flopped back into the chair, trying to ignore Conan's laughter. Rei sat next to Conan and watched Tsunade happily try on her new gloves as a soft happy smile decorated her face, since this was the first present he gave her that wasn't for her birthday. Rei leaned closer to Conan and whispered. You really enjoy teasing her, don't you? No, no. Conan amusedly snorted. I only do it because I enjoy how she runs to you and demands cuddles every time she gets butthurt because of my remarks. She said, snaking her arm around Rei's, and before he could realize it, she kissed him. After all, as a loving partner, I have to make sure you have your daily quota of cuddling. She quipped. Sure you do. Rei smiled and returned the kiss. As he saw the happy faces of Conan and Tsunade, he decided to get through this war and then create a safe haven for himself and his family. These happy and leisure moments were what really mattered, after all. Chapter 91, Tsunade's return to Konoha. Tap, tap, tap. The Hokage's eyes fluttered groggily open after he pulled yet another all-nighter, trying to deduce the plans of the other Kages and form his own. Tap, tap, tap. It was a grueling task, but such was war. And this one was inevitable. Tap, tap, tap. His mood plummeted down as his ears were assaulted by the unceasing tapping noise that woke him up. He was tired, irritated, and not feeling in a mood for jokes. He abruptly straightened and shouted at whoever dared to disrupt his rest. Shut the fuck up. His face was morphed into an angry scowl that would send a lesserman running for his life, but Hiruzen froze when he saw Tsunade in front of him. Her eyebrow was twitching as her feet stopped tapping the floor, scowl forming on her face. He could see a faint outline of chakra form on her fist, making him gulp. Gotta change the topic fast. Hiruzen mentally shrieked, and outwardly, his lips bloomed into a pleasant grandfatherly smile. Ah, Tsunade-cha. He stopped mid-word when Tsunade narrowed her eyes and cleverly corrected himself. San. What brings you here? Hiruzen swept the room with his eyes as he wondered where his ANBU guards were. He doubted they wouldn't jump at Tsunade the second they saw the chakra outline forming on her fist, but surprisingly, no one tried. It was then his gaze turned to a deadpan one as he saw 4 bruised bodies in the corner of the room. Hiruzen quickly recognized them as his ANBU guards. Are they too old for this shit? Maybe I should pick younger guards. Hiruzen mused. Cut the crap, sensei. I came to help Konoha in the upcoming war. Tsunade said, and Hiruzen's expression lit up, already thinking where to deploy her when she completely dashed his hope. I will only help out in the hospital though. Don't count on me fighting. Tsunade said as she uncaringly flopped into the chair for guests and started inspecting her nails. Hiruzen's eyebrows furrowed. Tsunade, as a ninja of Konoha you have to listen to the Hokage. If I order you to lead a unit, you will lead the unit. He sternly spoke, but Tsunade just rolled her eyes at him in dismissal. And if I don't? She asked lazily, making Hiruzen almost have a heart attack. His hunch was telling him he would regret taking a forceful approach, but despite it, he decided to utter his next sentence. He was still too used to obedient Tsunade he remembered from years ago. Then you will be labeled a nuke-nin. He said with a severe expression, but contrary to his expectations, Tsunade was as laid back as before, still minding her nails more than him. Then I will be labeled a nuke-nin. If Konoha doesn't need me, I will be going. She shrugged with a hint of amusement on her face and started standing up, only for Hiruzen to stare at her in utter bewilderment with his mouth wide open, not comprehending what just happened. It was when Tsunade was already walking towards the door his mind turned blank, and only with his long experience of being Kage did he resist the urge to groan. I am too old for this shit. Tsunade stepped through the front door of the hospital and was instantly greeted by a black missile impacting her chest. She raised her eyebrow when she realized it was Shizun. Master. Shizun was hugging Tsunade and the people started whispering. Tsunade was sure there would be some pretty steamy rumors flowing tomorrow. This was Konoha, after all. I missed you. Shizun beamed as she arched her head to get a proper look at Tsunade, and her eyes teared up. I thought I would never see you since you were sick. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched as she remembered how modern her apprentice was, and she could only sigh as she started patting her head. Well, apparently not. She shrugged. Not like it wasn't a close call. Her voice was loud enough that the entire hall of the hospital heard it, stopping in their tracks, wondering what kind of sickness could almost kill the best medic in the world. Shuddering thoughts. Anyway. Tsunade's expression turned awkward. I am here to dash, she started but Shizune interrupted her by pinning the badge of the head of hospital on her Haori. Yes, we know, master. Shizune said with a gentle smile and Tsunade couldn't help but feel extremely proud of herself while thinking. I raised her so well. The news about Tsunade Senju returning to Konoha spread through the village in a heartbeat. While most villagers happily celebrated, in the council room the mood was somber. Hiruzen, what do you mean she refused to be a commander? Danzo asked stoically and his cheek slightly twitched but most people inside knew that simple gesture showed just how irritated he was. Exactly as I said. The third Hokage's shoulders slumped. She wasn't even deterred by becoming a nuke-nin. The entire room quieted down when they heard this. There was a reason why she was allowed to roam free or why she could just say, fuck, Konoha, and have no repercussions as long as she didn't work against Konoha itself. It wasn't her status as the last of the founding clan. Tsunade was one of their heroes of the Second War. Her popularity was enormous even now, a decade after the event. Hiruzen nor the council would ever let her roam free if they could help it. She was the best medic in the world. Her value was enormous. In some ways, Hiruzen would admit her to be more important than even himself. It was her knowledge about poisons that single-handedly won them the Suna/Konoha front in the Second War. The situation with Tsunade was too problematic. If they labeled her as nuke-nin, every single village would fight and promise whatever she wanted only for her to join them. That had to be avoided, hence, she was given permission to go on her vacation after the Second War. Not to say, if one of the Sannin suddenly became a nuke-nin, it would create a much bigger problem than just having a strong ninja on the run. The counselors could only grit their teeth when they imagined the political shitstorm and public unrest that would start if one of their legends did something like this. Even daimyo could become involved, and their shady deals would be much, much harder to conceal. Fortunately, she decided to take her spot as the head of the hospital back and is currently cleaning up the place. Hiruzen tried to make the mood better. It was then the door swung open as a body of ANBU flew straight through them, skidding on the floor all the way in front of the table. Tsunade walked in as if nothing happened, making the political leaders of Konoha inside flabbergasted. Only the Uchiha Patriarch was enraged enough to react. Senju. What is the meaning of this? He shouted but Tsunade just ignored him and sat in a chair. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Tsunade just sat into the chair belonging to the head of the Senju clan, which meant, I am the last Senju, a Chihuahua. That obviously makes me the head of my clan. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the arrogant prick and started reading a book, completely ignoring the people around her. When the silence didn't cease even after 3 minutes, Tsunade let out an annoyed sigh and raised her head to look at the third Hokage. Feel free to continue. She told him in deadpan, finally snapping him out of it. The meeting awkwardly continued. Well, infiltration success, I guess. Okay, the war from Rei's perspective will start the next chapter. I just want to say this is AU, so don't expect me to spend hours studying what happened during it. I have a few events I will add. As you could see, I mentioned Sasori killing the third Kazekage, which started the war, which is totally AU. Basically, I want to avoid people nitpicking on details, so I am saying this beforehand. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. The Nagori Isles 1. The war started and the fights were intensifying by the day. Rei had many reports from his spies/merchants about happenings and various rumors that flooded the capital cities. From there, it wasn't really that hard to depict what was going on. He might not have a full account and surely many important events evaded the civilians who were spying for him, but then again, he didn't really need military secrets. Most of his intel was guesswork created through the recounting of purchases of various villages, but at least 70% was actually spot on. After all, a village couldn't really organize a military action without enough supplies, and his company was selling the best seals in the world. That's why Rei, Konan, and May, the newly dubbed Team Downpour, knew exactly what to expect on their first mission in this war. The Mizukage kept them in the village for the first 3 months as the conflict started escalating, and now, he deployed them as reinforcements to a remote region made of isles near the Land of Lightning, which held almost zero interest to the Land of Water or Kirigakure. Rei was frowning for the entire way, trying to discern what was the plan of the old grouch, but he was shooting blanks. He might not know what was the endgame, but for this mission, he had his guesses and he didn't like them at all. What's bothering you? Rei heard a voice calling out on him from behind. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was, after all, he trained her for years. Ringo. What are you doing here? Rei asked incredulously. The past 2 years, Ringo was avoiding him like a plague. Only with a heavy heart did he slowly accept her, distancing herself from him, so he had no idea why she approached him now of all times. Shouldn't you be in the commander's tent? I don't know, commanding. Ringo chuckled at his question and sat next to him. Both were now sitting on the edge of the roof of a very high lighthouse on the main island of Nagori Isles, the place where the Mizukage apparently chose to make a forward base for the Kiri forces. Maybe. She nodded and leaned her head on Rei's shoulder, startling him. I am sorry. Ringo quietly said, gazing forward without turning to Rei despite feeling his eyes intently peering at her face. I started seeing things and dash dot. She tried to push the emotion-filled words out of her but had quite a problem doing so as she clutched her hands. Ringo, are you high? Rei worriedly but bluntly asked in a deadpan tone. Not once during the years did the wild tomboy behave like a meek and bashful, nostalgic kitten. Something was clearly wrong. Rei narrowed his eyes at Ringo and added. You are clearly not drunk. Did you start smoking weed or something? You know you shouldn't do that during a war. Kusa is known for poisoning the weed they export during wartimes. He ranted, not paying attention to Ringo anymore as the words flew from his mouth, making her more and more exasperated by the second. Rei only stopped when Ringo took his cheeks into her hands and suddenly, he could feel himself being pulled forward and his eyes widened as his lips landed on Ringo's. It was a gentle and awkward kiss. Rei's mind went blank when he felt her silky and soft lips, his heart beating hard from the surprise. Ringo pulled back with her cheeks dyed crimson and her brown eyes contently sparkling. Shut up. She said with utter happiness in her voice before her hands embraced Rei's torso and she put her head onto his chest. It took a few moments for Rei to snap out of it and when he did, he saw the small cute woman tightly clutching him which made him smile. Now I am certain you smoked something. He sighed jokingly but his real feelings were conveyed by his hand that tenderly landed on Ringo's head, caressing her hair. Rei was smiling contently as he was staring into the horizon while feeling Ringo's warmth but inwardly, his mind was in deep sadness knowing it wouldn't last as Ringo would not betray Kiri. As if feeling his distress, Ringo started talking. The Mizukage doesn't trust us. She said out of nowhere in a quiet and sad tone. Rei raised an eyebrow at that because he would never expect these words to come out of her mouth. Every S-rank shinobi of Kirigakure was given the rank of commander but you, me, and Konan. Ringo continued. But you are the commander here. Rei said but his face was now smirking in relief that Ringo finally started using her own brain instead of believing everything the Mizukage told her. Maybe she still could be persuaded to join the light side. Hearing him, Ringo rolled her eyes but didn't lift her forehead from his chest. As if. I have 200 people in this base that is too far away from anywhere Kiri would be able to send reinforcements once the fighting begins. Moreover, these islands are only a few kilometers away from the coasts of the Land of Lightning. Well, the Team Downpour was called here because according to Kiri spies, this base here will be attacked. Rei said offhandedly while nodding. He knew her worries well and they were not unfounded. By now, they were bunkering down and waiting for Kumo troops to show up. The problem is we have no idea how many and who Kumo will send. Ringo stated, her voice growing weaker and weaker. Rei could feel her shuffling her head and looked down, only to be greeted with big brown eyes of Ringo, looking at him with affection apparent inside of them. If this goes south, I want you to run. Ringo said, tightening the hold on his torso. Rei softly smiled and pecked her nose. Don't worry. Kumo will certainly send at the very least over 1,000 shinobi led by several S-rankers. He whispered calmingly. At first, Ringo calmed down due to his tone but when her brain processed what he said. Rei however continued speaking with a smirk when he saw her eyes widening. After all, a little birdie not belonging to Kiri whispered to me that the Kumo received a missile about our numbers and that 3 S-rank shinobi of Kiri are here, far from home, outnumbered, and outkunned. Rei added a bit of dramatic flair into his voice, shaking his head in mock disbelief. Apparently the Mizukage's main goal is Kumo too. Who would have guessed? He snorted. Ringo wasn't stupid. She knew tactics and strategy. She just preferred to disregard them most of the time. After all, she wasn't the type to lead troops. She was a fighter, not a leader. But even then she clearly understood the message Rei was giving her by being so sarcastic. We are a bait. She said with realization apparent in her eyes but then stopped herself. Wait, your flight. Ringo gulped, still in disbelief at what her mind was telling her. Only Team Downpour has means of running away for sure. I have a 50-50 chance of survival depending on who Kumo will send. Even I can't fight an army alone. Ringo was biting her fingernail while droning on. The 200 shinobi under my command were sent here to be slaughtered. Which would mean the end for your reputation in the village. Well, if you survive and get back to Kiri, that is. Rei shrugged, getting a gaping look from Ringo. After all, you are the commander. It's your duty to call for retreat. He said and looked towards the sea with amusement. Despite the ability to walk on water, ninjas had to use boats for naval warfare. Clearly, the boats Ringo received to get here were not the fastest sort. Son of a bitch. Ringo breathlessly stated. Yes, if she called for a retreat now, she would be regarded as a coward. If she called for a retreat mid-battle, her forces would be slaughtered due to slow boats. Not many if any would survive. This was one massive death trap, and the only one who would easily dodge it was Rei's team. Oh. Ringo was hit with a realization and looked at their position. She was hugging Rei and he was returning the hug with head pats. The Mizukage is counting on you saving me, isn't he? She plainly said with a dry tone. Yes, that he clearly is. Having a ruined reputation doesn't mean your skill would drop. You would be still an S rank and a very important killing tool for the village. Just look at how many people you assassinated already, making this war easier for Kiri. It would be only your influence in the village politics and respect of the village that would disappear. Rei told her. A clever plan, indeed. But if we are the bait. Ringo's brows furrowed and Rei smiled at her. Yup, the main goal of the Mizukage for this war was always Konoha. The spies of many countries are bringing home intel about Kiri attacking and focusing mainly on Kumo. After all, these islands are very close to their territory. And I bet the main force of Kiri already set sails towards Kumo. If the advance force, which we clearly are not but they don't know that, is 200 strong, the main army would be around a few thousand. Oh, Kumo will hit this place hard, of that, you can be sure. Rei shook his head. And because of that, Konoha will lower their guard. Ringo finished with a difficult expression. The Kiri force that set sails will turn midway towards the shores of the Land of Fire. Ringo bitterly stated before looking at Rei. What should I do, sensei? Rei was a bit bewildered. She asked him this but appreciated her trust. He smirked as a plan was starting to form in his head. Well, since you asked so nicely, naturally we can't attack them head-on nor try to defend the base if they will outnumber us greatly. He tenderly smiled at Ringo and kissed her forehead, making her flustered as he leaned towards her ear and whispered. Let's do it like this. Chapter 93, Chapter 93. The Nagori Isles 2. They are finally here. Rei said as he felt a few hundred people of varying strength through his nature sensing. This made the people surrounding him tense slightly, except Conan, who just smiled and reassuringly squeezed Rei's hand. It was 3 days since his talk with Ringo and these days were quite busy and demanding for every single shinobi in the small Kiri force. Rei decided to fight like a shinobi, and that's why he was now looking at the main base that was completely empty from a bit further away in an underground bunker made in a cliff. The Kiri troops were also scattered and hiding all around, a few meters away from the base that was supposed to be a bait. The Kiri shinobi were in 10-man squads and everyone already knew their role. There are around 500 people with civilian-level chakra reserves. Mercenaries most likely, cannon fodder, I suppose. Rei said with a frown. While these people weren't ninja, they shouldn't be underestimated despite them probably hardly having low genin level strength, if that. The important part was their numbers. Obviously, they were largely outnumbered. Then according to the chakra levels, there are around 200 genins, around 80 chunin, and 20 jonin for 300 shinobi. 300. Ringo repeated. 800 in total. She bit her lower lip, hoping their plan would work. Plus there are 2 incredibly strong chakras. Rei added. Probably commanders. I'd bet one of them is a Jinchuriki. A grin spread on Rei's lips as he said that. He was, after all, a bit of a bijou chakra collector as of right now. That's bothersome. Ringo stated seriously while narrowing her eyes to the horizon. Rei's sensing range was quite a lot and the enemies couldn't even be seen yet. Don't bother, Rei quipped in amusement when he saw her trying to spot them. Even with your incredible eyesight you won't see them yet. You would have to be a Hyuga for that. They are still on the other side of the island, getting out of their boats. Ringo nodded, understanding there will still be quite a bit of waiting involved before all hell breaks loose. She only hoped their enemies would fall for the ploy. What do you sense, B? A asked gruffly as he turned to his surrogate brother. B frowned as he watched the base of Kiri Ninja. At the very first glance, it was suspicious. There were no patrols, no traps, no nothing, and the base looked empty. It was only when B started using his chakra sensing he got a quite worrying surprise. There is no Yeti, it's totally empty. Broza. B rhymed while wildly gesturing with his hands, successfully creating a tick mark on A's forehead. Despite his silly action, inwardly B was in a discussion with his tenant about what was going on. He tried to increase the range or precision of his chakra senses and even let the 8 tails try, but neither could sense anything human-like anywhere close. Rei was too experienced when it came to sensing and had the foresight to expect enemies to bring at least one sensor with them. He made sure that every hiding place of Kiri's 10-man squads had foolproof anti-chakra sensing seals. Unless B had a skill like Kurama's emotion sensing, he would be unable to feel the Kiri shinobi no matter how much he would try. Commander A. A barely 20 years old orange-haired woman with shoulder-long hair approached A. She at most reached his chest, but the second he saw her, his face lit up. Looks like the enemy retreated. May I take some of our men to scout the base? She enthusiastically asked, and A couldn't help but chuckle as he patted her head, making her lower her head with a pout from embarrassment and start muttering something suspiciously similar to "a no baka." "Yeah, L, feel free." "Looks like the Kiri cowards ran." A boisterously laughed, making the woman smile at him tenderly. He would never allow his fiancée to do this if he didn't confirm there was no one nearby. After all, she was barely a mid-chunin. It took a lot of persuasions to make his father allow him to bed someone weak like her. Alas, he really loved the girl. L gathered the men, 5 jonin, 10 chunin, and 15 genins while the rest of her 100 were normal mercenaries. B was still watching the surroundings with a frown and furrowed eyebrows when L's men started to cautiously approach the base. He really didn't like the mist that was starting to rise all around. But the mist was natural and no chakra was in it, so he had nothing he could say. An uncomfortable feeling, however, didn't leave him no matter what he did. All of the L troops heaved a sigh of relief when no trap sprang up nor any ambush happened when 10 minutes later they finally reached the door of the base. A and the rest of the army waited in the clearing, observing the situation. They saw L's men entering the base without any problem, making them inwardly happy. The mercenaries mostly cheered at the easy job, happy for being paid without fighting, while the more experienced, mostly jonin, started to get a bit jumpy due to the ever so slowly rising mist around them. The only reason why they weren't on full alert was that it was confirmed the mist was natural. Ray smirked and released another batch of storage seals that had a natural mist from around Kirigakure stored inside. They are making this so easy. He heard Ringo snicker in wonder. Nope, it's just that ninjas use so much jutsu they forget the basics of stealth and covert ambush. Look at them, Ringo. Ray said seriously. Ringo quickly recognized the glint in Ray's eyes. It was the one he had every time he was giving her some important lesson when she was a genin. It was the glint she so loved on her sensei. It was the thing that made her less of a battle junkie. She lowered her head slightly in bashfulness and attentively listened to Ray. The second the mist appeared, their guard went up. But the second they confirmed the mist has no chakra in it and is natural, most of them stopped caring. Despite that, the more experienced ninjas are still tense. Ray revealed a devilish smile. And that will be their undoing. Oh, how much chaos that can cause. Ringo just shook her head. Sometimes I wonder, where did you get such a nasty streak? As she said that, she gave Ray a stink eye. And you always admonished me for being too battle crazy. She huffed and crossed her arms in mock anger, making Conan and other people in their 10-man commander squad chuckle at her antics. Ray just ignored Ringo and turned to Kuga Mizura, a jonin who had a minor bloodline that could infuse her chakra into 2 sources of water, in this case water in a bowl, and connect them. Ray found it incredibly useful for sending messages without needing to reveal his communication seals, as the woman could basically form a text from the water, and due to the connection, the same text would be created in every hiding spot of Kiri shinobi. The best and the most confusing part for Ray, no chakra was being transmitted to accomplish this, so chakra sensing would not spot it. Well then, Mizura, your turn. Ray gestured to the bowl and the gentle-looking brunette revealed a bloodthirsty smile as her blue eyes sparkled in anticipation. She wasn't a hunter-nin for no reason. He then glanced at Conan, giving her a silent order to prepare the start of the plan. Boom, here we are. It didn't take long and the Kiri 10-man squad started to sneak through the natural mist towards the Kimo forces. Ray provided them sealing tags that could mask their chakra similarly to the ones inscribed to the hiding spots, but the second they used chakra, they would be revealed. It was solely for getting closer in the cover of the natural mist without being noticed. The commander squad was still in the hideout, observing and prepared to react if anything went downhill, while Ringo, Conan, and Ray were intently staring at A and B. It was obvious who would be in charge of distracting these two. It was 30 seconds later that A was watching his fiancée's troops entering the base as the visibility was slowly starting to drop to worrying levels. Bother, we should retreat. B suddenly said in a serious tone that was very unusual for him. Didn't you say you can't sense anything? A raised his eyebrow at B and crossed his arms. Yes. B trailed off, not in the mood to rap, which made A really nervous. But I just have this really bad feeling, Kono Yaro, Baka Yaro. A furrowed his eyebrows and tilted his head. A very bad feeling, huh? He nodded. Certainly. Despite the mist, it's not like his men had only B as a censor. They had 20 of them, which was a lot since there were only 300 shinobi. A requested them especially since he knew about Kirigakure no jutsu and that good censor-nin are best to counter it. But neither of his sensors were giving him a red alarm, meaning nobody sensed anything. Not in the mist, and certainly not in the surroundings. Yet, he still couldn't get the feeling of being watched out of his mind. A looked at B's worried expression, which was only masked by his black sunglasses, and curtly nodded. He would rather get scolded for not finishing what seemed like an incredibly easy mission properly in the earliest possible time due to regrouping of his troops than being ambushed. He decided to trust his instincts. Q. Take 10 fast men and go tell L that we are retreat. I didn't finish his sentence when a sudden but powerful boom reverberated through the island, making the wind violently rampage, dispersing the mist while also making the unprepared Kumo forces quite dazed due to the abrupt booming sound followed by a strong force of the wind that impacted the troops. Some mercenaries were sent tumbling across the ground, but shinobi and only the more experienced mercenaries withstood the residual shock waves, managing to keep standing. "No!" A's anguish-filled scream tore through the clearing as he realized what blew up when he looked at the burning rubble of what was previously the Kiri base. The explosion was so strong, even the guards stationed outside the already destroyed building were torn to shreds by it. Obviously, no one survived such an abrupt explosion. A drop to his knees as his mind was swirling in the horrid realization that his fiancée just perished. He had no idea what to do when the distressed screams of rage and surprise of his troops filled the clearing. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. The Nagori Isles 3. May's eyes eagerly stalked her prey as she sneaked through the mist towards the Kumo troops. She asked Ray to let her join the ninjas who will be attacking the Kumo troops, and only with great reluctance, she was let go at the behest of Conan. May was happy that Ray cared about her, but she also wanted to show him she was not someone he had to protect all the time. This, in her opinion, was the perfect opportunity. The tension was high in the air as the Kirinin tried to get as close as possible without being heard or seen. The surroundings were covered in thick mist, and this was their forte, after all. None of them wanted to fail and disgrace themselves. May deemed herself being close enough as she heard nervous banter coming from a few meters in front of her. It was obvious they were Kumo ninja because no Kirinin would talk out loud in the mist, much less when they were about to attack the enemy. She crouched down and whipped 10 shurikens from her pouch, half turning her head to the side to check where her teammates were. She could only use her hearing to do that, but Ray made her often practice in a thick boiling mist made of her boil release so she could proudly proclaim she was even better than some jonin at navigating through a mist just with her ears. 5 from my squad are approximately 10 meters to the left of me. May thought as she registered their covert footsteps. It was almost completely silent, and she had to applaud the sneaking skill of her squad mates. She would be unable to hear it if Ray didn't teach her how to enhance her hearing with chakra. She tilted her head to the other side and nodded to herself. The remaining 4 are to the right, 8, 9, and 11 meters away. The slightly chilling world of white all around her was something May loved. It was this world of white where she made the best memories with Ray. Her lips bloomed into a smile as she remembered one training session with Ray that ended with her sprawled on the ground, entangled with Ray. She would always cherish his embarrassed expression. If there is a thick mist, why not make it melting, huh? She fondly muttered under her nose as she remembered what Ray told her during that particular training. Well, fair enough. May silently molded her chakra, praising Ray for literally forcing her to learn sealless chakra molding. She only dared to do this because Ray gave her a special seal that managed to hide her chakra usage from sensors unless she used a certain amount of it at once. A very nifty seal for the current situation. It took about a minute until May was ready, which made her frown as it took her way too long. Well, she was not yet ready to use the sealless molding during combat, especially not since she had to limit her chakra output. Boil release, melting clone. 2 copies of herself suddenly solidified from the mist around, also drawing 10 shurikens. The 3 of them eagerly awaited the signal to start. After all, as Konane told her, she had to prove to Ray she was worthy of him. It took almost 10 whole minutes until May heard the loud explosion signalizing the start of the attack, and she could instantly feel the shockwaves from it spread through the clearing, ripping apart the mist. If she didn't know what to expect and wasn't properly anchored to the ground with her chakra, she would surely have a hard time keeping herself in one spot. Each Kiri ninja threw their prepared shurikens towards the Kumo troops the second they heard the explosion, creating a shower of sharp steel. Most of the shurikens were redirected due to the strong winds the explosion created, but those that were properly aimed were enhanced by the shockwaves and rained on Kumo ninjas in a flurry of death. May delightedly noted that all 30 of her shurikens found purchase, and thanks to the additional push by the shockwaves, the Kumo army was now 43 men short. She knew the initial hail of steel was only a good distraction and time-efficient action. It didn't really have much of a meaning in the grand scheme of things, as not that many Kumo ninjas were caught off guard and mostly mercenaries died. May instantly followed the next part of the plan. The mist was almost dispersed, but the unexpected strong winds created enough chaos and distraction to the enemy that the Kiri ninjas were still unnoticed. The bodies of May's targets from the shurikens didn't even manage to fall onto the ground as she was already channeling her chakra. Henge! She exclaimed quietly, and together with her clones, she jumped towards the distraught Kumo ninjas as her attire changed into standard Kumo ninja uniform, while according to Ray's plan, she also threw a smoke bomb right in the middle of enemy troops to create another cover for herself and her allies. What Ray didn't tell May nor any other Kiri ninja, the seals that previously masked chakra usage had also a function of enhancing their henge to seem more natural, which made them harder to see through it. The Kumo troops were utterly unprepared for the powerful shockwave from the explosion. Worse yet, none of them anticipated a hail of steel to rain from all around them as every Kirinin threw out shurikens the second the explosion resounded through the clearing. But it was only after that the real hell began. The surrounding white mist was blown away by the strong winds, but the visibility didn't return for long as smoke bombs started to explode everywhere around and the slaughter began. People wearing Kumo uniforms started hacking and slashing mercenaries. The real shitstorm, however, started when the mercenaries began to return the attack, and the clash between the people clad in the Kumo uniform and the mercenaries commenced. May slit the throat of an oldish burly man with her kunai and saw one of her clones, hinged to look like common mercenaries, fighting with a sword-wielding Kumonin while the other was throwing kunai and shurikens around while quickly zigzagging through the labyrinth of people fighting each other. The poor guy who fought with one of her clones was swiftly dispatched when his sword impacted the forearm of the clone, and his expression turned to delight as he expected the arm of his opponent to be chopped into two, only for the arm to flicker and change into a boiling mist that enveloped the man's head, melting it. It was painful but a quick death, before the clone's arm again reformed as it turned to look for a new target. May didn't waste her time and quickly found a man wearing a Kumo uniform who didn't have the seal tag from Rei, meaning he was not one of the disguised Kiri ninjas. The man was distraught as he didn't know who to attack in this utter chaos where allies killed allies in hopes to kill the real enemies. Moreover, the entire battlefield was covered in smoke, clouding the visibility, and only blood-chilling and blood-curdling screams could be heard all around alongside the deafening sounds of steel hitting steel. He had no idea what to do. May smiled to herself and shouted at the man while approaching. "Are you all right?" she asked, getting his attention. The man briefly tensed until he saw her Kumo attire. "Don't just stand around. Be careful or you will die," she admonished the man, whose face momentarily twisted to embarrassment before he gave her a curt, determined nod of gratitude and raised his guard. May was now very close to the man and smiled. "Don't worry, I have your back," she said, making him smile. The second he acknowledged he heard her and turned around, the man instantly regretted it as his heart was pierced from behind by May's kunai. "I warned you I have your back, didn't I?" Her amused voice was the last thing the man ever heard as his eyes dimmed and his lifeless body fell to the ground. May snorted and jumped away from the man, becoming just another shadow in the surrounding smoke. She jumped out and into a battle, killing distracted people who didn't have seal tags from Rei. It affected others who wore the same seal with a minor unbreakable genjutsu, making them see a bit of translucent blue hue around them, marking them as allies. May also supported any ally who was in pinch and mostly acted like a proper ninja. Never staying too long to battle one guy and seldom participating in 1 versus 1 unless she had an overwhelming advantage or her enemy was gravely injured. The Kiri ninjas were assassins, and right now, the smoke-filled clearing was the best possible battle zone for them. May especially liked when she saw two people clashing and none of them having the seal, as it was a clear sign that their tactics were working perfectly and Kumo troops were killing each other with fervor. It was almost hilarious and exhilarating to see how well Rei's plan went. This was the first major battle for May where hundreds of ninjas clashed, and only now she understood the teachings of Rei. He often told her, if you don't have overwhelming strength, then stealth and mind games are your best friend. Right now, she had a clear example of that. Kumo ninja couldn't use large-scale jutsu in fear of hitting their own, and that left only close combat available to them. They also had to be wary of anyone who approached them, even the people they knew, while the Kiri-nin just picked the unmarked enemies one by one from the smoke with silent killing technique while occasionally changing their disguise to look like a guy who they recently killed. The overwhelming numerical advantage of Kumo was completely nullified and turned against them as chaos ruled the battle and the massacre continued. Isn't this a bit too easy? Many Kiri-nin thought while dispatching their targets and couldn't help but admire the simplicity of Rei's plan while also being exasperated. Who in their right mind would drag tons of natural mist sealed in storage scroll with them? Author note. Okay. This was my first writing a major battle, guys, and as you saw, I tried to depict how tactics and the control of the environment made it easy for Kiri-nin. Do give me feedback as I know how well this was written and feel as if it could be better, laughing face. Alas, writing about clashes between armies is something I will have to improve, I guess. Chapter 95, Ringo vs. A. Ringo's swords quickly slashed at A, their blades streaming with lightning aura, and A barely managed to activate his lighting armor to block the strike with his forearm. As the lightning armor and lightning-enhanced chakra blades met the ground under them, cracked and lightning started flying discharges around, frying some unfortunate Kumo ninjas. Bitch. A shouted when he saw her aim was from the start to kill the ninja around rather than fully focus on attacking him, and tried to push the blades up to parry them while creating an opening for an attack. Ringo smirked, and the second she felt him trying to force her swords up, she let go, and retracted her swords, which made A's arm jump upward. A could only widen his eyes at being outsmarted when Ringo's feet covered in lightning chakra impacted his chest. Again, it was only the lighting armor that prevented him from being injured as his body was flung to the ground, creating a small trench by rolling like a rag doll while mowing some more Kumo ninjas as if he was a lightning bullet. A finally stopped himself and looked at the bloody trench with pieces of his soldiers that were torn to shreds when they got in between the ground and his lightning armor. His anger was ignited. He raised his head to look at the smug face of the redhead, who yet again obviously did this not to injure him but to kill his ninja, with his own body at that. Growling, A stood up and pounced at Ringo, mentally swearing the bitch will pay. Ringo barely managed to take a half step to the left and lift her left blade in order to block A's fist. As the fist hit her blade, she slightly jumped, making her feet in the air when the force of the punch impacted her, which made her body fly backward at breakneck speed, straight at a group of 3 Kumo Jonin who tried to team up in order to have a better chance at retaliating. She spun her body mid-air and lightning coursed through her right blade as she was passing the Jonin group. They didn't even manage to widen their eyes as Ringo's sword cleaved through 2 of them with one swing and her feet kicked the ground, slowing her flight and sending the dust into the air. Ringo used the cover provided by the dust to steady herself and slashed her sword in a downward strike at the last Jonin. It was about to cleave him as it descended from the sky when A appeared in a burst of speed in front of the men and raised his palm, catching the sword. "Are you all right?" he asked the Jonin with rage apparent in his tone. A was downright pissed. The woman yet again used his attack as a means to kill more of his ninjas. The Jonin gulped in relief at evading certain death. "Yes, sir," he said and jumped away from A and the dangerous redhead. He knew there was nothing he could do between the 2 lightning-clad monsters, so he ran away, deciding to engage someone else. He was a Jonin, and while he could somewhat see them, he was still unable to react. It would be better to vacate the field so Commander A doesn't have to worry about anything else than putting the redhead down. A's hand was trembling from the strength the woman exerted through her sword, but the blade didn't manage to get through his lighting armor on his palm. Ringo's second blade was thrust at his chest, but he also caught the blade and smirked. "Too slow. I wonder what you will do now that both your swords are unusable, woman." His boisterous voice reverberated around with an angry undertone. He thought he had her, but her calm smile stopped him short. "Idiot." Ringo jeered as she discharged a large amount of Raten chakra with a frequency close to the frequency of A's lightning armor through her blades. Her lightning chakra resonated with A's, which made his palms to be pushed away from the blade, creating an opening as his arms shot to the sides. His chest was wide open and Ringo wouldn't let such an opportunity go. Both of her blades gleamed blue as lightning coursed through them while Ringo started a high-speed slashing combo impacting A's vital places. 2, 4, 6, 8 slashes. She managed to get in 8 slashes before she was forced to jump away as A managed to get his arms under control and send a punch at her head. Ringo frowned and felt hopeless as she saw the very shallow cuts on A's neck and chest. She poured a lot of speed, strength, and chakra into these 8 strikes, and yet, he barely bled. What the fuck is he made of? That should have killed him. Ringo bitterly thought. A let out a shaky breath. "I must admit, I was scared for a second there. Your technique is incredible, but you lack power," he said, grinning at Ringo, his killing intent flared around. He knew the woman in front of him was the commander of Kiri forces, therefore responsible for. "You killed my fiancé, I will enjoy beating you to the ground, but don't worry, I won't kill you. That would be too merciful. I will drag you back to Kumo, strap chakra restraining seals on you, and make sure you will be tortured and raped until you crack before killing you off, you bitch," he bellowed out. The angrier he got, the more his lightning armor flared, becoming stronger as his chakra spiked. "Is that so?" Ringo crouched down, mischievously narrowing her eyes as she saw A's body also preparing for a clash. "You will have to catch me first." She smirked and with a spin on her heel, she dashed in the opposite direction from him. A was left standing there with wide eyes and slowly, the vein on his forehead started pulsing as his anger reached new heights. "Bitch." He ground his teeth together and dashed forward, starting to chase her. He didn't realize she was basically leading him away from his troops, which would enable the Kiri forces to have undisturbed happy hunting time. A was obviously faster than Ringo, so he managed to catch up almost instantly, but as he was about to grab her, he could feel her suddenly spiking her lightning chakra, and as his hand closed, he grabbed only air. Ringo was a bit to the left, clearly evading him. Their game of catch continued for the whole 2 minutes as A numerous times tried to grapple Ringo. He tried to catch her clothes, her leg, arm, even hair. But every time, she would somehow use her lightning chakra in her body and dodge, pissing him off. She was unable to hurt him. She was slower than him. And yet, she was so goddamn annoying and slippery he wanted to tear his hair out. Only after 10 minutes of chase did Ringo finally stop, and as A was again trying to grab her and she yet again flared her lighting chakra into her body, he suddenly found himself staring at the lighting-enhanced edge of Ringo's blade approaching his head. He was unable to dodge as his body was still moving forward and he had no time to change the direction. The sword was also closing in on him quite fast. The world slowed down almost to a crawl for him, and in his panic, A forcefully put pressure on his neck muscles in order to slightly lower his head. Ringo frowned as blue lightning sparks flew when her blade impacted A's head, but she quickly jumped away. She could barely react to his attacks thanks to the territory exercise Conan put her through. Southwest, staying close to the speed monster was not a good idea. A felt himself being drenched in a cold sweat as his neck muscles hurt from overexerting. His shocked wide eyes blinked in the reassurance that they were indeed still intact and looked at the redhead cautiously staring at him with her sword in front of her body. For the second time during this battle, he felt fear ran through him. He dryly laughed. You are one hell of a woman. So dangerous. He said almost tonelessly as his mind processed that he almost lost his eyes a moment ago. She used his speed against him and attacked at a spot where his lighting armor was weakest, aiming to cut his eyes. If he didn't lower his head, which made the sword impact his eyebrows instead. He shuddered at the precision of the swordswoman in front of him. To be able to find the weakness of my technique so quickly. I muttered. Well. I am a lightning user, after all. Ringo chuckled, amused at the shallow cut that went through his eyebrows. It was only her eyes that betrayed just how irritated she was. He managed to evade the deciding blow. Now he would be cautious since she showed she knew his weakness. Nobody could infuse large amounts of lightning chakra to organs without managing them. It took a large amount of control to do at least some enhancement of them. Eyes were a fragile thing, so the layer of armor was weakest there. I must say, this lighting armor of yours. I will definitely try to copy it later. Ringo smirked, trying to provoke him. She was outwardly the epitome of calm and collected with a bit of playfulness, but inwardly she was seriously hoping Ray would come fast. She knew when she was outgunned and the man in front of her was a large obstacle to get through. The most she could do was to keep him guessing and make him tiptoe around her in fear of being surprise attacked again. As if. Harumphed. There is no later for you. He dashed at Ringo, punching in her direction only for a lightning bolt to descend from the sky, impacting the ground in front of her, blocking his punch. As his lightning-clad fist met the lightning bolt, a light flashed through the vicinity, blinding a lightning release, descending strike. Ringo's voice entered his ears as his battle instincts flared, making him quickly put his arm over his eyes. Seeing that, Ringo redirected her sword and instead of going for the eyes, she slashed at his neck, pushing a large amount of her lightning chakra into the blade with the same frequency as his lightning armor. I could feel the repulsing force between his lightning armor and his enemy's lightning chakra on his neck. Oh, shit. He thought as an inhumane amount of pressure was put on his neck, making him feel as if it was put through a blender while his head snapped forward and his body was thrown neck first backward like a rag doll. The slash was unable to directly damage his neck, but the woman again used her control over lightning release to use his lightning armor against him and repulse him. Worse yet, she used it at his neck with considerable force and could feel quite a few muscles in his neck damaged. He didn't have time to contemplate the worst pain he ever felt in his life as he had to roll away from another thrust of Ringo's blade. Springing on his feet, he did something Ringo didn't expect. As she was about to thrust her blade at him, instead of dodging to the side or backward, he stepped forward while changing the frequency of his lightning armor for a second at his abdomen. This weakened the armor in that spot, but it also parried Ringo's blade, throwing her arm to the side. As the frequency of their lightning was different, neither was pushed away and Ringo found herself in a pinch. Her eyes widened and she barely managed to put her arm in front of her head before blinding pain overloaded her senses as her world went white. I gleefully watched as his fist aimed at the woman's head impacted her arm. He could feel as her bones were being crushed in that arm, and his punch indeed slowed a bit and became weaker while the arm did become a sort of a cushion, but nevertheless, his punch struck Ringo's face as it pushed her arm into it, snapping her head back. Her feet were lifted from the ground as her body was headfirst sent through the air before hitting the ground. It powerlessly bounced from the ground a bit while wildly rolling before it stopped. Still holding her swords in her hands. I panted and looked at the motionless body of the kunoichi that caused him so many problems. She almost killed him with that strike to his neck. His eyebrows furrowed when he heard the woman's raspy groan. So you are still alive? He slowly walked towards the redhead and watched as blood poured out of her head, staining the nearby ground red. Hey, idiot, why are you trying to talk to her? She probably can't hear you anyway with the amount of damage to her head. He admonished himself as he crouched above Ringo's motionless body. So you enhanced your face with lightning chakra before the impact and jumped backward, heh? It probably saved you from having your head torn from your shoulders. A pity you are an enemy. Appraised with a nod. I wondered why I didn't feel your jaw and cheekbones snapping. He thought if he should follow through with his threats and take her to Kumo as his personal whore, but in the end, he couldn't. You were strong. If I don't count my father, you were the strongest ninja I faced since I mastered lightning armor. You deserve respect, so I will grant you a swift death. He raised his fist, about to kill Ringo. Chapter 96, Ray vs. B. B was about to jump to help when he saw him being attacked by a sword-wielding redhead, but Conan and Ray intercepted him, blocking his path. It was mostly Ray since Conan had her chakra tightly concealed to be around the mid-jonin level, while Ray released enough of the concealing to come out as an S-rank shinobi to any sensor. B, as a very accomplished chakra sensor, naturally just glanced at Conan before giving most of his attention to Ray. Ray smirked to himself as he half-turned his head towards Conan. Jonin Yatsuba, oh, how he loved nobody knew his last name. If he said, Jonin Conan, he was sure B would put 2 and 2 together and their identity would be out. A bit of bullshit no jutsu was needed for this performance. Go and help the troops, I will take care of the big bad guy. He said in an ordering tone as if he was her superior and gestured with a nod towards B. Yes, Rei-sama. Conan exclaimed loudly, sounding a bit like a fangirl, loudly enough for B to hear Rei-sama, which made his head snap to Rei as his eyes slightly widened while Conan turned around with an amused smile and left to help the Kiri shinobi. Rei couldn't help but laugh his ass off internally. If B had even an inkling who Conan was and her power level, he would do his damnedest to keep her as far away from the regular troops. Now that had to be avoided, hadn't it? So you're the famous and mysterious Ray of Downpour, you're nothing special and I feel kinda sour. B wrapped in disappointment, half to make Ray mad and a half due to him thinking Ray would have more chakra than what he was showing. Yeah. I feel you, bro. Ray lazily said and rolled his eyes at B, who furrowed his brows. That was the second Ray waited for. B lowered his guard. Ray disappeared in a quick burst of speed as his chakra invigorated his body and suddenly appeared in front of B with Shunshin. B only managed to put his hands in front of his chin before Ray's kick impacted his palm and sent him flying upward to the sky because Ray used nature energy to strengthen that blow. He needed to get this perfect Jinchuriki away from the battlefield, so he decided to take some minor damage to his leg because of the abrupt channeling of the nature energy rather than try to lure him away, which might not work. Ray dashed in the direction of the flying bee, smiling to himself as he realized the burly brown-skinned man might not have been injured beyond getting a scrape on his palm, but he has indeed flown at least half a kilometer away. The wonders of nature energy, Ray inwardly chuckled as he marveled at the strength of his kick and the fact that the damage from it, while extensive, would heal in a minute or so. He crashed into the ground, cracking it as he created a small crater while sending dust up into the air. He stood up and rotated his shoulders when he felt Ray stop near him. That hurt, you runt. He dryly said, making Ray laugh. Well, B-san, there is no distraction for half a kilometer. Let's enjoy a full-out fight. Ray said calmly, and his body tensed in preparation for the fight. He knew that half a kilometer was not that much of a distance considering B being the perfect Jinchuriki who can spam nuke balls, but it was better than nothing. B grinned and raised his hand with a bullhorn hand gesture while looking towards the sky. Let's do this, Hachi. V. Ray chuckled and watched as B transformed into the form of Hachibi. He was a bit happy that the men didn't underestimate him and instantly took Hachibi's form despite it being annoying. Ray was inwardly gleeful at having such a big target now. The first thing B did was to pounce at Ray. His massive form was charged towards Ray, destroying the surroundings. It took him only a second to reach Ray and he prepared to punch the place where Ray stood. His arm struck forward, impacting the ground, creating meters-wide spiderweb-like cracks and sending dust into the air, reaching as tall as treetops. Before B could rejoice, Hachibi's voice resounded in his head. Careful. He had no time to reach, however, as hundreds of chakra strings appeared all around his body, enwrapping it. Before he could form a coherent thought, Ray, who now stood a bit away, flexed his fingers and the blue chakra strings started to change into crimson red while also starting to burn in the same colored flame a moment after they changed the color. Ray was feeding the chakra strings with fire, wind, and nature chakra mix to create his destruction flames, as he named this mix. It was the same thing he used to destroy the Liza the Salamander realm, and Ray wanted to see how durable would Hachibi be against it. We gotta avoid that. Hachibi told B as the strings were catching on the crimson fire. B was too big to evade the fast-spreading fire, so he charged a small Bijudama and fired it at Ray, who was flabbergasted. It took only a second for the perfect Jinchuriki to literally create and throw it in his direction, destroying the chakra strings. As the Bijudama flew, it caught on the crimson fire, which started to make it smaller but strengthened its power. Ray had no other choice than to click his tongue and transport himself into his dimension. The Bijudama on crimson fire impacted the floor and the world quieted down for a moment before it burst with angry orange. A loud boom shook the ground as a big ball of swirling crimson flames mixed with the orange of explosion tore everything to shreds, sending shockwaves all around. B in Hachibi's form didn't even manage to steady himself, as he didn't expect the crimson flames would strengthen the Bijudama so much and was promptly blown away by the impossibly strong shockwaves. It took a whole minute for the explosive ball of energy created by Bijudama empowered by the destruction flames to stop swirling and disappear, leaving only a 50 meters deep crater, 400 meters wide. Be glad you only fired small Bijudama, or this could have taken us with him. What the heck was that? Hachibi's bewildered voice resounded in B's head. I don't know, partner. B said, completely serious as he saw the level of destruction. These crimson flames are Dange - he didn't finish as his instincts flared and he was forced to push his body to the side to avoid a massive shuriken made out of the destruction flames. Ray was looking at B with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure you want to keep that massive body? He smirked and created a small hand-sized shuriken of the crimson flames above his palm. He obviously took some insights of Ray's non and Rasen shuriken and implemented them in his own way. The shuriken B evaded impacted ground 300 meters away from them, only for the rotation of the crimson fire being too strong that the shuriken failed to keep its form, and inbuilt chakra feature made the chakra burst upwards. B gulped as he saw the previous flame shuriken of the size of his fist in Hachibi form explode in a bright pillar of crimson reaching the sky. The air shimmered around the pillar due to the intense heat and B could only awkwardly chuckle as he could feel it even 300 meters away. B blinked as he saw another similar shuriken forming in Rei's hand and gulped. "Ya bro, you ain't throwing that at me, right?" he unsurely asked Rei, who only eye-smiled before doing precisely that. Fu dash. Needless to say, B was in for some hard dodge lessons. Rei wasn't trying to kill B. That would be idiotic as B was a strong Jinchuriki, which meant a good distraction for Akatsuki. No, he was just distracting B while 10 of his closes were siphoning a small amount of Hachibi's chakra from B, storing them for later without being noticed. They were playing dodgeball with dangerous crimson fiery shurikens and Bijou Damas for 15 minutes when Rei suddenly went rigid and B finally relaxed. Both were quite exhausted chakra-wise, and while Rei looked outwardly fine, even he was breathing slightly harder. B's ragged form was outright panting due to all the running around he was forced to do. The surrounding country was utterly demolished and many pools of lava were created on the island today as large patches of forest disappeared for good while fires still unceasingly raged in some parts whereas others were reduced to a big crater. B was watching as Rei's face suddenly went from playful to cold and murderous one and could feel an incredible killing intent start pressing on him as it flooded the surroundings. Damn, something must have gotten him pretty mad. Hachibi commented when the world suddenly darkened as Rei's chakra burst out, no longer under the hiding technique, and both B and Hachibi had to widen their eyes at the massive volume for a human. Both were aware of the amount he was throwing around just a few moments ago, so him still having so much available juice was an utterly ridiculous notion. Heck, without Hachibi even B would be already on his knees energy-wise. Rei screamed as his head snapped to the right and dashed away. B just stood there for a second before his eyes widened as he realized his brother must have defeated his opponent, which pissed off Rei and... Fuck. Hachibi, we need to get to Brother A or he will die. He shouted, mentally asking for more chakra. Brother. Please be alright. B prayed as he rushed behind Rei in hopes to prevent the death of his brother. I actually thought I would finish this by now, but writing fights is quite taking a toll on my imagination, and it also takes a lot of words to do it properly, or I at least hope I do it properly, so sorry guys, but another Cliffcoin, laughing face. Tomorrow, Rei's rage and a new, third mix of elements with nature energy. Chapter 97, Punishment. Rei finally spotted Ringo and his being was flooded by even more rage. Her body was powerlessly lying on the ground while it was about to land a finishing punch, which made Rei quickly send a water jet at the burly man, dispersing his lightning armor because of the highly concentrated and finely controlled water chakra in the water. It drew the actual lighting away from A's body, cancelling the chakra mode in that particular part of his body. The water jet went straight through the lighting armor and impacted A's side before he could finish the punch, sending him rolling on the floor for some tens of meters. A was utterly flabbergasted from the sudden attack that completely neutralized his strongest defense and inwardly thanked God that the water jet was not highly pressurized, otherwise it would go through him like a knife through butter. The fact his fist was descending onto Ringo saved him because Rei decided to lessen the danger to Ringo by pushing him away rather than killing him and risk him somewhat landing the last punch. A's body tensed in preparation for a fight, but when he raised his gaze to the mysterious attacker, he relaxed seeing that the man, Rei, prioritized checking up on the redhead rather than do a follow-up attack. Many things swirled through A's mind, the prevalent one being the direction from which the men came. Like everyone on the island, A could also hear the sounds of a massive battle in the distance. The explosions, the visual effects, the large pillars of scarlet flames, the Bijou Damas. Yes, A knew B had a tough fight, but he had his own one and focused fully on it. But the second he realized the men who interrupted him came from the direction of B's fight, his heart chilled in worry for his surrogate brother. Fortunately for A's peace of mind, B landed next to him in his human form because rather than going on land, he used his immense strength in the Hachibi form to jump into the sky, and then changed into human form, becoming lighter, therefore covering more distance. "You fine, brother? 'Cause this will be quite a bother," B said, but his tone held an undertone of seriousness that put A on edge. To him, it was obvious B was not playing around anymore. "Who is it, B?" A asked as he watched Rei kneel next to Ringo and assess her injuries. "That's Rei of Kiri, bro. We gotta be careful and stop him being wrathful, oh." B rapped. The second A heard Rei's identity, his head snapped in the direction of his troops and his eyes widened in realization. "B. Where is Conan of Kiri?" he shouted in distress. "Conan of Kiri, oi, yo." B asked as his face scrunched in confusion, making A almost have a heart attack. "Oh. There was a woman with him at first, Kono Yaro. But she was only a Jonin level, Baka Yaro." As B said, and A really felt his heart jump to his throat. A possible S-rank destructive threat might be with his troops while he was lured away. "B, we have to dash," A started with distress but was interrupted. Ignoring the discussion of the brothers, Rei leaned above Ringo's unconscious form as he gently turned her over to see her injuries. He winced when he saw the multiple deep gashes along her face and thanked God he could heal her with his nature energy mixed with healing chakra enough so she wouldn't scar despite not being able to heal everything on the spot. He would have to get her to a proper medic ASAP. Pushing his meager medical chakra into her, he quickly found out that Ringo was lucky. Whatever she did, saved her as the front of her skull was cracked in more places than Ray bothered to count, but there was no clean break nor anything immediately life-threatening. Concussion, yes. But at least her face was not caved in. Ray let out a small relieved sigh as he raised his head towards the men who caused this. Sure, this was a war, but Ringo was precious to Ray and he still felt angry at A for almost killing her. As his eyes landed on A's form, his killing intent flooded the surroundings. A and B quieted down as they could suddenly feel themselves be drenched in a cold sweat as the massive killing intent engulfed them. B had a better time as he was used to Hachibi's killing intent while A was frowning at how his instincts screamed at him to run. But both were shinobi and facing killing intent was normal for them. They stood their ground. So you are the bastard who almost killed my dear student. Ray coldly stated as he looked towards A, his chakra flaring. Out of nowhere, the molecules of water in the air started gathering and in a moment, a strong water current formed in the air, not unlike water dragon jutsu. What baffled A and B was that Ray didn't use any hand signs nor needed a body of water. Above them, in the sky, a massive body of water that could easily create a big lake compressed into 10 water tendrils was flying, just waiting to be released at them. I think now is a good time to change, B. A said with a frown as lightning armor reformed on his body. B seriously nodded and his form started growing until he was again in full Hachibi mode, preparing for the upcoming battle. Ray looked at their nervous stances and smiled. Good, you are prepared to face your punishment. He said, trying to act arrogant. Despite his anger, his head was cool and he would like nothing more than to be labeled as powerful but with exploitable arrogance. You will be good guinea pigs for my new jutsu. Especially you, lightning swine. He shouted and the world rippled. The water tendrils in the air started to rotate at high speed, white moving like a snake made out of the water, quickly aiming to crush both A and B. The tendril aimed at A missed as the men just sidestepped it, but his arm brushed the edge of the water because the water sped up by almost 5 times before the impact, so he miscalculated his evade. As the chakra in the water and A's lighting armor met, a violent reaction happened, making a scream bloody murder as his lightning armor was completely negated and his arm gained multiple long gashes. This jutsu was a perfect counter to lightning-based ninjutsu, after all. B was not faring any better since his form was big. Too big to evade water tendrils rotating at high speeds like a tornado. His form was not fast enough to evade and the 9 remaining tendrils all aimed at him. He tried to block them with his tails and 8 tails intercepted 8 water tendrils, only for the last one to impact his chest. B miscalculated as pain engulfed him and Gyuki, sensing B's panic, pushed a lot of his chakra out to shield the impact locations and defend against the shredding tendrils of water. Pull yourself together, B, or you will die. We gotta rotate. Gyuki shouted, and B, still shaken from the pain, quickly wrapped his tails around himself and started to rotate his bijou body, creating a move like Kaiten, only it was on a massively larger scale. This proved to be the right choice as the water tendrils were being deflected before returning and hitting the revolving body of the Hachibi again and again, only to be deflected every time, sending water raining everywhere. During all this time, A was doing his damnedest to ignore the pain in his arm as he evaded the singular tendril of high-speed water that chased him. His lightning mode was certainly far below his father, but he never thought there would be a technique capable of almost matching his speed. Fortunately for him, he was just a bit faster. For a normal bystander, the tendrils and A would seem like a flash or blurs as their speed was staggering. A was appearing and reappearing through the battlefield only for the water tendril to flash into his position a split of a second later and create a lot of destruction in its wake. Ray smirked as he turned his back towards the battle and focused on flooding Ringo's body with his medical and soothing water chakras. She was far more important than the victory or the battle itself to him. The jutsu he performed was his best counter to Conan. Strong, hard-hitting, massive, and insanely fast while being made of water. Much to her dismay, Conan didn't yet come up with an idea of how the jutsu worked or how to counter it as it was completely autonomous. Ray chose to use this jutsu in particular so he could tend to Ringo while being sure his opponents were preoccupied enough. Water release, Susanoo. For a long time, Ray wanted something like shadow clones, and after Sonade brought the technique itself alongside a lot of material about it straight from the Senju library, he instantly started researching it. There were even notes of the second Hokage too. But in the end, Ray decided to make something else. Clones were good and the group indeed did use them to perfect jutsu, train control, and so on, but Ray and Conan were more used to their own variety of rock and paper clones. They just added the memory function into them and were good to go. In the center of each water tendril was a half-formed water clone with the sentience of shadow clones, therefore able to perform their own tasks and think for themselves while also gathering information about the enemy in case the tendril is destroyed. These clones are then wrapped in insane amounts of water chakra mixed with wind chakra and stabilized with nature energy, wearing it like armor. That was the primary reason why Ray called it Susanoo, as it made a mockery of Uchiha's Susanoo. While the entire thing looks like a huge water snake or tendril, just a touch of the water could shred chakra-enhanced iron, and the swirling water tended to pull things inside while the rotation increased its speed, only to be enhanced even more by the wind chakra, resulting in a flying incredible high-speed shredding current. This was one of his more ingenious techniques, despite its unimpressive but deceptive appearance. Ray heaved Ringo up on his arms into a princess carry and turned towards the battlefield that instantly stilled as the water tendrils stopped in their places. Both A and B were bloodied with multiple deep cuts all over their bodies, panting hard with wide eyes as they could feel the despair and fear of death that loomed above them. They knew this technique was utterly unable to be avoided. A tried to run away multiple times only for one tendril to stop focusing on B, and the second he had two on himself, he was pushed back, guided back towards the battlefield by being forced to dodge in its direction. B tried to fire multiple bijou de masse into it, but the tendrils mostly avoided it. He only managed to hit one tendril in its center, which then burst into a shower of water that spilled on the country below, flooding it in water and mowing down a forest due to the sharpness of the water. The tendril didn't reform, and B was starting to form ideas on how to counter this jutsu. Alas, by that point he was too exhausted. Ray watched their bloodied and beaten forms with satisfaction. "That's what you get for hurting my girl, humph," he vindicatively thought, regretting he couldn't put them out of their misery for it. A was a stubborn idiot who would mix the waters of the elemental nation with his retarded plans, while B was a good deterrent and a focus of either Akatsuki or the other shinobi villages. Simply, he was too good of a distraction from whatever Ray would secretly try to do in the future. No, these two would be more useful alive. Now then, Ray's voice rang through the destroyed battlefield as the two burly men forced themselves to raise their heads despite the apparent exhaustion on their faces. "This was your punishment for hurting Ringo. I must sadly inform you that your forces were massacred and there is no longer any Kimo ninja alive except you two on this island. My partner, Conan of Kiri, has seen to that." Conan didn't really help all that much, mostly watched out to prevent the death of any Kiri shinobi, but they didn't need to know that. "Killing you two can bring short-term gains, but it will forever sour relations with Kimo, so you got lucky, I guess." Ray shrugged at the bullshit he was spewing and turned around, walking away with Ringo in his arms. It was time for her meeting with a medic Nin. Both B and A just powerlessly flopped onto the ground, unconscious. The last thing on their mind was regret at being too arrogant to take another S rank with them despite being offered multiple times. Now, their entire force was completely wiped out. Chapter 98, Conclusion. Ray landed next to Conan, who was quietly observing the Kiri shinobi searching through the corpses while gathering all valuables and then storing the corpses into scrolls. Conan didn't even glance at him when he appeared, as they could always sense each other, so she knew he was about to abruptly appear. Kuga Mizura, who stood next to Conan and was de facto the second hand of Ringo, was a different matter. She almost jumped back while drawing her kunai from fright when Ray silently appeared next to her. Ray gently put Ringo on the ground while slowly channeling his healing chakra into her face. "Kuga, could you please call Irazu? Ringo is stable, but I am not a medic and there are still injuries done to her skull," he said in a soft tone, but Kuga quickly listened and scrambled away to get Irazu, the best medic they had. "So she lost?" Conan impassively commented, not even glancing in Ringo's direction. It was more to occupy Ray's mind with light banter rather than have him focus on being worried for Ringo. "Sigh, Ringo, you really are more trouble than you are worth. Ray should not show such a worried expression because of you," she thought apprehensively. Yes, but to be honest, she did have every disadvantage in that fight. Ray nodded. "She should have been a good little girl and let me handle A. But no, she just had to try to prove herself," Conan said in the best deadpan voice she managed, making Ray chuckle. "In a way, you are right. Anyway, how did the battle go?" Ray smoothly changed the topic. There was no way he could defend Ringo, as they told her she wouldn't be able to handle it, but she stubbornly wanted to fight him. Their hands were tied as, firstly, Ringo was the commander, and secondly, she actually had orders from the Mizukage to fight any strong lightning user so she could get a grasp of his technique and try to replicate it. In a way, she was forced into this situation due to her orders. Not perfect, but it was satisfactory. Conan showed a rare smile as she gazed towards the men sealing up corpses. "We lost only 2, and that was because the idiots threw their shuriken straight at the shockwave from the initial explosion. Retards. Of course the sharp and spinny returned straight back at them, giving them a reward for their stupidity in the form of a new hole in their body." Conan rolled her eyes. To be killed by your own thrown shuriken, that was new even for her. "Then we had 20 injured, but none of them is in a critical condition." She stopped herself and half turned towards Ray, briefly glancing at Ringo with a snort. "Well, except the commander." "I see. Good job assisting them." Ray praised, and Conan beamed at him while giving him an eye smile. Ray smiled as he saw that. His praise could always lit the woman's expression up. That was actually the reason why he praised her so sparsely. It wouldn't lose its spark this way. Conan crouched down for a second and quickly kissed him in acknowledgement of his praise. Thank you, she whispered before standing up and turning away to observe the troops. This time, however, Ray could see that she was slightly swaying from right to left while quietly humming to herself. Oh, if he didn't have injured Ringo next to him he would drag the adorable brunette into bed and... down boy, he thought grumpily. Just then, May pitter-pattered towards them with expectant expression and puppy eyes that simply screamed, "Praise me." Both Ray and Conan quickly swept her with their eyes, noting she had a lot of blood on herself but fortunately not even one scar marred her skin. She shot Ringo's body a quick curious look while she was approaching but then an uncaring shrug told Ray what May thought about Ringo. Really now, certainly, I can see your tutelage in the girl, Conan. He dryly thought at the utter disregard May had for her senior disciple Ringo and could swear there was amusement in Conan's eyes for a split of a second. When May came closer to Ray, he chuckled and affectionately patted her head. So, how was your first battle, May? He sincerely asked, knowing that it was a completely new experience for the girl. Not necessarily a good one, at that. Well, her career as shinobi depends on how her psyche holds up to something like this. Not like I have to be overly worried as Conan prepared her well. He thought as he observed any, no matter how small, gesture May did. He would not risk her keeping her emotions to herself and drowning in them. It was. May's beaming smile slowly started to turn into a concerned frown, different. Fighting bandits or small squads of shinobi is much less chaotic and easier. May said and her face told everything Conan and Ray needed to know. The girl had no idea how to feel about this. Now that the battle is over, an instinct stopped flaring, and May got time to think about all the people she killed, about all the times she could have been killed, about the chaos that was the battlefield. In the end, May just looked at Conan with a determined gaze. I want to become as strong as Conan, Nay. Thanks to her many of us survived. I know that I was saved 3-7. Conan quipped with an amused smirk. Times. May stopped in her tracks and widened her eyes when her mind processed Conan's correction. What? When? You know about the one time I covered you with earth paper to protect you from an explosion. You also should be aware of the man who I decapitated because he was awfully close to removing your arm from the elbow down. Then the last time you counted as a save would be when I helped you fight against 5 enemies who surrounded you, and by the way, we will talk about that later. Conan hummed, making May cringe but nod at the accuracy of Conan's statement. There were 2 situations where a lightning-enhanced projectile would skewer you if I didn't intervene. They were covered by the smoke and you didn't notice them, so we will have to train on that too. Then there was that one time when you parried a downward strike from Jonin that, by all means, should have bisected you. Stupid girl, I taught you better. Conan rolled her eyes, making May lower her head in shame. She really thought she managed to parry it. Apparently not. And the last one was something I can't really fault you for. It is a standard Kumo tactic though, so remember it. The first thing the Kumo ninja did was to charge the ground with as much lightning chakra as possible, creating various areas with different concentrations. I had to keep my earth chakra flowing to the ground in order to prevent a few inexperienced idiots who didn't isolate their souls with their own chakra from being fried inside out by stepping through areas with different concentrations of lightning chakra. Just because it goes to the earth doesn't mean it becomes harmless. Conan lectured and May was eagerly nodding before her expression turned to puzzlement. But why could the Kumo mercenaries fight then? Shouldn't they also be fried? Conan smirked and also patted her. Something she did not do often as she tried to emulate in May the good feeling she felt every time Ray praised her. Clever girl. She praised, making May blush. If you look attentively, you would spot the mercenaries having mostly electric-proof boots and their clothes are also made from materials that are good insulators. They were simply prepared to fight in that environment. The lecture was interrupted when the 2 girls stopped talking as the medic Neen finally came and Ray could finally stop pushing his medical chakra into Ringo. He walked toward May and scooped her into a princess carry which made her squeal. Well, princess, do you have any other questions? He asked her tenderly as he nuzzled his nose on hers, knowing she loved that. May giggled and despite wanting to protest that she was too old to be treated like this, she wanted nothing more than to lean her head forward and steal a kiss from Ray. Unfortunately, she knew it would not be received well. 3 more years, endure. She chanted in her mind. How was your fight, Ray? May asked after Ray pulled away from her, still cradling her in his arms. I fought A and Killer B. Both should be lying unconscious a bit further that way. He gestured towards the direction he came from with his chin while focusing on channeling his soothing water chakra into May through his hands. It would at best prevent bruises from forming and relax her muscles, but he knew May loved the feeling it gave her, so this was akin to her reward for having to be saved only 7 times by Conan. For her first chaotic mass battle, it was good. Especially since some Jonin had to be saved a lot more, at least according to the glares Conan was giving a few select people. Why spare them? Didn't they hurt Ringo? May curiously peered into Ray's eyes. Sometimes, it is better to let your enemy live so he can still be useful. Ray shrugged, noticing that May didn't understand him but didn't elaborate as he turned to Kuga, Ringo's right-hand woman. I see the ceiling of bodies is almost finished. Ringo is out so I am taking the reins. Order retreat to the newly created, his lips curled into a devious smirk. Base. Kuga bowed and jumped away to notify the squad captains. I wonder how our dear Mizukage will react to having his plans completely fucked up, haha. Ray exclaimed as Conan snickered. The old coot's plan depended on them losing, after all. Well, time to write a letter, I guess. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. Letter for the Mizukage. Himino felt the loving squeeze and pressed herself even more into her lover, affectionately sticking her tongue into his mouth, deepening the kiss. She knew he needed this and took it as her duty as Kiri Kunoichi to help her Lord Third. The Mizukage moaned into the soft lips that were tenderly pressing onto his mouth and couldn't help but even more softly squeeze the hips of the wonderful being who was straddling him. In his incredibly busy and stress-filled schedule, these moments of bliss and pleasure were the only thing keeping him sane. He could feel her breasts on his chest, making his head going blank as he became more and more lustful. His hand suddenly slowly dragged itself along Himino's back, tenderly caressing it until his thumb finally reached the hem of her pants. Slowly, very carefully he started pulling it lower and lower. Knock, knock. Both lovers froze in their tracks and Mizukage let out an incredibly annoyed sigh as he buried his head into Himino's chest. WYNW. His muffled voice resounded from her chest, and Himino giggled as him speaking into her breasts tickled her. Well, time to do your duties as the Mizukage. She smiled, inwardly delighted at how annoyed he became for not getting any. She was well aware he even removed every important thing from his desk beforehand. It was obvious what kind of play he wanted to do with her today. Well, tough luck. She tried to pull away but he was still tightly embracing her waist, not letting go. Maybe they will leave if we don't answer. The Mizukage asked while raising his head and giving Himino a puppy-eyed look. Ah, that's so cute of you. She sighed as her hand softly caressed his hair. It was only when he thought she accepted his plan did she continue in a deadpan tone, being so naive. I am your Jonin commander and that means no slacking. She used her chakra to sting his arms which finally freed her. After she stood up and pulled her pants back up before also clothing the upper part of her body, she went towards the door to check what this was about. The Mizukage had a break right now so it must be important for them to interrupt it. Knock, knock. The Mizukage's head fell onto the table with an audible thump as he groaned in annoyance. Fuck. Being cockblocked might be even worse than having to deal with Ray. He thought fervently but a sudden spike of Himino's killing intent made him straighten himself and notice her glare. Tidy yourself up. She plainly spoke in an ordering tone that made him gulp but comply. Sadly, most of his time awake was spent deep in planning and giving out orders so he was pretty freaking stressed. Worse yet, Himino's body was the only outlet he had, and the minx clearly knew she was the only thing keeping him sane. For now, he was utterly whipped. It took Himino a few moments but when she re-entered the room, she was carrying a scroll. It's a report from Ray. She hummed and Mizukage couldn't help but feel sour at that. If there is one thing that's worse than dealing with Ray or being cockblocked, it must be being cockblocked by Ray. He dryly thought as he accepted the scroll with a visible eye twitch and unrolled it. His eyes looked through the report, reading it once, twice, thrice as his jaw was getting progressively lower with each read-through. He was blinking in astonishment at what he was reading and when he was done reading it for the 6th time, the scroll fell from his hands onto the table. So, how screwed are we? Himino asked in amusement, predicting something like this would happen. They won. The Mizukage stated in an emotionless and even tone. Oh, isn't that great? Himino quipped sarcastically, fully aware of what this meant. Yet, her voice held the barest hint of amusement. They fucked up months of extensive planning. The Mizukage stated. He was now on the verge of crying and mental breakdown as months of his hard work just went down the drain. Himino just scoffed at that. I told you to not send them as reinforcements. You didn't listen. She spelled it out for him while poking his shoulder with her index finger as her expression was twisted in exasperation. The Mizukage lifelessly turned his face to look at her with his shoulders sagged. I have given them clear orders he started only to be interrupted. You mean these? Himino raised her eyebrow as she drew out a scroll from the stack of scrolls next to the desk. When the Mizukage saw it, he could only gape at what were his written orders to Ray and Conan. The only copy. Himino huffed and crossed her hands under her chest as she continued. You told them they are reinforcements and then got into one of yours playful arguments with Ray. In the end, the scroll with the secret orders was never given to them. Heck, you can't even blame this one on them not listening to you. This was your idiocy all along. Himino knew this moment was coming the second she noticed that scroll in the morning a few days ago when she was tidying the office up. She didn't want to make a scene at that time, but this was important as the Mizukage was clearly slipping whenever Rei was involved. She decided to be a bit heavy-handed when the fallout from this mishap came. She could always hope it would make the Mizukage more focused. Fuck, was the only response Mizukage could give. The orders for Rei clearly stated he was not to win. His mission was to save Ringo's life and Ringo's life alone. The people in the Kiri force who were sent to Nagori Isles were all undesirable from a political viewpoint or were in some way related to traitors. It was simply a legal purge, while it would also be a good way to diminish Ringo's reputation. Ringo was a good tool for the village. Excellent assassin and tracker. But the Mizukage would rather be damned than let her have some political influence. She completed every S-rank assassination while being sick and on her deathbed. Now that she was healthy again, her accomplishments would just pile up and her pace was frankly frightening. He already had a candidate for the Mizukage hat, but Ringo was a very good runner-up in the eyes of the clans. That had to be prevented. Himino sat down in the guest seat opposite the Mizukage as she took the scroll into her hands and quickly swept the contents with her gaze. As she was about to finish, she could suddenly hear the pondering voice of her lover. How did the scroll arrive? An understanding flash appeared in her eyes for a bit before vanishing, leaving only a sad pity. It wouldn't work. A copy was sent to the council. This can't be swept under the rug, Himino said while sighing as she heard the Mizukage cursing. You gotta admit though, this was masterfully done. She hummed. The Council of Clan Heads will now most likely push for opening a Kumo front since we have a good and well-hidden outpost in a location incredibly close to the shores of the Land of Lightning that could be easily and discreetly accessed by our ships. Not to say about the morale boost due to the victory and how big of an achievement it was. In the letter, Rei described that they discovered one of the smallest islands of Nagori Isles was actually an underwater mountain that had only the peak peeking out, so they used it to create an underground hideout. It was really well positioned, well hidden, and too good of an opportunity for an invasion towards the Land of Lightning to pass up. Yes. The Mizukage drawled, pulling out his pipe from the drawer. Himino frowned but didn't stop him from starting to smoke. This time, she could bear with it. This win will shift the entire war. The Mizukage exhaled a puff of smoke as he comfortably leaned into his chair as he continued in a fed-up voice. Every plan for the invasion of the Land of Fire can be scrapped because of this. It's worse, actually. I was referring to how it would affect the village politics when I said masterfully. Himino started with a hint of respect. The letter is written in a way that gives most achievements to Ringo. It was written as if it was her leadership that won 200 versus 700 with only 2 casualties, getting injured in the process. We both know better, as I would bet it was Rei who dealt with both A and Killer B while Conan finished off the enemy army, but the report says nothing about that. It's vague enough with a good amount of facts that it can be misunderstood as Ringo's achievement. This will give a lot of ammunition to the people who want her as the Mizukage due to her excellent skill as an assassin. Kirigakure was the village of assassins first and foremost, so it was natural the clans wanted someone skilled in the art as the leader. Ringo fit the bill for them, but the third Mizukage had a different opinion. The letter, however, really screwed up his plans both internally and externally. The Mizukage wanted someone with greater firepower though, and Ringo was not on the list of his candidates. As the realization in just how much more than he predicted would this report affect, Himino continued speaking with an unbothered tone. We can't forsake the 200 ninjas who were sent to Nagori Isles to be purged either. It would create unrest among our shinobi populace since the event of this victory is too good to not be spread among our ninjas in order to boost morale. We really can't afford to have our ninja question if they are going to be sent on a suicide mission next. In small and unnoticeable doses, it is fine, but right now, we will have to actually open the Kumo front or prepare for discontent. During the war, that could prove fatal. Himino shook her head in exasperation at just how many angles the report covered. She highly doubted Rei did that deliberately. This mission would be seen as the greatest victory of Kirigakure, but for the Mizukage, this was the greatest defeat in his career yet. The problems this would cause for him were almost mind-boggling. Ah, fuck it. The Mizukage ruffled his hair. I still have 30 minutes of break. We can talk about how screwed up we are later. He grumbled. Himino could only sadly smile as she stood up and made her kimono fall onto the ground near her ankles. She didn't plan on doing this since they were interrupted, but her lover now needed some serious cheering up. Chapter 100, Ch 100 The Shift in the Battlefields. Sonade entered the council room with a barely restrained grin on her face. The previous nights, she spent with Rei and Conan having a very heated debate in the sheets, so she was very aware of what this impromptu meeting was about. She was observing mostly confused looks on the faces of the other clan heads who had no idea what exactly happened in the past several days, nor that this meeting will decide the direction Konoha will take in the war. Sonade sat on her chair and supported her chin with her hand, waiting for the meeting to start. Order. The third Hokage exclaimed after 5 minutes, and the door into the council room was closed. I am sure many of you are wondering why we are meeting this fine day. Hiruzen started on the lighter note. I'd like to recount some of our war efforts and then discuss, albeit minor skirmish, a skirmish that will shift the entire war nevertheless. He calmly said with an authoritative voice, despite inwardly cursing whatever brat was the cause of that event. Because of that, his paperwork tripled and he had to completely write off many plans. Months of his work were utterly destroyed and he couldn't help but do what was the recurrent theme for every Kage these days. Seeth. The second I get that little shit into my hands. Troublesome. Shikami Nara, the Jonin commander, muttered. But nevertheless stood up as this was his job. In that case, I will start with the recent happenings in our war efforts. Our ally, Suna, is suffering from intense large-scale battles on their borders. Both countries of Wind and Rock are trying to get some of their ninjas in so they could either run sabotage, reconnaissance, or assassination of wealthy nobles. Fortunately, there was no request for help so far, therefore we don't need to be concerned about them for now. That's everything about Suna's front. Everyone in the room knew why this was mentioned first. Suna front was something Konoha had no hand in influencing. Not in the light anyway. But it was important as heck. The second Suna falls would be the second this two-front war would become three-front for Konoha, which they wanted to avoid at all cost. It was obvious Iwagakure was stronger, better equipped, and Tsunade would dare to say, better trained. Suna was winning due to their environmental advantage. It was as simple as that. They didn't have many people for offense but excelled in defense in the desert. The next would be IWA, Shikami sighed as he took a paper from the table and his eyebrows scrunched. As troublesome as this is, we are in a deadlock. A Megakure completely refused to let the war engulf the Land of Rain because of the event of recent years where the village was attacked and almost flattened by. Shikami stopped for a second and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Meteorite. As unbelievable as this is, it's what our spies told us. Do we know who attacked them? Tsunade interrupted, leaning into her palms as her elbows put more pressure on the table while curiosity was sparking in her eyes. Shikami briefly looked at her but then shook his head as if in annoyance. Nope, no clue. Only Hanzo saw them and he supposedly suspects they were using some disguising transformation anyway. Something about their features shimmering from time to time. Ah, they didn't yet have proper control of my transformation jutsu at the time. And here I hoped there would be some funny theories about the attack, and maybe someone would be framed. How sad. Tsunade thought with amusement while nodding in satisfaction at Shikami. Anyway, Shikami continued. There are some skirmishes on the territory of the Land of Rain, but our and Iwa's troops are continuously attacked by Megakure forces and some new organization of ninja calling themselves Akatsuki that wants to keep the Land of Rain peaceful. He shrugged. In short, the biggest battlefield between IWA and Konoha is the grass country. It's a mess since neither can push with enough force to get past the deadlock, and I, as the chief strategist of Konoha, unfortunately, don't see any way to get out of it in the foreseeable future. Shikami finished and the mood turned somber. Every clan head was aware of the high death toll of the battlefield in the grass country. IWA and Konoha had their own bases and the land of grass was engulfed in ferocious guerrilla warfare between them. While major cities didn't really suffer, the countryside was in tatters. As for Kumofro Shikami started. That's all, Shikami. Hokage interrupted and gestured for his Jonin commander to sit. As for the Kumo front, that's no longer relevant. The third said with an irritated sigh that made many clan heads straighten up. They quickly deduced this was the reason why this meeting was called. After a moment of sullen lamenting, the Hokage continued. According to our intel, Kumo lost a skirmish with Kiri for Nagori Isles. Leaders A and Killer B led around 700 men to confront 200 Kiri shinobi and lost. Many clan heads gasped at that, understanding what they were just told, while Shikami looked as if he wanted to bang his head on the table, with the large black circles under his eyes and all. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at this statement. 200 Kiri nin, well, that information was broadcasted to Konoha most likely at the Mizukage's order. But for Hokage to know that Kumo sent 700. That was a testament to how good Konoha's intelligence department was. Or was it? Danzo. She pursed her lips. There was simply no other person capable of getting to this information. That means, Hiruzen continued to explain it for those who didn't yet pick up the meaning of this information. Kumo is retreating from their offensive and as of now, the Kumo front ceased to exist. Kumo needed to consolidate their position so their ninja stopped attacking Konoha's borders, which would give Konoha more breathing room. Kumo had to prepare for a war with Kiri since Kiri forces gained a foothold so close to their borders. It had to be said the war between Kumo and Konoha was rarely fought on the borders of either of their countries. Sure, both pushed to penetrate into the countries, but there were still countries of rice, hot springs, and frost in between them, so there was enough buffer to prevent the hostilities to reach the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. And now, Kiri had a free ticket and the war would most likely start inside the Land of Lightning. Kumo was forced to forsake either Konoha or IWA front, and while Konoha was more hated by them, they quickly deduced that Konoha front was the better option since IWA was not really trying to invade the Land of Lightning except for some very rare skirmishes that are more often than not just a diversion for an attack on Konoha forces. Most of these battles were fought on the islands between the Land of Earth and Lightning anyway, so it was not really a threat. Konoha, on the other hand, had its hands full and won't be really able to retaliate even if Kumo dropped the front. Their decision was obvious. Hokage-sama, isn't that a good thing for us though? Hyuga clan head stood up and asked, making the Hokage briefly look at him with a tired gaze. No, not really. He said dryly. It was utterly vexing how the situation didn't change for Konoha despite the major change in Kumo. Nothing really changed. What many of you don't know is that there were some small skirmishes between samurai and Kiri ninjas in the cities near the shores. Despite the Kumo front being unofficially closed, the ceasefire was not signed. Meaning, we are now in a three-way battle rather than a two-way. Lucky for us that Kiri also started a war with Kumo rather than focus only on us. It's all the merit of our counterintelligence department that made it impossible to find out just how bad the situation on our side is. The Hokage sighed. Nevertheless, we now have to prepare for a war on our territory. Tsunade quipped, simplifying what Hokage wanted to convey. Not to mention that Nagori Isles might not be that close to Konoha's shores but are still closer than the Land of Water. I wonder if Mizukage or Hokage will realize that. Tsunade inwardly chuckled. Kiri now had the best possible outpost for bringing the war into the territories of both Land of Fire and Lightning. Something that didn't really happen since the first war. As she said that, many widened their eyes and the mood turned gloomy. No longer did they inwardly rejoice at having to fend off only IWA forces. Now they realized that the situation just got a whole lot worse.